I'll get you back on here, right? So you're going to have two halves of the class today. You got the first half, which will be response and assessment. And then you'll have the second half, which is like the fixing stuff. So if you feel good on the response and assessment, maybe I just did you a favor. We had the whole chat blocked off. I couldn't see what you guys were saying. So I wanted to just restart it, bring everybody back in. And then we're going to kick the class off here in a few minutes. So sorry about disconnecting everybody. I'm done with it. I need like somebody 10 years younger than me to run this thing for me. Sorry about it. Good. I'm glad you guys are back. Sorry about that. We're still hanging out. We're still on break. Sorry that I knocked you guys off a line. I'm still learning these things, you know. My bad. Y'all come on back. Good to have you. Thanks for hitting that like button again. I know we had, a couple few hundred on the first video. Let's try to get it back up there again. I'm sorry for the delay, everybody. Now I can see all of your chat. That's wonderful. I'm happy to live stream. You're very welcome. Thank you for coming into the live stream. Thank you for trying to get the knowledge. Everything's going to be all right, they say. Yeah, cool. So sorry about the video problem, guys. That's my bad. 100% my bad on this. I was trying to get it all set up and whatever. I took you offline. Sometimes it blocks the chat. And I like to be able to see what you guys are saying so I can try to answer your questions and stuff. So I apologize for that. Sorry for knocking everybody offline. Thanks for coming on back in. Didn't get a notification on the first video. I'm sorry to hear that, Debbie. You're always watching me on replay anyway, though. Welcome back, everybody. Good job. Come on in. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Em. Appreciate the mods so much. Thank you guys for keeping the channel online. Well, Gary, because we're teaching classes, man, contractual obligations. I don't know who that guy is. Yeah, we're going to go down and help them once we're done with this, I just kicked my whole live stream offline, so we're trying to get it back in now.
Oops. You need the internet hookup?
I think it's working pretty well, man.
I got the guest password if you need to connect our Wi-Fi on it.
No, that might be something we need to do. I definitely messed up. I definitely messed up. I admit it. Yeah, I know.
If you need the Wi-Fi, we do have it written on the board. It's got funny characters to it. So,
okay.
But
I'm working pretty well right now.
Okay,
can you guys see this okay? Do I need to get on Wi-Fi, or are you guys able to see this all right and hear it?
Dude, I'll be your test subject.
Yeah. Can you see him okay?
Am I loading the dance moves?
Yeah. Do you see these dance moves or not? Now, they see these dance moves. They don't know what to do with themselves. They're so impressed, Yeah, they give him the applause. Yeah, they say they can see it. They like it.
Excellent. Cool. They like it.
Looks good. Looks great. All good, they say.
Cool. Perfect.
All right. Thank you guys for coming back into the chat. Sorry for throwing you all out into the river there. My bad. My bad, everybody.
So we're doing pretty well.
They say smooth moves. Yeah, everybody's doing great, man.
Moves.
Your classes are.
See me with a shot of whiskey.
He says you should see him with a shot of whiskey. Yeah, we're in Colorado right now. We're up in the mountains in Colorado, outside of Denver. We're about to kick it. What time is it, guys? Is it time? What time is it? It's like 45 degrees, right? Isn't that what you were telling me? Smart. That'll warm him up. This guy's smart. He's like, I'm going to bring some chow in here. I'm going to warm my body up from the inside. Yeah, sorry, guys, to have two different videos for today. I'm trying. 45 degrees or something right now. A little bit of rain.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm glad we're doing the class today. They say it's going to be sleeting tomorrow. Oh, man. Have you been down there before? The BV outpost?
Actually, the first time I ever went rafting.
Was in BV? Yeah, that's a cool area. I like that area a lot. Yeah, we're just on a short break, everybody. Yeah, hit that thumbs up. Sorry for kicking you all off the live stream. I feel like a real jerk about that, but the first live stream was like the response and assessment. The second stream is going to be the fixing stuff, I guess. Gave me like a power bank. Okay. I'm gonna throw out my back now. Yeah, that's some kind of heat. That's not the same. I smell that heat. All right. We're not talking about smelling heat. All right. Everybody have a good break. Feeling good. Came back. That's good. I know some of you don't have a choice. Most of you don't have a choice. Sorry. You have freedom. You don't have to be here. Unless you want to work this summer, I guess, right? Anybody have a favorite hot springs? I do.
Where's that?
It's in California.
What?
Okay.
Right outside California. Just south of there. Just south of there. It's like 3 acres. It's pretty big. Sit in there.
Is it natural or is it like when you have to pay for it?
It's free. There's like other like bunch of rocks rocks that lay on if you want. There's like you grab cook your pot. It's like the hottest hot spring I've ever. It's a man-made hot spring. It is up. It's long path. It's so quiet. You sit in there for like 2 minutes.
I forgive you, but there's something wrong with hot spots.
So it's just constantly likes it over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get the hair for it. So.
Cool. All right.
And the face.
Let's talk about fixing stuff. Let's talk about fixing stuff. Does anybody ever come on a backcountry emergency situation that they have to work with? You comfortable talking about?
Yeah, my girlfriend spoke trucking. It's like doing what I do.
So you did abdominal thrust, Heimlich maneuver for your girlfriend who was choking.
Yeah.
Good job. Awesome job. We're going to talk about choking when we talk about CPR. We're going to talk about that after first aid. So I want to, after you got it out, did you go over and pick it up and be like, small bites, baby? No, yeah, good.
She's like 5 feet tall, so that's like.
She only has small bites. Yeah, I got you. Okay. So we're going to talk about choking a little bit later. Does anybody here have a broken bone? What happened? Anybody break a bone in the wilderness? I'll take the dirt bike, and I'll take your story too. You want to go first? Okay, you go first.
There's one, it's probably like 12. Thrown over. There's a family, and then there's big B in the dirt. And my front wheel and the suspension was dog shit on the bike. So as soon as my front wheel hit the B, my wheel got stuck. I yeeted over like handlebars. 10 years old. Broke the left arm. And like shattered the grip blade in the wrist. So I walked around with 2 casts for the leg. I think 8 weeks.
How did you like?
With help.
I got comfortable with people. That happens with me. Yeah, that counts. So what did you do after that happened? Just like with you broken.
It was literally, I got up and my dad was like, get on the bike and run. And I was like, my arm was fine. I didn't know the right wrist was going to go, but I wasn't sure my left arm was going to go. My arm was broken.
Yeah.
He's like, get on the bike. I was like, it's broken.
Which it doesn't work.
Get on the bike. And it was heavy. Pretty much walked back to the truck, call my mom, and then go wave and go
Why
get
won't
picked
help
up.
me? I have a broken arm.
Yeah, you even starts to take us from there on to the valley, and I think it was something like
Good fun. Alright, he's a good. Yeah. So it's pretty much what a corner told you about drink water. Yeah, your dad's like, walk it off. Go through that water, yeah. No rest. Go through the water, take the freaking socks. You know? There's one true to you. What was your experience?
Well, it wasn't a wilderness experience, but my friends and I were on a road trip and driving fell asleep. So we were all asleep in the car, and we woke up after the guardrail and the ramp was moving there. Nose diving, flipping. I had broken a chin scratch on my teeth and vertebrae, 4 broken ribs, broken sternum, 2 collapsed lungs, injuries.
That's really bad.
It's really bad. I almost died and I had one ligament paralyzed. Yeah, it took a lot of after I to walk again. I also couldn't wipe myself for a few weeks.
Oh my
So,
God.
yeah.
Where did this happen?
In Indiana. Yeah, right off the interstate.
Oh my God.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
I'm glad you're okay.
Look at me now, you never would know.
I never guessed.
And I didn't need surgery or anything. Like, I just tried to
Wow. Wow, I'm glad you're alright. That's some shit.
Yeah,
that's a serious thing.
Yeah.
That's a real serious thing.
Yeah.
All the collapsed lungs,
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't say
These
real
are
out.
for free. right?
Yeah, you're like,
Oh my God. I'm glad you're okay. Who else has a broken bone story? Pop that. Yeah.
oh shoot, yeah. I didn't know. Yeah, maybe me. My first game out with us was like, welcome to the March. It sounds like I've got to do it. It sounds dirty. So I kept playing and I was going to Southland Ice and run out. And I was playing Phoenix. And I went to Phoenix on and so I had to drive all the way down. Checked out. Even though we are for 30 something like that, the next day to say, so like 3 hours later, we called and checked it out. That was fun.
So it was a closed fracture, the skin was closed, the bone was broken, the bone was chest cavity between your lung and your chest cavity. It's starting to put pressure on your lung, drives it down. Do you have trouble breathing or cough?
When I take deep breaths,
Okay.
deep or the shallow breaths,
You just work through the pain. There's not a lot that we can do for fractured ribs and back. It's traumatic. You can swing on the side and show people, hey, this guy is injured, this woman is injured, and also to tell that person, hey, we'll go across right now, right? Go pick stuff up, whatever. Sometimes when the ribs are broken, you can't get that deep breath because they squeeze into the muscles between the ribs. Those are called intercostal muscles. That's what you do ribs and meat ribs. Or like vegetables. Sometimes I eat ribs. And the muscles expand and push on that bone and scratch. Like it's made. People with fractured ribs can take deep breaths in the back country. Same thing for this clavicle bone right here. This one takes like 12 pounds of pressure. It's great. Actually, I should have done if you fracture that clavicle, same thing. You sling the arm on the affected side, symptomatic, try to tell people don't mess with this person, tell that person don't mess with these. Right? So that's what we would do for a fractured rib or a fractured clavicle. What other bones did you break? Tibia, right? So a lot of times, especially with skiing accidents, they're like, oh, you broke his tib fib. Have you guys heard that before? Tib fib? Those are two different bones, right? The tibia runs straight down here, straight down, and it helps me stand up straight. My fibula is a bone on the outside here that's kind of curved, and it helps me balance and stuff like that. Tibia is straight down. Also fractured line, right? That's what that scar was. We have some skiers in the class, right? Skiers and snowboarders, riders. Anybody ski River Creek? Yeah. Skied on a Gold Cup race course before, Birds of Prey. There's two double diamonds that drop into a catwalk right before the Birds of Prey. I think one of those double diamonds goes on, and I came across on that catwalk right there. Somebody wiped out. I did that little move, and I turn around to see if I need to help them. Caught an egg, findings with deep down. I felt my leg, twist the corner, laying on the side. Trying to flag people down with the cigar, off the chair. I can be your leg. You got kicked on the inside of the knee like a fight. That's the best way to take out a real big guy. Okay, obviously not. Take anybody now. It's stuck in the head against. A lot of times you don't know what's happening. Somebody's just dead. People don't know what's going to happen until it happens a lot of times. Yeah.
somebody knew what the hell they were going to do.
Yeah. Was it against other Marines in a bar? That's about right. So I had two of the helmets down. I had Marines and drinking. Marines would do that when they go out with these big groups, it's often that. Even with other Marines. We're often like very fair, fights, we just like two battles, say about it, tomorrow formation. That's it. Alright, fractured legs or like the arms in the backcountry, that's obviously a bad situation. It happens on the river. What we want to do is try to provide a mobilization and stabilization of that area that's injured. So if it's like a bone, one of the two bones in the arm, either the ulna or the radius, that are broken, we want to support that however we can. And one thing that I might do, these mellies don't have like a drawstring, but does anybody have a jacket maybe that has a drawstring on the side? Yours? So, if your arm is broken, I might just take your arm, right here. You pick that out? Take the water bottle of boobs, just about a kid, and might just immobilize it like this. And I can come back and unpick it, see if it's on the other one. So, alright, cool. There's my swinging spot. You know what I mean? It's already immobilized right there. It should be pretty comfortable, whatever. If it's not going to flop around and hit things, move the bones together, right? So this is the start. Literally, you guys can take a plastic bandage, jacket, I'm going to wrap it all back and then wrap it up with this. So I'm going to put the extra sweatshirts around, and then I'm going to use the waistband to mobilize the wrist and arm. Does that make sense? Yeah, absolutely. You can like use their clothing to improvise to help you, right? Your jacket would probably work. Your jacket would probably work. Your jacket would probably work. Maybe yours probably has a little something on, right? So use all of those. Use a sweatshirt and just put the arm right here, like with the hood. You know what I mean? And tie it that way. You can use long sleeve t-shirt, put it in. You want us to try to find a spot inside? Get out here. Take the boat barn over. You want to do that real quick? What do you want to do? Do we think that this is going to lighten up or continue? It looks about the same in every direction. A little bit lighter here.
I think it is forecast.
Some rain. 100%. Can we do that? Can we take over the boat farm? All right, let's take 5 minutes or whatever and do a transition. Yeah, thank you. You guys can help me carry some of this crap out the ship. Sweet. All right, guys, we're going inside. We got a little bit of rain coming right now, so we're just going to take this party inside. Yeah, I gotta tighten this, obviously. You guys are just flopping all over the place. I have no control over the music being played in the guide lounge. Doesn't mean I don't like it. Thanks, guys. Yeah, awesome. We're gonna clean out the boat barn.
Where's your office at?
Oh, just right around the front. Just make a right in front of this building. You see some glass doors right there. Walk right in. They'll be shut down the way. Let me put them in a corner. Sorry, nobody puts you guys in a corner, but I'm going to put you in a corner. All right, not bad. All right. Don't let me out. Sweet. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Thanks for being here. Yeah, 10-4 on that. Tan Roger. All right, here we go. Sorry you guys are in 2 videos. I cut you all off. Thank you. Sorry about that. Hey, Dr. Pepper drinker. Look what we got. There's somebody in there who's screaming. It's like Dr. Pepper drinker. I'm in there. It's trying to maybe mix something with Dr. Pepper and drinking. All right, cool. So
Sit right in front of me.
if we do have a fracture,
Right in front of me.
what a jerk. Sounds
Yeah.
right.
What?
Yeah. Put my dollar.
I'll play Santa Claus.
Yeah. We're good.
We're good. We're good. Yeah.
We're good. All right, everybody good? They're everywhere. They're like in the rafters. Some of them are on rappel. They're just like hanging from the ceiling. All right. Let's talk about fractures just a little bit more. There's some splints called SAM splints out there, SAM. This is a mini version of it. This one will be for like a finger, right? If somebody fractures a finger, you can come in and you can splint them like this, right? Buddy tape together. You come over the top, right? If you have a dislocated or a fractured finger, they make bigger ones like this for the whole arm. I think that's great. I don't carry one personally, because I'm gonna find like sticks, PVC, and like whatever, tubing, stuff just everywhere. You know what I mean? So I usually don't carry a Samsung. If you want to carry one, I think that they're great. And you know, absolutely bring one. If you want to bring one, I might even have one in here that I can show you real quick. But it's not something that I carry in the field. I don't carry the Samsung in the field. I'm trying to cut down to as few items as possible most of the time. If I'm on an extended trip, in the backcountry, I might bring it then, or like if I'm responsible for a bunch of people who are going to be in the backcountry with me, I'd probably bring it then. Yeah, I don't think I have the faster side. But otherwise, I'm probably not going to bring the Sam splint. And I'm sorry, I don't think I have one. I thought I had one, but I guess I don't. All right, sorry for the letdown. Sam splints are okay. They form to like your arm, you know what I mean? You can put some padding. Then put your splinting material. If I was going to do a splint down here, I would grab this person's sweatshirt and their coat. I would steal their sweat. I would acquire their sweatshirt and their coat for padding, just like we're going to do right now. And then I'm looking around. I could probably use the bike pump for a rigid exoskeleton. What else could I use in here? What do you see? Could probably use a water bottle. Could probably cut some of the hosing off of these pumps. You could take the paddles apart and use those. Absolutely right. For a leg, they would be especially good, right? What else? What else?
Chairs.
Chairs. Really good job. You can rip the chairs apart, especially those. Down there, we'll use them. Let me put this back up. All right, I even see some hangers up here, and I see a foam noodle. So I'd actually probably use this. You know what I mean? I'd probably use this. Yeah. He knows what to do with it. And I cut it like this long, right? So it's about as long as the arm, and it gives him something to hold. And there's already a lot of padding on here, but I probably put like 2 or 3 of them with a lot of sweatshirt padding in here, right? And then I would have 2 or 3 of these, and I would ace bandage the whole thing. You could actually probably do it like this. Without even breaking it. Yeah. Boom. Just like this with a lot of padding on the inside, and then I would ace bandage over the whole thing and try to build them some support right here, right? Hey, sorry, yeah, please. Yep, of course. Sorry to take over the boat bar. Yeah. So pool noodle would be pretty good for improvised splinting. On that same note, you need lashings, right, to like tie everything together. And webbing, specifically cam straps. I had a good cam like right up here. Perfect size little cam. So I'm just like, yeah, right, you like a cam strap by a bunch of rap guys? That shit was gone. Right? I did have a real nice cam strap there.
On your gloves.
It's in the gloves? Yeah, good job. All right, cool. It's a 6-footer, man. Good cam. And it's rolled the right way. You guys know all about that by now, right?
No, we haven't touched cam straps.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Jack promise.
Good. All right. Thank God. This is the best little piece of lashing that you can get, and you river guides have them all the time and everywhere. They're really easy to use. It's just a buckle here that uses a lever-based locking system. So you press the lever, and it opens up these grippy teeth. You simply slide the cam strap through, and then it grips and bites. And they're like 1,500 pounds per square inch or something. They're pretty strong when you think about it. That's pretty strong. Great for holding gear on your truck, whatever, when you're taking your boat to the river. They're awesome for that. The real advanced raft guides who I train in like the 8-day classes, a lot of them will wear them as belts. You know, and they'll need to like tie it together or split. They'll be like, all right, here we go. You know, and they'll just rip the cam strap off that they've been wearing as a belt. Some of the real hardcore guys who've been doing this a long time. But cam straps are great for holding padding and splints together on humans. In fact, there's no better lashing than cam straps when it comes to building splints or support devices. You've got all a lot of them. Right?
Turn it into a tourniquet really easy too.
Yeah, really good job. Really, and we're going to talk about that. So when we do, maybe you could show us how to do that if you're comfortable with that. And after I put it through here, I mean, I would really want to make sure, you know what I mean, that it stayed. So I would probably do something else to secure the connection to the right? So we'll do that a little bit later. I'll put this right here for now. That's called a cam strap. The difference between fractures and like sprains and strains, you're going to have really specific like point tenderness of pain for fractures, where sprains and strains are going to be more in the joints. You know what I mean? Sprained wrist, sprained elbow, whatever, shoulder. Right? That happens in the joints. Strain versus sprain and strain, you don't really have to worry about like whether it's tendons or ligaments or muscles, but muscles and tendons get strained, ligaments get sprained. Whatever. So now you know. Okay. And we're going to treat those injuries differently. So for a fracture, we want to immobilize the whole extremity, right? If it's just a joint, maybe in the wrist or the elbow or the knee or the ankle, that's when we're going to want to use our ACE bandage. Has anybody ever had to use an ACE bandage to wrap up like a wrist before? Are you comfortable coming up and showing me how to do it? On somebody's one. Or just grab somebody over here. Grab a classmate and show me how to do it. Yeah.
Okay, we're just doing the wrist?
Just the wrist. And tell them what you're doing and why.
Alright, first like folding the end, that way it stays secure, and I'm like stretching it out, that way like it's tight,
Good.
Cause of pressure, and then I start to like wrap it around a couple times, and go down a little lower if it needs it.
Good.
I also use the hand just as like a gripping point, so like through the hand, and then like back around.
Very good. And he's stretching it out to tighten it.
Yeah.
But he's not putting it on so tight that her hand turns purple. I hope. And if he is, then we just adjust it at the end. Just check that capillary refill. You check circulation. Just ask your patient, hey, is this too tight? Is this okay? Is it too loose? Okay, let me just redo it. It takes 2 minutes. And then you secure it in place, right? Here's one way to do it. Sometimes they've got the teeth. Sometimes they don't have to hear the teeth. If you'd rather have the teeth, so you don't have to paper up.
Okay,
So you just use these little teeth, like he's talking about, to secure it. It gets secured, by putting the grippy side in to one and then the other. Make sense? Making sense? Good job. I want you all to do that right now. Okay? So just grab a partner. Cool. Grab a partner. The backhand, cool. Grab a partner. Grab a partner. Do the rest. Grab a partner. Cool. Dutch. Grab a partner. Cool. There's some teeth down there. I just need somebody. Who else needs one? You need one more out there? Good catch. Do we have enough? Somebody's going to get 2 wrist tapes.
Okay, no, we can
Okay.
have the wrist. I'll pull my sleeve.
Cool. Double shuffle. Good.
I love
Thanks everybody for coming to class. Hope you're not too drunk.
No, that's good. It's good.
All right, I hope you guys are doing this at home, right? Tape up a wrist, grab that ace bandage, tape up the wrist. Good job, styling, super styling. You want to ask your patient, how it feels. Oh, does that hurt? Is it too tight? Is it too loose? Right?
Great. This one, yeah, here we go. Let me tell you.
All right? Tight and sexy. You know this. That's right, A, B, C, D, E, F.
Pretty good, honestly. I would just say maybe try and avoid like laying it much because that can make it looser on you. But other than that, perfect.
Good job, everybody. Thanks for being in the class. Thanks for coming back. I know there were a bunch of you in there earlier. Oh, we've got Jesse Nagy in the house. Cool. Jesse is Joe's son. I worked with Jesse in Hagerstown. He's an awesome guy. Really glad to have you in the chat, brother. I told you these people are up in the rafters. They're everywhere. Whoops, sorry. I rotated you out. They're up in the boats. We're getting the knowledge however we can today.
Go where you want. Oh, okay. So I mean, we can definitely go back to that. And how was that? Yeah, because like I was saying, like, it's just really making sure it's not.
Yeah, it's just kind of like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of times when I put a splint on something, it does look like that. I mean, up right now. You really want to immobilize the joints. That's like both sides of the leg. So to like immobilize the wrist, you got to tie down on the hand, right? Because otherwise the wrist will move. It's tied down. So it's tie the tip down on the wrist. So the natural position of the hand is not like this. It's not like this. It's like this. So when I give them, when I build a splint, I give them something they can wrap their arm around so it's comfortable. Maybe a hammer. And then when I splint them, I bring their arm up here so they can heart the same swell. It mobilizes into the body. That's all good. That's probably why they look like they're holding something. Good question.
Technically, I always try to just start like jumping forward. So more else, whatever it is. Good job. So if you got like one wrap, maybe two wrap, and then you're working towards the wrist.
It's not like tiger. Well, I'm going to throw it right back to you because you got your knees.
Oh.
Don't worry, I got you. I'll roll it up and throw it back to you. Yeah, I got you, dude.
You know how to do this?
Good job. So when you do the knee, you can go from the bottom to the top, or you can go from the top to the bottom. You can leave a gap over the knee, or you can cover the knee completely. But the more you hike, the more it's going to want to fall apart. And come apart, so just try putting one on. Either way is fine and acceptable. Whatever's comfortable for your patient. It supports their knee. Oh, thank you. So usually, yeah, they're going to have it bent a little bit. Really good question. Straight or bent? So when you put on the ace bandage, it's pretty much straight, right? And then when you bend it, you've got that support. But if you do like a knee splint, we want to bend it at about 20 to 30 degrees because that's the position of comfort. So when I splint the knee, I would put like some gloves or a roll-up hat behind the knee, then put a bunch of padding, then my sticks. Good question.
Do you mean like rolled up, like where the
Yep.
just have it open?
Yep. Yep. Even behind it, so it sits like this, a little bit. And then I would put padding all the way around both sides. Then I would put my sticks like this. Two above a glove. Yeah, that's fine. If I can feel that, see how that works. It depends a lot on where his pain is. Like, a lot of times people have pain like right in the bottom of that quadricep right there. That'll work perfectly. If somebody's got like PCL pain, like in the back or just cross, you want that all the way up. right? It just depends. If this guy has, you're trying to hold a bandage on his patella, you know what I mean? I might go all the way over. I mean, yeah, that works perfectly for them. Does it feel supported? Yeah. It's cool. You're like, oh shit, what about here? Yeah, these things are like damage, you know? Yeah, you just lose them.
He's lost it like 3 times. It's so last inside, so I feel like I don't even have
Does it feel pretty supportive? Yeah, nice. Get the lunges on.
I'm curious.
Yeah, good. Really good. Cool.
How's that feel?
Good job, Casey. Good job. How's it feel? Does it feel supportive? I like to cover it first.
So you started
It
at the
doesn't
bottom
have
and
to.
then moved up.
I started at the top.
Oh, okay.
We it's on the side. You know what I mean? That's how I do it. People wrap it the other way, they feel great.
Yeah, I would grab like that.
Yeah, and a lot of people leave that little gap. So when you're moving on it, right, it's already open. And does it feel nice and supportive? That's awesome. Good job.
Oh, like do it on the.
Yeah, in the space where it's moving, tell them about it.
Yeah, I mean, I just start with like a weird X at the back. So if I start at if I'm wrapping at that back end, starting to grab at the back, putting it at a weird fucking angle so it has enough to go under.
Yeah, unless there's like something specifically right here that's like messed up, like it kind
Makes
of
a weird X. What's the easiest way you should
this.
One more. Yes. We're going to do ankles. Ankles next. Once you've done the knees, once you've done the wrists, then do an ankle. Do your buddy's
see
ankle.
your ankle.
Yeah, go smell those nasty trotters.
Exactly.
Get back on the boat.
Yeah, you patch up, buddy.
Now you're good.
It works. You know, it doesn't really matter how it looks as long as it works.
Very well said. Guys, thanks for hitting that like button. I know we had to do 2 videos today, and I apologize for that. You know, we're just trying to get the knowledge onto the people the best we can. I'm really glad that you're here. If you guys have any questions for me, put them in right now. I'm happy to answer any questions here from the group online, and then I'll go talk to the guys. Hit me with your questions. What do you want to know?
It's probably way easier. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
All right, put your questions down if you have them. Starting to rain out here, so I might have to move you guys inside in a minute. I just want to make sure that you can see kind of what we're doing here and how we're doing it. If anybody has questions, throw them in the chat for me. I'm looking. Do I want to move to Missouri? Yeah, sure. I'll move to Missouri. Why not? Can I bring a convoy? That's got to be, is that Jesse Nagy right there? What if you don't have an ace bandage? You got to improvise. You can use like a t-shirt or, right? You can use a triangle bandage, right? You could use a bed sheet that you cut up, whatever you can find.
Yeah.
You would say it's even comfortable. Good. Good job. Great job. What are some alternatives to tourniquets? Great question. Hemostatic agent. We're going to talk about bleeding in a minute here. We're doing the bone stuff. Then we're going to do the bleeding stuff in just a minute. Porcupine quills. How do you take them out with your Leatherman? What other questions you got? It depends on where the porcupine quill is and how long it is. I mean, man, I saw some giant desert porcupines when I was deployed. I don't know if you guys ever saw them, but the quills are like that long on these things. And yeah.
the face.
The day your dog got castrated, he got hit in the face with porcupine quills.
Porcupine quills and his balls cut off.
Oh.
The same day.
That's the
I
worst
thought
day ever.
That's the worst day ever.
You've had a
Yeah,
bad
this
day.
castration is the same thing.
No!
Yes, it is. Is it? Removal of balls.
Oh.
No, it's not the whole package.
Okay.
It's just the.
Yeah. Why we cover that in this medical program.
I was really concerned for a second. What are you doing with your dog?
Yeah. You're doing your dog, man.
No,
That
dude,
didn't fix anything.
it was such a bad day.
Oh.
Right before we go, he's just like, oh, Porky.
Oh,
Poor
shit.
guy. At least you're going to bed anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we saved money. We didn't have to, we saved money.
It was one trip, 2 pills.
So, I know you're taking his balls, but this happened too.
That'll
That'll work.
Like 2 hours.
Oh, that's true.
We should have a little more fun.
Poor dog. Poor dog. Is that dog doing better now?
Oh, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, licking his empty sack. Poor dog.
It's just that for his kids.
Yeah.
That saves him some money.
Yeah, you got him out of some trouble, I think. You never know with puppies. All right, good job. So, what if you don't have an ace bandage? What can you use? Sweatshirt, good job. Or t-shirt, something was in the last listing. Good job. Yeah. What else can I use? Socks, sure. I love it. Yeah, anything that's going to provide compression, right? Anything that's going to provide some compression. That's the goal of this. All right, good job. If you can't tuck it, tuck it.
I'll wrap it for you.
When you know when you got them wrapped up, I'll take donations. Good job.
There you go.
Can you sink it?
Oh.
That was it. Oh, I was trying to be the backboard.
What kind of bee is bad at flying? I got one. Kobe.
All right, you have to figure out like grab my kids. Yeah, good job, Alabama. Yeah. You're always wrong with these things. Everybody's saying about the campfire.
I like activities, right?
Yeah.
Always rolling.
I had a young woman in one of my classes. She was working at ABA. Actually, she had grants and stuff, and we were teaching a woofer class. And every time we talked about a different language, she'd take a stance, you know. She'd like take her story post and say, "So, this one time we were smoking a spliff, and like my friend caught the fire. Oh, this one time we were smoking a spliff, and like my friend wrecked her mountain bike. And this one time we were, and I was like, spliff, and she's like, how did you know?" Tell me. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with the choices there. I'm just saying that's how everyone. But this is how I got injured. Stories. Good job. You did great. Good job. Good job. All right. So that's what I would do if somebody had like a sprain or a strain to a joint. We would try to immobilize it. We would use the acronym RICE. Rest, ice, compression, elevation, right? Try to immobilize it, try to cool it down so it doesn't swell so you can get the person out of the wilderness. Right? Does that make sense? Cool. So that's like the broken bone stuff. We're going to talk about the bleeding stuff in just a minute, but we've got to do some like class type things, like little whatever things first. So we're going to hit some of those. First, asthma. Does anybody here have asthma? Ever had asthma? Are you comfortable talking about it? For a couple of days. Breathe in. So asthma is a restricted airway disease, right? And what was it like for you? What did it feel like if you couldn't breathe well? That's it. That's what's going on, right? His airways are all tightened up. With asthma, with an asthma attack, they can breathe in oxygen, no problem. But blowing off that CO2, that's the problem. It's because of the alveoli, the little fingery things in the lungs where the gases get exchanged. They get kind of clogged up, right? Restricted looked up. What's that high-pitched noise when somebody who's having an asthma attack is trying to breathe and that high-pitched noise is coming out? What's that called? Wheezing. Yeah, what's it sound like? Anybody do it? Yeah. So if you hear that, right, and you see the person struggling to breathe, it's like, oh shoot, they're having an asthma attack. I need to do something for them. What's the best thing to give to somebody who has asthma, who's having an asthma attack? Freaking inhaler. Yeah, what did you say? Just sort of hit him a little. Yeah, albuterol, or metered dose inhaler. I heard somebody say albuterol. That's good to go, right? So, a metered dose inhaler, rescue inhaler is what we want people to take for a rescue inhaler. Sometimes they'll have like a space or like a tube in front of that to help the medication get down into their lungs or whatever. Can you tell us how to take a rescue inhaler? How to use it? Who's it? Break that thing out. Sorry to put you on the spot. Cool. So this is the best thing we can do. Yeah, just hold it up, show us how it works. Yeah, the medication's in that tube right there. You don't have to waste the spray. When you remove the mouthpiece, right? Shake it out hard. Good. Take a deep breath with the inhaler while you compress the medication tube right into the delivery mechanism. Spray it out. Exactly right. Good. So we want to help people take their rescue inhaler when they're having an asthma attack so they can breathe, right? What if they don't have their inhalers? Yeah, come on. Sit them up. I like that. You breathe better when you're sitting up. Open up your lungs. I like that. Good. That's what you were going to say too? All right, there are a few things we can do. Tell us, nurse. Try to blow off that CO2. Yeah. Some other things that we can do are just immediately calm the patient down. Everybody's freaking out here. You've been running around, you're climbing hill, and your heart's going fast, right? Oh, shit, I'm having an asthma attack. Your heart's going to be going fast. If you can reduce the heart rate, you can reduce the respiratory rate. They're best friends. One goes up, the other one goes up. One goes down, the other one goes down. All right, so get the heart rate down by getting the respiratory rate down. Get the respiratory rate down by getting the heart rate down. So calming them down is the first and most important thing. You can have them do pursed lips, exhale as well. Instead of, why would I maybe want them to do that? Any physicists in the room, maybe figure out why I would want to do like a pursed lips, exhale. They're having trouble blowing off CO2 because of what's going on in the alveoli, like that mucus right there. Yeah. Explain yourself. Exactly right. Good job.
It creates more air pressure. It makes air pressure from up the cellulose, so then it's focused out and it goes.
Exactly right. So it builds up the back pressure in the mouth, which builds up back pressure in the trachea, in the throat, which builds up back pressure in the bronchioles, which builds up back pressure in the alveoli, which helps unstick that mucus that's sticking them together. It's not like gases or discharge. So you see like blow up the paper bag, people have told you that's just to get you to focus on exhaling, blowing off that CO2. So calm them down, sit them up, pursed lips, exhale. Really helps. That helps me when I'm climbing up mountains. I do that. That helps me exchange gases better. You're not out of air as much when you're climbing up the mountain. So I do that. Long, slow pursed lips, exhale. Same thing when I'm on the pack, whatever it is. Long, slow pursed lips, exhale. That works really well. Just come right through. If you need to go through, no problem. Sorry to be in your way. You can also like compress the chest as they breathe out. You know, as they breathe out, you can squeeze them right here to help blow off that CO2. You can do that like 3 times. Also give them like a bear hug from behind. Across the front. Bear hug. Get that CO2 out of here. Right? Get that oxygen back there. Does that make sense? Cool. That's satisfying. You might have people, have you ever had people with you? Anybody here not a first year RAF guy? You're not. Everybody else first year guy? Okay. Do you ever have anybody with like COPD or anything come out on your trips, or are they mostly?
I do aerial stuff, and I do not know what COPD is.
Okay, breathing disorder from folks who like smoke their
Oh,
whole lives
those,
or whatever. It's chronic tightening of the breathing tubes, essentially, that make it tough to breathe. They might be on oxygen, like on a nasal cannula, that plastic tube that goes in the nose or whatever. If you have anybody like that, yeah, just make sure you know what's up and work with them. They're going to be there too.
So COPD then it's chronic, so they're that bad all the time. It doesn't.
Chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. Yep, they're always bad. And if they do like exercise or if they get their heart rate up, it's going to be even worse for them because they're going to be trying to struggle to breathe and compensate. You might have to turn that flow up a little bit on the road too. Usually they're on oxygen on a nasal cannula on 0 to 6 liters per minute of oxygen. Sucks. Lifestyle choices, right? You make choices. You deal with them. I'll lose you guys. You're going to fall asleep. Sorry. Go on, get to doing stuff later. All right. That's asthma. That's like breathing disorders. Other breathing disorders can happen at altitude. We'll talk about altitude in a minute. First, let's talk about heat-related injuries. Heat-related injuries. Has anybody here ever been like really dehydrated before? Have you seen anybody who's been really dehydrated? I know I have. Yeah. What's it feel like?
Because like eventually you stop sweating, so it's dry.
Yeah, cool. So dry mouth. Yeah, exactly right. Thirsty. Dry mouth. What else? Yep.
You get really stupid, kind of like brain is all kind of foggy.
Foggy brain. You get dumb. Yeah. Tunnel vision. Good job. What are other signs and symptoms of dehydration? Yeah, like clammy hands or whatever. You're still sweating a little bit, you know, when you're dehydrated. For sure, you're working all your hydration out. Yeah, when you stop sweating, that's a little bit further down on the chart. You definitely should. Dehydration. Yeah, or like orange urine, right? Really, really yellow or like orange urine. Anybody here ever gone to Valley? You know, there's a big peak where everybody goes to outside of the camp. So it's just like orange, huge circle because everybody's dehydrated. Yeah, Denali Peak. So hydrate. Yep. Hydrate. Like you be warmer too. Help you move your stasis. Cool. Yeah, dehydration. So bad judgment, headache, blurred vision, thirst, dry mouth, right? Headache for me as well, right? Cracked lips, dry cracked lips, etc. Right? Dehydration. We need how much water do we need every day? Do you guys know? Yeah, there's one formula that talks about that, and then I've got kind of like a base level that everybody should have too. You know what that formula is?
64 ounces.
Maybe it's like take your body weight divided in half and that many ounces. So that might work for you. So maybe like body weight, cut it in half, that many ounces. For at least 2 liters for everybody every day at like sea level. The first half a liter, like that first bottle, that big, wherever that half liter bottle is, I call that. This much every morning is what it takes to perfuse your kidneys and your liver, your filtration organs. If you don't have this much water every day, your system's already running like out of oil, out of gas, out of diesel, however you want to think about it. If you don't have one of those in your body every morning, your filtration organs aren't going to work properly. If you're having a cup of coffee, you're getting like 50, 75% of that value in water. You know what I mean? You're not getting that whole cup of water. You're still getting some water, but you're not getting a full cup of water, right? In coffee. So that's dehydration. If that progresses, has anybody done like trips in the summer? Or like maybe worked in a summer camp or guided? What does that progress to when people are really starting to get loopy?
Start to shake.
Yeah, really good job. So heat stroke is down here, and there's one in between. And yeah, you start to shake. Good job. Who said it? Good job. Heat exhaustion. Really good job. Heat exhaustion. So how is dehydration different than heat exhaustion in your experience?
Dehydration is kind of just like the thought of like, oh, I need a drink.
Yeah.
And then the heat exhaustion is like, holy shit, I don't have really much liquid or water in my body left. And
Yeah.
Heat stroke is like, it's fucking gone.
Now I'm having seizures. Yeah, yeah, exactly right. And you've seen this a lot in the Marine Corps, I'm sure. And I bet you guys have seen this. Whenever the guys in formation who are standing there, maybe the legs get locked down, maybe they're just out in the sun too long, maybe they got hammered the night before. Am I getting close to home here?
Oh, yeah.
Has this been
Oh,
used
yeah.
before? Yeah,
Many times.
you know how it feels.
Oh,
Yeah, right in here. And I think that, like, when I was deployed and everything, they would chronically push us, like, beyond heat exhaustion. Like, bright red skin, like, hair standing up on your arms, like, completely dry, you know. You're wearing gear, you're wearing sappy plates, and you got 270 rounds, you know, plus your pistol, plus extra rounds for that, plus explosives and things. And, you know, that's a heavy load. Long pants, long shirt, you know what I mean? Boots, helmet.
Consider it heavy as shit and uncomfortable.
That's right. That's right. So, like, you're chronically pushing yourself into here, beyond here, I think. You know, like, we would clear houses and then, like, we'd drop our pants. We'd sit on the couch and try to cool down because it was just so hot. We'd have people on the roof and be like, you'd have a squad of Marines with no pants on, just trying to cool down, you know. Sorry, it gets weird. So, I don't have to tell you about that. So, yeah, heat exhaustion is worse because you start to have cognitive difficulty as well. You start to make bad decisions. You know, a 21-year-old female carried the 20-year-old male into my campsite. He was between heat exhaustion and heat stroke. At first, he was in heat stroke because he went unresponsive. And that's how we tell the difference, right? How conscious, how responsive is the person, all right? What's their level of consciousness? So here you get like nausea, headaches, tunnel vision, upset stomach, cramping, right? All that stuff is going on down here with heat exhaustion. Maybe like red skin, maybe piloerection, the hair standing up on your arms, whatever, like chills and goosebumps even though you're hot, you know? That stuff's going on down here with heat exhaustion. If that progresses and gets worse, right? Dehydration leads to heat exhaustion. Heat exhaustion leads to heat stroke, right? It progresses. If it gets to heat stroke, essentially what's happening is like the proteins in your brain are unraveling, they're denaturing.
Cooking your brain.
Yeah, literally you're cooking your brain. Exactly right. It starts at like 104 degrees, 104 to 107 degrees, like you're incurring brain damage. Your client, your patient is incurring brain damage. When I've seen these people, they've been bright red, I mean red like this. They've been shaken, full seizures. I've seen these people having seizures a lot of times. Pounded, red, seizing, you know, often sunburned too, right? They often have sunburn along with this. And yeah, just absolutely exhausted. The way that we treat any of this is to give them freaking water. Really good job. You're a winner. So give them water if they're dehydrated. But your body's going to start to tell you, but at least 2 liters, right? If you're in charge of other people, you can like monitor their intake, you know, make sure they're hydrating appropriately. You guys do that, right? Yeah. So leading to heat exhaustion, you can still work through heat exhaustion, but you really need to rest, right? You need to hydrate, you need to get in the shade, you need to cool your body temperature down, which isn't an issue today, obviously. But if we needed to cool our body temperatures down, how could we do that rapidly? What's a good way to cool down temperature? An ice bath is a great way to do it. You have a bunch of ice. Maybe you're the river's right there and it's cold. Yeah, here's the river. And cool somebody down. Great, both of you, awesome. What's another way to do it if I say I don't have a bunch of ice?
If you have light, long sleeve layers to get the sun directly off, I know it's layers.
No, good.
Like some sort of sun protection that's not.
Like those fishing shirts. Those SPF fishing shirts. Exactly right. Good. You know what? A lot of time in the backcountry, there are people with 4-wheel drive trucks, campsites, and people drink freaking adult beverages right out there, and they have coolers that are full of ice. And you can make a tarp, right? You can tarp, put it between 4 logs, so it creates like a pool, like a hot tub. You know, lay the tarp over the 4 logs, put the ice in there, put some river water in there, put it in, so it's not more often than absolutely happen. Good idea on the long layers. All right, so keep the sun off. Let me come here and then I'll go up top side.
Okay. Did them into shaded area or
Yeah,
area.
good. Getting into like a cave,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
A cool shaded area. Really
Yeah.
good job.
If you can get them indoors, if you're in that area,
Yeah.
then you can do that. But obviously, we're talking about backwoods, so that's probably not an option. So getting them under a tree or
Perfect.
a bush or whatever. I did have one quick question.
Come on.
The ice bath,
Yeah.
like especially if you're like in like a heat stroke type situation, you wouldn't necessarily want to put somebody directly in that.
And never face first, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to kind of The only time we want to rapidly and aggressively cool somebody is when they have heat stroke, and it's because they're suffering brain damage.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So otherwise, yeah, we do it slower. In the
Okay.
McPick course,
Sorry.
just go right through. I'm really sorry to be in your way here. The medical care person in charge course for the Coast Guard McPick course. They teach some Native American medicine where they're like, take off the socks and the shoes and the boots and put their feet down in cold sand. And like cool the feet off first, and then do the armpits and work your way up like that. So those are all good techniques.
Okay. I was just curious because I thought I had heard that like, extreme hot to immediately linked to extreme cold can be problematic.
It can be.
Sure.
It sure can be. We never want to shock the body with extremes. So you're absolutely right there. The only exception to that rule is when the person is dying,
Okay.
right? When the proteins in their brain are denatured, are unraveling. So we have to like rapidly and immediately do something.
Cool them down.
You know,
Okay.
you actually get the meeker patient for that. Physically. I'll tell you about that in just a moment. Yeah, you had something to add.
Yeah.
Cooling people down.
Well, not in the back, but I always put like a bruise on my wrist.
Yeah.
Do that just because regular bloodstream is
Good. Very good.
like that. I also have a question because I always heard you're dehydrated. Does it need more salts? It's kind of like
You gotta have salts with the water. Yep, we're gonna talk about that in just a moment. Yep, you gotta have the salts or you're gonna seize. At the same time, if you drink too much water, you urinate out all your salts, you're gonna seize too. You know, it's called hyponatremia. So we're talking about both of those. Yeah, absolutely, we need salts with our water. Salt sugar. So, other way to do it is to like take your buff or your bandana, soak that in the river, right, and then put that on so it's sitting on your carotid arteries and your jugular veins. That way, all the blood that goes to your head gets cooled down, and then all the blood that drops back into your heart, so 20% of the blood into your head at all times, is cooled down. So I like to put something around my neck and a buff that I've soaked in water. It rapidly cools me down. Also, you can take a buff or a bandana or a bandage and put it on, get it wet, put it on your head, then put your hat on. You get like a micro shade environment. I might do a lot of desert conditions, like a long way doing that. I think that's really, really helpful. Create that little micro shade environment for your head. Question was related to salt intake. Really good question. Yes, right? Like we essentially want to be making like Gatorade for ourselves in the backcountry and not just only drinking water. You can do that with like 8 tablespoons of sugar and 1 tablespoon of salt. 8 teaspoons of sugar and 1 teaspoon of salt in like a liter bottle or whatever and shake that up. You can make your own Gatorade, get it with flavor or whatever. But if you don't have enough electrolytes, you'll seize. Like you'll have seizures if you don't have enough electrolytes. You get your electrolytes like through salts, powder bars, things like that. So make sure you get your salts in your system, salt your food. You know what I mean? When you're on multi-day expeditions, that kind of stuff, you got to keep your salt intake up. You're going to drop 100%. I had a good friend of mine, a Marine, who had a seizure. His potassium levels were real low. And that was mine. So, yeah. He had cancer. So, yeah, absolutely. And I think we've all been working into it many, many times. The military just continuously push you to this level between heat exhaustion and heat stroke, so that when the rubber meets the road right on deployment, you can push through it and work through it, while our competitors really can't. But yeah, it's very deliberate training, I think, to push us past that boundary over and over and over again, so we can just operate. But yeah, man, it's bad, right? And what do they do to Marines who fall out in formation?
Fuck them up more.
They fuck them up more, yeah, because they go to 58 medical. But yeah, they'll take like a thermometer and they'll pop it in your ass in front of everybody. So pull your pants down, and give you the silver bullet. It's called. Pop that thermometer for a rectal temperature in front of everyone, and it's just to be like, drink water, and you won't get stuff stuck in your butt in front of hundreds of guys. Just drink water. So sorry about that. Sorry to be a little bit coarse with that, but that's like a deliberate training methodology. It's pretty cool. Drink water when you stick things in the butt in front of people. Yeah, you're not gonna live it down for a while. Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Yeah.
It's the fastest gasoline thing. You're fucking screens. Oh, Tom, that I'm fucking mullet.
Not that that's happened to anybody. We know. But yeah, I'd be on trip. That would be tough. passes out in the formation, and somebody like appears from behind, like drags it back.
Oh, I had a Marine change command.
Those are the worst.
Boom!
Yeah.
Knocked out his 4 for 6 years, front 16 gone. And like he got up and we were like, dude, we had to shake his feet, like bash his face and wake him up. We had to shake his feet. And we're like, what did you do? He's like, I locked my knees, but I haven't drank water for about like the last 3 days. Like,
Yeah, you learned that lesson. You learned that lesson.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's about the longest you know about water. It's 3 days. You know, 3 or 4 days, you're pretty much drying out, right? All right, so that's what heat exhaustion is. It's often accompanied by seizures, red skin. It's that internal body temperature of above 104. Proteins in your brain are unraveling. You got to rapidly cool these people. This is the only time you can like hit, slap your patient. And the way that we do that is anybody having a tough neck? You having a tough neck?
Okay. Oh, wait.
I'm going to slap you right here and try to turn my arm red.
Okay.
It's okay.
Are you sure?
Oh, son of a. You know how to do it. You gotta cut your hand a little so it makes that loud noise.
Oh, I can do it real hard if you want.
No, you don't know how to slap it. You see how it's red? Why is it red?
I know straight up.
Alright, so it's red. You always cap it a little, right? So you get that loud cussive. Alright, good. See how it's red?
Sorry,
Oh, I'm
Oh,
that's
yes,
smart. Before it happened, that was the best part. What's your name? I'm kidding. I'm still getting off on this. Why is it red? I'm weird. Why is it red? Because the blood comes up to the surface, right? So you get to slap your patient who's having in heat stroke. You can slap him in these big muscle groups, right? Like big muscle groups, slap him. Turn it red. That was actually a pretty good one. You have to do that.
I see those fingers.
Do you see what this guy did to me? Can you guys see that? All right, you see how it's red on my arm? Everybody, all right, that's the blood coming back up to the skin, okay? So when that happens, good job. When that happens on the body, that's when you throw water on. All right, so you slap their muscle groups to get the blood up close to the skin. Then you throw cold water on. That way the blood and the water are closest to each other, right? It's not deep in the muscle tissue, it's right up on the surface. Slap the hell out of them, throw water on them, right? And then fan them aggressively. That way you're using convection and conduction at the same time. So fan them aggressively after you throw water on them, that's after you slap the hell out of them. Make sense? For heat stroke. Yep, for heat exhaustion, hydrate, feed, and rest them. Hydration, food, and rest. Okay, cool. Any questions on this stuff? Alright, you've seen this before, I imagine. You'll definitely see it this summer. You'll definitely see it, right? That's the heat related injury. I know it's kind of cold out today, so we'll talk about the cold related stuff too. Two different types of illness injury that we're going to talk about, illness and injuries related to the cold. Can you guess what they are? Hypothermia
Frostbite.
and frostbite, exactly right. Which one do you want to talk about first? Hypothermia, cool, because we all have it. Right now, good to go. So hypothermia is just too low thermia, temperature. Hypo, too low, right? We just talked about hyperthermia. Now we're talking about hypo, too low thermia. And that happens, right, in a couple of different ways. There are a couple different types of hypothermia. There's shell hypothermia, which is like an ice fisherman, right, on the ice, whatever, the ice breaks, he or she falls through. Their whole body gets soaked wet, right? And if you want to go and teach at one of those 4-letter survival schools, that's like how the instructor training starts. From what I've heard, it's like, okay, did you go, you have all your clothes on, you're on the side of the creek, go ahead and jump in. Go ahead and crawl your ass out, build a shelter, and if you're alive tomorrow, you can continue to train. You know, from what I've heard, that's how that one works. So shell hypothermia is when you just, boom, you're all wet, all the sun, all cold on the outside. That kills people because they can't use their motor skills to like warm up again. You know what I mean? That's different from what we're all experiencing right now, which is called chronic hypothermia. Chronic hypothermia is when you're exposed to cold over time, and you slowly get like colder and colder and colder and colder, and you get less functionality over time. I'll give us a break for like from blue or whatever. We'll finish this up. So that's chronic hypothermia, different from shell hypothermia. Either way, I was going to ask Luke, he was in the class last time, but maybe some of you guys know. What do you think the first thing to start to go away is with hypothermia? So you think it's like movement and being able to use your extremities. Okay, what do you think? Yeah, that happens at the end when you die naked, right? Naked and cold next to all your gear. It's called paradoxical undressing. I'll talk to you about that. First thing we go. Yeah, that's it. Compensation. So your body's starting to compensate, right? For how it's holding. I thought you were going to say one more thing with that. About what starts to go.
Common sense.
Yeah, your common sense and your cognitive ability. I was going to get one of those two. I'll take it. Yeah, you're good. And your body is compensating. You're exactly right. Vasoconstriction in the extremities to try to flood your core with warm, sugary blood. You're exactly right. So when that happens, your judgment is the first thing to go. So when people start to get cold, they start to get dumb. No disrespect, right? So cold brain is a dumb brain. If somebody has a hat, always get their hat on. If their feet are cold, hey, put a hat on. You lose a lot of your body temperature, right? Your body heat out of your head, right? Dress like an onion. Put lots of layers on it. I like how all you guys have layers on, right? So, hey, dress like an onion. Put layers on. Good job. That way you can just feel more fresh as you need to. Once you get down into like the mid-90s, that's where motor skills start to go. So your motor skills aren't going away at first with hypothermia. Maybe if you have frostbite too, that might affect it, right? But with hypothermia, it's your judgment. It goes first, your ability to think, to make good decisions, to keep yourself out of trouble. That's kind of gone away. After your judgment goes, then you're starting to see your motor skills start to go. When you're in the mid to low 90s for your core body temperature, you have what's called the umbles, which is like you fumbling with things, mumbling, shivering so hard, right? You're shivering so hard at this point in like the low 90s that your body burns off all your stored sugar over here in your liver. All your glycogen. You're burning off like a 24-hour supply in like 4 or 5 hours. When your body temperature is down in the mid 90s, you're like burning all your sugar full blast, right? Trying to warm yourself up. Right? So your body's trying to warm yourself up. Once we get to the low 90s into the high 80s, you've got people starting to adopt the fetal position and just sort of give up. The most motivated individuals are still going to crawl towards their goal at that time. When you're at like 86 degrees core body temperature, you're in what's called a metabolic ice box. Metabolic ice box, where like you're essentially just like a frozen little piglet, you know what I mean, in a freezer. You're not doing very well for yourself at this time. As your body temperature continues to drop,
No, it's funny.
Right? As your body temperature continues to drop, everything is slowing down. Your heart rate is slowing down. Your respiratory rate is slowing down, right? Your body's closed itself off. All the veins and blood vessels and arteries in your extremities to try to flood your core with hot blood, And we talked about the undressing, paradoxical undressing. I was talking about Dr. Bernie Hamlet, and he's in the U.S. Army's manual, citing about this stuff. I met him. He trained the doctor who trained me. And I asked him about that. I'm like, Dr. Hamlet, what do you think paradoxical undressing is? What causes that? Medically. He's like, well, like you said, this compensation has been happening where the body shuts off all the blood flow to the extremities to flood the core with hot warm blood. He's like, in the last thirds of life, that vascular elasticity gives out. You can't maintain that vascular elasticity, shutting off your extremities forever. Eventually, it just lets go. Like, when you run out of sugar, you roll it off. That lets go, that sends that last little bit of warm, sugary blood to your core. You start feeling hot, you start feeling motivated, going towards your goal, you know where you're going, you gotta hurry, you're taking your clothes off because you're hot, and then you're maybe dead and unresponsive.
There's a phrase that I heard in biology class. You're not dead, you're normal dead.
Yeah, that's the next thing. Yeah, especially with CPR. Like, you don't do CPR on hypothermic patients. Never do CPR on hypothermic patients. Elevated potassium levels around their heart. You put it in the deep. I'll tell you about it later. But just never do it. You kill them. You love to handle a hypothermia patient. When we find somebody in the wilderness who's suffering from hypothermia, we want to gently put them in a hypothermia wrap. trying to like bring them to the hospital. We never like pronounced it dead because it might be very, very hard to feel a pulse or to feel breathing. Your heart rate might only be a couple minutes a day. That's for you might get 1 or 2 respirations per minute. Normally it's like 1. You know what I mean? So when people are suffering hypothermia, all their systems are shutting down. Yeah. And so someone's not dead until they're warmly dead. But first, when you find somebody who's really had hypothermia for a while, they're unresponsive, you can't find a pulse, we don't declare them deceased. We would still put them in a hypothermia raft and try to bring them in to the hospital. Hypothermia, we gotta warm ourselves up from the inside and from the outside. If you take my multi-day class, I would induce hypothermia on you. You can do it here. Strip one of you down and just throw you in that river for a few minutes, and then have you stand up in the wind. I get you real cold in like 5 minutes. I do this with all the rafting companies. I've done it here many, many times. I've done it in Granite many times. I trained Noah's Ark rafting, and I'm throwing people like blocks of ice going by. I've had them in there, you know what I mean, with like a PFD, safety line, safety striker, whole tank person. It's really fun to watch these people try to function after I use like a 30 on them. Yeah, I think that's what they're for. You should put on briefly a barrel of whiskey. I'll make you a lot more money than all the rest of the thing. Yeah, you want to warm you up from the inside. So like, and something sugary, like sickly sweet, sugary, warm beverages. One of the best things you can do is like heat up some water in your jet boil and dump a thing in Jello in there. It's like really sickly sweet. When I recreate in the winter, I always have to make a Jello in my bag. For that reason alone. Stolen Jello. It's the best thing. Hot chocolate is good. When you get coffee, right, because of the caffeine, it's diuretic too, right? I'm trying to hydrate them, and I'm trying to get them sugar. Hot sugar water, honey water, whatever you got. Yep, hot sugary beverages. Sickly sweet. Like dump sugar into sugar water. You know what I mean? Really sugary water. And I want them to start to build a fire from the inside to warm themselves up. So they can start to come back. You start with like the little things, right? You can rub sugar or glucose on their gums. You can give them some candy bars, real sugar candy bars. You can give them some honey, straight up honey, whatever. Just start to get their glucose, fructose up. That's up. Give them some freaking orange juice with 2 inches of sugar in it. You know? Maybe that'll be good. Yes, sir.
Speaking of fire from the inside, whenever I go snowboarding, I'll bring some fireballs.
Yeah. Yeah, so you put your wicker jacket on. That's not how it goes. Yeah, that's 100% good to go. In fact, in the medical journals, in the state of New Hampshire, it says for hypoglycemia, give 1 ounce of New Hampshire maple syrup. In Vermont, it says give 1 ounce of Vermont maple syrup. So maple syrup or maple syrup, is great for that. It's a great way to do it. Yep. And I mean, even pine trees put out resin. You can munch on, they're great for filling like dental cavities, for making adhesive. But you can munch that stuff. It's even really fresh. Sap that comes out. Right, there are a lot of trees that put that out. You can just munch right up the tree. You get the saps. Really good. All right, so we give them sugar, sickly sweet sugary stuff. We try to get their energy up. We also we can put warm layers on them, right? To warm them up, we put clothes on, put a hat on, double wrap the head, double wrap the feet, whatever, make sure they're warm and dry. If somebody has gone into the water, one of your customers perhaps goes into the water, and they're wet, and they're cold, you need to build what's called a hypothermia raft. And to build a hypo raft, you want to help me with this? Thanks, dude. Thanks, just lay it down. To build a hypo raft, we would lay out the top like this, and then we would go and get toggle pads. We would get extra warming layers. We would lay all this stuff out. We would get sleeping bags if we had it, right? We would put all that inside the tarp, inside an inclusive barrier, waterproof, windproof barrier. It's going to trap the heat in, right? So the job of this tarp is to wrap. It's the outer layer of the burrito to hold everything in. We're making a human burrito to treat hypothermia. So my patient comes out of the river, they get naked, they get dried off, they get warm clothes put on them, dry clothes put on them. If we don't have any dry clothes, they go into hypovac naked, right? If I had sleeping pads, I'd lay them out right here. Boom, then I put the sleeping bag. I'll bring a sleeping bag over after lunch, right? And we can actually build one. If I have extra layers, all these extra layers go in and on the person, especially under the person. You lose 2/3 of your heat into the ground. So you need to insulate between the freaking ground and the person. All right? Really good. Yeah, collect some duff, some branches, some grass, some leaves. Perfect. Perfect, right? So pile that up underneath or put it on the inside and make a Sasquatch sleeping bag. Right? Whatever you want to do. Then I put the person in, if their feet are here, I fold this over their feet to keep their feet warm. And then I just wrap them up like a human burrito. That's why we call it that. Right? I wrap them up. They're in here. And then if I've made it this way, I can take this and I can make like a little hood for them. If there's inclement weather, I can make a hood. But they're in this with sleeping bags in there, with extra layers in there, in dry clothes in here. And I wrap the whole person in a tarp. And that really traps the heat in. Then I take the tarp and I put it in the damn sun. Right? I see people do this a lot. And they're like in the shade of a big tree. And I'm like, 5 feet this way. And you got like all the radiation of the sun and like fusion to warm you up. Right? Over here, you're in the shade. So just pull them over and get them in the sun so they can be warmed up with radiation as well. If you have hand warmers, crack the hand warmers, throw them in there with the person. On the chest, in the groin, right, on the hands, and by their feet. Their feet are going to be so cold. Another way to do it is to heat up water in like an algae, boil water, pour it in an algae, maybe put a t-shirt over it, and put that down in the hypo wrap again. They're going to want something by their feet, in the groin area, and up on the chest, like with their hands. They're going to want external heat sources in there to help, okay, to help warm this whole thing up. Another thing you can have them do is feed them and beat them. But beat them like a drill instructor. Don't actually beat them. That's just for heat strokes. Have them run in place, have them do high knees, have them do side straddle hops to whip the blood down, into their fingertips. So have them exercise and get warm. You can have somebody in the sleeping bag that the hypothermia patient's going to go into, just like doing bunny hops. Putting all of his or her body heat into that bag. But then take them out. Never put 2 people in a hypothermia rack together. It's just like cuddling with an ice sculpture. There's going to be heat transfer there. You don't want that to happen. I don't want 2 cold down patients. I just want 1 cold down patient. So warm up the bag, boom. Then put your patient in there. Make sure their head is double wrapped, their feet are double wrapped. I've seen people take a hiking backpack and then put it over the feet to act as an extra layer or whatever. Yeah.
So this happens a lot in the climbing world, but let's say you and your partner get the night and it's really cold and you both are like hypothermic. Would a homo huddle be good and use that? Sleeping back together?
A homeostasis huddle.
Yeah.
Is what you mean by that.
Yeah.
To ensure homeostasis continues. I would never be found dead like that. I might. Depends on the guy. Let me put it that way. It's going to depend on my climbing partner, I think.
Yeah, but if there's nobody there to help you both out, be an option.
If all your clothes are naked, that's why you need to be naked. Otherwise, you have all your dry, warm clothes on.
Okay.
The purpose of which is to keep you warm.
I was
You just want permission to get naked. And that's fine. You're encouraged to do so. But I never want to cuddle with another person, especially if there's severe hypothermia going on, because one of your body temperatures is going to drop down. If one of you's 70, one of you's 90, you're both going to end up at 80 over time. And I don't want that to happen. You might have to cuddle with a buddy. I mean, spooning is a thing to stay warm, right? Civil War is just a long line of, freaking soldiers. Yeah, that's it. Just like you load those buses and there's chalks, right, for jumping out, for doing your jumps. That's exactly how it is. Yep.
So one thing that was good was that if you're about to spend a cold night, proper rated sleeping bag or that level, is that you're supposed to take all your insulated layers off? Is that correct?
Depends on the bag. Some bags want you stripped down in the bag. Other bags require, in order to hit that full, negative 75 or whatever in that full system, you've got like your boots on, your cold weather immersion gear, like everything in the bag. And so it's different bag to bag, and it looks at the insulating layer, whatever that is, whether it's down, which I'm using like stripped down for, whether it's like lamelite or something. Biggies here out of Grand Junction makes a lamelite product, and it's a continuous silicone thread. It's more water resistant than down, more compressible than down. It's lighter than down, and it's warmer than down. It's the old dude in Colorado with a big white beard, Wiggy's here. And they make all kinds of insulating layers and sleeping bags. But those usually I've got my stuff on. It's a center open bag, and I hunt down that thing. It has like a baby sack built into the sleeping bag, and it's center open and go. You can like wear it as a poncho, and it's a short coat or a long coat, and it's a sleeping bag. And I gotta wear layers in that thing. But like good down bags, I usually don't have to wear much, less is more. Sometimes. So it depends on the bag. That's a very good question. Did I answer your question? All right, take warm and dry, put on the warmest, driest stuff that you have. Wrap this poncho or this tarp around both of you guys, right? If you can get in a sleeping bag, get in a sleeping bag, get both of you guys in your sleeping bags, and then wrap this around both of you if you only have one. If you have a very low shelter, right? And I would have a fire built too, going into the shelter with a reflective wall behind it. Yep, so if you still can, if you still have motor skills, take those steps that you're not going to be able to take later when you lose them to set you up for success. A lot of times that's having a good fire in your mouth. Sorry, man. Sorry to block you out. Yeah, no worries. Does that make sense on hypothermia? Well, we're talking about
119.
All right, cool. When we talk about frostbite, stop me at 1:30. Okay? And then we'll come back at 2 or something. Just finish right up. All right, cool. So with frostbite, there are 3 degrees of frostbite, and I'll try to get done before 1:30, but if not, just shut me down. All right? 3 degrees of frostbite, they correspond to the 3 layers of skin that we have. Anybody know what the outside layer of skin is called?
Superficial.
Superficial for the wounds and stuff, yeah, but the skin is called that epidermis. Like your epidermis is shown, right? That's the outer layer of skin. And the job of that is, what does it do? What do you guys think it does for us? Protection. Yeah, from what? Yeah, from the whole outside world, which is nasty and covered in like pathogens and bacteria and germs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, get over it, I know. But yep, outer layer protection. What else does it protect you from? Water. Good job. So it's like totally waterproof, but it lets water out when you sweat. But it's totally waterproof, but it lets
Doesn't it?
the thermal regulate. Of course it does. Don't you have any good hydrating creams? In your car or whatever? Of course. Yeah, it absorbs. Good topical hydration. Very good. That's what the epidermis does. It affects how we look, cosmesis, right? That's on the epidermis. The middle layer of skin is called dermis. That's where like your hair follicles, your sweat glands, oil glands, all that stuff's going on in the middle. Most of the bigger blood vessels, that's all like in the dermis layer. That's when you make your money in the skin. Then below that, does anybody know what that's called? Hypodermis. Good job. Good job. Luke, right? Yeah, cool. Really good job. Hypodermis is a lower. That's like the adipose tissue. It looks white. It's like an insulation layer. So the first layer of skin is like your insulation layer, like when you're skiing. Then the middle layer is where all the work gets done. That's all your wires and stuff like that. Then you have your shell layer over that. Shell layer of your skin, where it'll let you, thermoregulate. It'll let you sweat when it's completely waterproof. It's on the organs around where I don't get water from the lungs. All right, does that make sense? Cool. All right, so first degree frostbite, superficial frostbite, aka frostbite. Has anybody ever had this before? Probably. Ever have like pale, cold skin when you didn't have gloves? That's frostbite. That counts. That's first degree frostbite. Real pale, cold skin. I know we don't all have the same skin color in the room, but it's going to be more pale than it is now, more ashy than it is now, but more pale color, less color in the skin. We can warm that up with skin-to-skin contact. All right, don't blow on it. That works for like 3 seconds, right? Like that. Rub it, skin-to-skin contact, okay? You want to warm up those fingers, even if it's the nose. You want to warm up the nose that way, but skin to skin contact. But those degree frostbite. That's what really works, and it really works well. If you do this long enough, it works well. Friction, okay? Skin to skin contact. Second degree frostbite is noted by these big blisters, blebs that are going to form on the affected part of the body. Has anybody ever seen this before? They're nasty. What can you tell us about it? You don't want to touch it. You don't want to pop it, for sure. Correct. Yep. And be very gentle and don't pop them and they're discolored and nasty. But yeah. The next one's third degree, right? And a lot of these second degree frostbite injuries occur when you've gone from cold to warm to cold again. I had a buddy, maybe you met Austin, who was helping us out. He helped me with the classes last year, and he's like a deck boss on a Discovery Channel fishing boat, and he has a cabin in Alaska when he's not, down here. And he had to like go down in the freezer part of the ship and load boxes of fish. The freezer was like his job. That evening, they all take turns doing it, so the boxes come down on like a conveyor belt. He gets them and throws them in the -30 freezer or whatever. So he's doing that, and his hands are starting to hurt, and he really didn't have he had cuts in his gloves or whatever, and he's like, oh, screw it, I'm almost done, let me just work through it. Work through the problem, conveyor belt breaks, right? And when the conveyor belt breaks, it goes up top to the break room, there's a heater. Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry to be in your way. Please, yeah, come right through, whatever you need. He goes to the break room, puts his hands up like a heater, right? A big, strong overhead heater. He puts his hands up here, he warms his hands up, starting to feel good, Took a break, had some coffee, right? Warmed up his hands. Oh, okay, the conveyor belt is fixed. Go back down to your station, finish up the work. Puts his gloves on, goes back down there. He said by the end of his shift, he couldn't move his hands. He couldn't get the gloves off. So they had to cut the gloves off. And he said his fingers were stuck to his gloves on the inside. And each fingertip, he said, was like 3 or 4 times the size of what it normally is because it was swollen so much. Right? And he said the mate, who was like the medic on the boat, came down with a big needle and a torch and put it down in front of him. He was like, you've got as much time as you need, but I need you back on deck. And so my buddy Austin, he told this story. He had to heat up every one of those. The first one was, he's like, I thought the first one was going to be the worst. He's like, but then I knew I had to do it to myself 9 more times. So he did that, right? Popped the ball and dressed him up and then went back to work. And that's how you do it on a fishing boat, right? So, but his injury was from going cold to hot to cold, and it created these huge blebs on his fingertips. He popped him and he shouldn't have, and he still has decreased feeling in all his hands and fingertips because of that. So big blisters, big blebs, second degree frostbite. Okay, second layer of the skin is all messed up. Third degree frostbite, you get worse, right? Yeah. Yeah, necrosis, the death of the tissue. Really? A little bit less to nibble on. Sorry, you have to deal with that. Yeah. I'm sorry that was her experience. So exposure, right? The soft tissue is exposed to cold, wet, and wind. That's when hypothermia occurs, that cold, wet, windy. But just the cold is all you need for frostbite. And you see it with people on mountaineering expeditions. They might have like a buff here, and then the hat, and then the goggles, and there's like a line right here. People get that frostbite line right here from not having that buff line up and the goggles like over them. People who do serious mountaineering do that for sure. Right, or sunburns in the same areas. Right, so yeah, preventive measures. Third degree frostbite, that's when, right, we're talking about it looks black often. Once it progresses, yeah.
Hey man, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to be in your way.
Moved a bunch. We got 4 boats. We got to just bring in.
We got to bring in 4 boats. We're going to lunch right now. What time is it? All right.
Awesome. I'm really sorry.
No, we're going to lunch at 1:30.
Awesome. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Hey, last thing, and then we're done with all this. freaking third-degree frostbite, it's like a block of wood. All right, we'll tell you more later. Come back in a half an hour. 2 o'clock, right? Cool. How are you, man? Oh, the Marine Corps?
Yeah.
Man, that's just a nasty little reservist that would
Oh,
attach
okay.
to different units.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Just a nasty little reservist.
Yeah.
You guys.
325 I deployed with. I worked with 3-4 a little bit.
Okay.
Let's put it on the wall.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like activating to do little jobs and things for different groups.
Hell
I'm a
yeah.
little piece of shit nasty.
Yeah, dude, it's all right. I was a pro. But
Were you?
I was a metal worker the whole time.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
You learn skills to help you your whole life.
Hell yeah.
You know? Yeah. You guys are still on here. There's still 100 of them. That's all right. They hung out. Thank you guys for hanging out in the class. These guys are just coming back from a trip, I guess. They're trying to get the boats loaded up. Yep, we're on lunch break right now. Thank you guys for being in the class. You guys have any questions on the live stream? You have any questions for me? I'm sorry that I had to do a second stream, right? Knocked you guys all off the first one. I apologize for that. All the gear's getting rained on pretty well.
How was it?
Man, so far so good. Nobody quit yet.
You want us back in 2, right?
Yeah, 2. Thanks, man. Nobody quit yet, so that's good.
Who was the guy that came a little late? Okay.
Yeah, he's all right.
Cool.
Yeah. Do you guys have a trip? Did you run a trip today already?
Yeah,
How did it go? Is it really cold?
should've-
I bet it was cold.
I got you, dude.
All right, guys, I'm going to take you over to the truck so we can get some food. I'll talk to you over there if you want to come with me. I'm going to leave all this stuff over here for now. All right. Now they're bringing the boats in. I bet they had a good, cold, wet trip. Definitely raining on us down here in Colorado, everybody. We're doing our best. Thank you guys for coming to the class. Really appreciate you jumping on the chat with us. And if you guys have questions for me, hit me up. I'm going to go sit in the truck here. We're going to try to get this stuff done. I think I figured out how to fix the door on the truck. I was working on that this morning before I came down to class. It's definitely a cold, wet, rainy, fun day for rafting. Yeah. Oh, thanks. You're having a good time? Thank you. Yeah, we're going to talk about altitude sickness after the break. Usually I talk about it right after the cold-related injuries. All right, hold on. I got to put you guys down for a minute. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's raining outside. You know, it's kind of nasty. It's not a very warm day, but we're having fun. At least I'm having fun, you know. Nobody's quit yet in the class, so that's a good thing, I guess, right? Do you guys have any questions? I know you guys have been like, you know, you've been watching some of this class. I don't know if you can hear me when I'm doing the class. Thank you, Linda. I hope you're having a great day too. So I don't know if you guys can even hear me, but I'm trying to do my best to get you guys the information, and I hope you never have to use it. But if you ever do, hey, at least you had access to it for free, right? And I think that's important to try to get the message out. I'm gonna set an alarm so I don't like miss my own class, you know? I'm doing great. Thanks, Em. Thanks for being here. Em, I'm gonna come to Vegas and give you a certification by the end of this, because you will have sat through like 12 hours of training, basically, you know. So I'm gonna come to Vegas and I'm gonna hook you up. You're the best. And Rhonda, I know you're in here too. So thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Em. Thank you so much to all the moderators for helping the channel run. Really appreciate and respect you guys. You're welcome for tagging along. Heck, you're welcome to be here anytime, and I'm really glad that you're here. Hopefully you never have to use this information, but if you ever do have to, now you have it. Nicole, you're here too. Cool. Great to see you, Nicole. I hope you're feeling good today. Hope you're having a good day. What did Em say? Yep, and I'll be in the next class. All right, thanks, Em. We're going to do the next class in Vegas at Em's place. We're going to have all of Em's friends over. We'll just do a wild party live stream. We don't even have to teach a class. Can't hear the students. Sometimes can. Okay, 10-4. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just the nature of the setup is kind of tough. Em, I really can't wait to meet you, Em. We're gonna have such a good time. We're gonna go out in Vegas and we're gonna live stream it for all the visionaries, and we're gonna invite them to join us, and it's gonna be awesome. I can't believe I've never met you in person. Same with Rhonda. I can't believe I've never met you in person, and y'all have done so much to help me on the channel. So I love and appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nicole says she's working and she's listening. Okay. Betsy. Yeah, thanks, Betsy. I'm really glad that it's going well, too. We need a raft ride. Oh, they would totally take us. Without a doubt. They would. Yeah, did I just get a shout out, brother from another mother? That's great, Andy. Thanks, man. That's right. We could do some snow camping. We would use the tarp wrap over our sleeping bags when snow camping. Really good job, Eric. That's exactly what to do. We're not going to talk a whole lot about shelters with these guys because they're pretty much just like running raft trips, and then they get to the takeout and then they evacuate their patient. We really only have one day. When I do like the 3-day courses, the 4-day, the 8-day courses, and if any of you guys want to talk to me and book a private course, I'll come to you or you can come to me. And we can do all this training together. We can do backcountry cooking, or we can do improvised navigation where you're using the sun and the stars and the moon to navigate, right? Or we can do first aid stuff, or we can do hiking or fishing, or right, whatever you want to do. Just send me an email if you want to do something like this, and we'll set it up. It'll be great. And yeah, doing a raft ride would be so fun. I'll take you guys down to the area where they shoot by, and we'll try to watch them. Oh, we should have some Girl Scout cookies for lunch. You guys want Girl Scout cookies? I'll try to take you on a raft ride. It's probably not going to happen now in the rain. That wouldn't be very fun for me. I've done it. And, you're going to get wet anyway when you're hanging out with the visionaries. I mean, when you're on a raft trip. So I know you're going to get wet anyway. But, you want a nice day for it, right? If I'm going to take the visionaries out, you want a good day for it. All the glitter sparkles. Thank you for your nice comment. I'm a natural at teaching. Thanks. I really like teaching. I like passing the information on and helping people help themselves. I'm into that. I'm also into snacks. All right, we have a lot of Girl Scout cookies. In fact, we have Girl Scout cookies everywhere. It looks like a pretty healthy lunch. Is there one kind of Girl Scout cookie you think that's healthier than another that I should eat for lunch? What do you think? Comments? I should eat some vegetables? What do you think? I'm trying my best here, folks. Come on. Any Thin Mints left? Oh, Nicole, I've got you right here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. You used to go fishing with your dad, Marjo. That's cool. I'm glad that you and your father had that shared experience together. Really cool. Awesome. All right, so we have Girl Scout cookies. I thought we had more food substance here. All right, yep, 10-4, 10 Roger. I was like, I know I went to the store. All right. Oh, we're not going to have any soup, but we are going to have some of this bread. I thought I grabbed the peanut butter, everybody. That was just totally my fault right there. I've got some Justin's almond butter. We're going to have some almond butter. There's almost peanut butter. I do have some Thin Mints. I do have some Kind bars. I'll share everything with you guys if you're hungry. Even the piglets. Come on, bring your little piglet butts in here and I'll feed you. Who's hungry? Do you guys care if I have a little bit of lunch? Is that all right? I've got to eat. I can flip you around so you don't have to watch me stuff my face, but I've got to eat, you know? This is how we do it. You know, we're making it work out here. It's not quite a picnic, but it's almost a picnic, you know? Or do you have to be outdoors for it to count as a picnic? I don't know. That's like the crust with pie. Do you have to be outside for it to be a picnic? Can you have a picnic inside? I think it's like just lunch if you do it that way. I don't know, but we're going to do it. Do you guys have any questions from the class? And Nicole says pie. Who's been paying attention to the channel? What kind of pie have we been able to eat on this channel? Does anybody know? Yeah. Yeah. We'll help ourselves. Come on, Deborah. I'll feed you. No problem. All right. I'm using a really nice knife here. I'm using what's called a finger knife to spread the almond butter. Using a paper towel here. Banana. I had a banana this morning, but that might mean something inappropriate. I don't know. The text-based fruit emojis, you never know what those mean. Oh, Taco Joe is going home, huh? That was the Marine, right? In the chat, wasn't that the Marine who just told me that? Psycho Pop, are you a Marine? Black Wolf wants some tidbits. All right, 10-4, brother. I feel weird eating in front of you guys. Coconut cream pie. Exactly right. Good. Good job. Who's that, Pam? Good job, Pam. She wants a Magnum smile, huh? She wants coconut cream pie. Who was it? Is it Nicole who always wants the banana cream pie? Banana cream pie, anyone? Yeah, there you go, Nicole. We know about you. We know all about you. And we think you're great. Humble pie. I've had to eat a lot of humble pie. I've actually had like multiple servings. Who wants to be in Arkansas tonight? Or at the Ark? You lost me. Nice. Thank you, Black Wolf. And the Wolf Pups. I like that. I got you. I don't know if I know who JR is. Coconut cream pie, correct. Good job. What other subjects do I still have to teach this afternoon? I should write it down. I should definitely write it down. Does anybody remember? Altitude, lightning, drowning, soft tissue injuries and bleeding control. What else? Is there anything else? Any other subjects? We're still talking about pie in the chat. Sorry, guys. Lightning, drowning, altitude, strokes and seizures, altitude 10-4, Deborah. Good job. Deborah's paying attention. Soft tissue injuries. It's kind of a big class. Yep. Oh, well, I think that's it. Gotta hydrate. Are we talking about Dinner Bell? What happened to him? Dinner Bell and his mom went home for a few days. Okay. Well, I hope they have a night. And CPR. Yeah, of course. Of course, Sylvia. Yeah, 10-4 on that. Somebody just say barbecue ribs. Oh, I'm hungry. Linda, you're cooking intercostal muscles on ribs. I bet they're delicious. Okay, yeah, so Sherry, my door is not fixed per se, but I can close it from the inside and I can climb across and exit on the passenger seat. With that said, I know what's wrong with it. These little clips, right, that hook into the door, cover, and then they plug into little holes in the door frame. So I got one of the clips out, and I love peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Amber, you distracted me. I got one of the clips out. I'm going to pop the clip. I did pop the clip in there, and I slammed it shut, and that held it in place. But I need to go buy like 6 of those clips, and I need to get them in all the way around the door and then pop this thing back on again. I think I'm going to be able to solve this automotive problem myself, but I probably shouldn't say that right now. We've been through that a few times, right, guys? Or I thought I could fix it myself. But I'm going to try. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the little clips, you know. Mudpig is unemployed. He's a trucker. Right? Don't you just get a load? Peanut butter, banana, and honey. Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm down with that for sure. I think that's a delicious sandwich. All right, we need to eat more. Not to tell tales out of school, but thank you, Heidi. Thank you so much, Heidi. I love you, Heidi. Thank you. We have some Cheez-Its too. And I'm happy to share with you guys. You know. Have I watched No. I have not seen that, Marjo, but that sounds interesting. I'm learning to fix things as I go. That's right. I'm getting knowledge as I go down the road. 10-4. There's Cynthia. Oh, fresh Cheez-Its. You put Miracle Whip on your peanut butter sandwiches? That's wild. Do what you want. You sent me an email with some photos from Marine City. Okay. Michigan. Thank you very much, Dan. I'll look forward to checking them out. Thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate that. Do you guys want some? Where are my mayonnaise? Sure. They're delicious. I don't know. I don't know about trying that. Maybe. All right? I'll give you a maybe. And we're going to have to bring a lot of these cookies to those raft guides to keep them awake. Because they're going to want to fall asleep. You know what I mean? Do you guys see anything inappropriate in there? Do I have anything inappropriate in there? We're good. Thank you. Somebody brought me these napkins too. I would not have napkins in my car if you hadn't given me these in Ohio. Thank you. Oh. Sorry. That one I should have turned it for. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. A little bit rude. I apologize. Maple almond butter on a waffle. Now that sounds good. I love putting peanut butter or whatever on waffles, making sandwiches. Grapes, cheese, crackers, and pepperoni. Now, Sylvia, that sounds good too. You know, a couple more meats and you have a charcuterie spread. You know, meats and cheeses. That sounds good. Do you have a nice glass of wine to go with that, Sylvia? Nicole, I love apple butter. Apple butter on pancakes sounds great. I really like those Kodiak cakes. You know, a lot of protein. That's cool. Melody and Mark are neighbors. That's cool. Need to cover how to get out of a mud puddle. Make sure your 4-wheel drive works and engage it. What do I have? I'm down to 10 minutes, 5 minutes to walk. 10 for it. 10, Roger. Thank you for keeping an eye on me. I appreciate that. Now, who is it that keeps pushing the Miracle Whip here? Nancy? All right. Cheez-Its with peanut butter would be great, I'm sure. Yeah. Prime rib sandwich with some Swiss cheese. What's that saying? Butter on a sourdough hoagie roll, Black Wolf? I would eat that. I would munch that. Mm-hmm. We're going to go back to class in just a minute. A lot of customers walking around all soggy back there. They don't look very happy at all. It's not how you want your rafting customers to be. They're probably not getting very good tips today. You know, in the rain, it's tough to go out like that. Mm-hmm. All right. Soft tissue injuries, altitude, drowning, lightning, CPR. Right? Am I forgetting anything? I don't think I'm forgetting anything. I'm gonna bring some snacks, you know, just in case I get hungry. I love these kind bars. We are not done with training. We're like halfway done. I'm sorry I messed up the video feed. I had to do it in 2 videos. I lost the chat, and it keeps happening to me. Like, it'll reset randomly. It'll just reset and be like, oh, you're buffering. Hey, you're live again. And then when it comes back, it says I'm live again. There's no chat. So I can't see the chat. And even if I turn the chat on, I turn it off. I put it on live chat versus top chat. I can't see you guys, you know, talking. And I like to be able to see what you're saying so I can try to engage with you, you know. And so I restarted the chat. Sometimes you can back out and go back in and it works. And I did it this time and it was like, no, you're now done live streaming. Start over. So I apologize for that, everybody. 2 separate videos today. I hope you watched the first video already. That was like the response and assessment and the setup. And then now it's like the treatment stuff in this video, you know. So sorry about that, guys. Barbecue Fritos are yummy. All right, 10-4. You'd rather have 2 parts? You don't like that one continuous video? Okay. Man, I mean, it is raining out here too. I mean, it might be cold enough. Let's see. Got my bag right here. I hope I grabbed this the other day. Usually I put it right there. This time I might have put it over here. Be right back. Be cool. And then seriously, we've got to go back in the classroom. We don't want to be the last one. All right, I knew I had a good raincoat somewhere. Now I got my raincoat on. All right, I have a good raincoat on. Should be good to go. We're gonna go teach in the rain. Super fun, but you got to get the work done, and the wilderness doesn't always give you a warm, sunny environment to work with. So this is what we're gonna deal with today. I am gonna bring this hat in case I start to get cold later, because I'm standing out like in that big open garage bay. So in case I get cold later, I'll have the hat. Definitely gonna bring some Kind bars. All right, we have the extra Girl Scout cookies right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 to bribe the students, no doubt. And this is actually going to be a multi-part movement. I said movement. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right. Then give me you guys. Come under here. All right, I got you. Bring the keys. Isn't this fun, everybody? Get the keys in here. All right, and then we are free. I don't really like to share the Thin Mints very much, but I will. All right, let's kick it back to the class. Get ready to roll. It's a beautiful area out here. This is like their gear storage. In here, they have all the different wetsuits and the paddles and the personal flotation devices in here, which is cool. This is a pretty cool little office that they have in here. Nice roof system that they built. This is how they get everybody to and from the river in these cool trucks. Take your little picture here when you're done with the raft trip, right? What's up? I brought bribes.
Huh?
I brought bribes. This is gonna be a little bit tougher now, huh?
Oh yeah, well,
Can we fit everybody in these little corners, or we can't really stack those boats much higher safely, can we?
not more than 5.
No, that's probably not very safe. I agree with that. You want to get me together with your granddaughter? Is that what you said? We can talk about it. It's not during class. Thank you. Must be adventurous. 10-4. They'll tell you. They'll tell you what we're looking for on this channel. Sorry. It's pacing over here. You're not involved in this
You're good.
mayhem. Yeah, apologize. Cool. Sorry, guys. We're going to try to figure out how to do the class in here now. It's going to be tight. I wonder if they have any more trips this afternoon. We're zooming in here.
He's climbing up the rafts. Insane.
I just find a spot now.
Was that?
I said I'd find a spot now.
Yeah, I could afford it.
Yeah, EMT. Yeah, I'm not here, like, EMT.com.
Okay.
Working CNA. You would be one.
Yeah.
I know this app is so cool.
Coming up?
They can sit on my lap. Like, I can't move it. I'm serious. Ready today.
I want you to go to the a lot of hours. I don't know, hopefully not change.
For what? TNT. Are you able to do like 72 on and 4 on? 3 on, 4 on?
It depends on where you are too. Like my buddy's in Texas as an EMT. He's like 86,000 a year starting.
Shit.
EMTs?
Mm-hmm.
86,000?
Is he EMT or
Going to
paramedic?
Texas.
Because their training's short.
Is he EMT?
They're gonna make it
Oh, you could be a
86.
paramedic. I don't know.
Might be
I know you're
Oh,
raising-
paramedics, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, EMT, what's their training? It's like, what, like 6 months, if that?
Yeah.
It could be a paramedic.
Paramedics.
I'd be, yeah. That's good. 86, damn.
Yeah, those are good. Down there already.
You know, might move summer they do telling them to your fab shop, so he's building whatever the fuck they wanted, and they get a free pass too. So it's like, oh, that's a win. Yeah, they just started. They were like, yeah, we started 27. The fab shop over here. It's like $56,000 a year.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of
I'll never do it.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, we bounced in here. And I know we've got the boats here. And it's probably unsafe to try to stack the boats in.
Oh, not as bad as the folks about to get off the river.
Do you like Girl Scout cookies or what? You guys like Girl Scout cookies? I had somebody come up to me yesterday and she gave me a bunch of Girl Scout cookies. She moves 113,000 boxes through her garage every year.
That's like Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, she's like, seriously, she's like that of Girl Scout cookies. So these are all for you guys. Come take whatever you want. Come share with each other. I've got Thin Mints, right? I've got these lemons. Grab the lemon. Grab the Thin Mints. I've got some toffee castics. No, nobody wants that crap. That's why she gave them to me. All right, cool. All right, I've got some trefoils, some trefoils. No, and I've got some lemon ups.
I'm not going to wait for too much.
All right, lemon ups. All right. Who wants these little trefoil shortbread looking cookies? Good.
Why not?
Good. Share them with your buddies. Good. Share them with your buddies. So all these Girl Scout cookies they just got came from other people in the live stream yesterday. Now they're all eating Girl Scout cookies and they won't rebel. Hopefully right now anyway. I'll get like 10 minutes out of them. Is this still the best place for us to try to do this, or do you guys have like another trip coming in?
On the cookie, I'll make an announcement.
Oh, sorry. As soon as I feed you, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, devour all these and I still have more. This is just all I could carry.
All right, guys, so I know we got 3 boats coming back in from the NAR. I think that's it. Y'all can hang out in here. We will be done for the day once you're done with this. The folks that have been out on the water, we're just going to go over to the rec center, swim around, warm up. If y'all want to join us later on, feel free to do so. That's where you'll find most of us at that time. With the boats, if you all want to make this auditorium seating to make it easier, you can take these 2 boats, stick them right there, and then the 3 boats that are coming in, just let them know, stack them right there to the side. When you're all done with everything, go ahead and make sure we got 5 stack here, deflate anything that we have right here to build a 5 stack. So however you need to go about it. If you need to deflate 3 of them, kill them all the way, all right?
Cool.
Sound good?
Thank you.
Sweet. Cool.
Awesome.
Pardon? How long's your class going till?
Oh, we probably have like 3 more.
When does it?
2 or 3
Oh,
more.
the rec center's going to close, I think, 8:30 tonight. So you do have hot showers down there. I think they close the
Nice.
pool an hour early. So if you want to get laps in, 7:30 they shut down the pool. You'll probably find a couple of us over there because, I mean, let's be honest, it's warm and there's more space than the guys
Yeah.
lounge. So, yeah. And in case I don't see you all, for tomorrow's agenda, meet up at 8 a.m., have everything ready to go and loaded into one of the 2 vans we have set up. At 8:15, I want to roll out. If you show up at 8:17, you're chasing the van because I'm going to wave at you on the interstate as I go down.
Oh, shoot.
My goal is the stretch of river we're going to do is 9 miles long. It's going to take us 3 hours as we go through smooth. But we only get 1 lap because I have to set the shuttle myself to do it. It takes me about 45 minutes to do that. So unfortunately, we only get 1 lap. So I want to make that 3 hours into 5. So we're going to play around so everyone gets a chance to stick something you haven't seen. You're going to get a chance to wreck a boat. I'm anticipating 2 flips, 1 stick, 1 good pin, and 12 swimmers. Anything more than that, I'm excited on. Anything less, I'm going to close the coffin on my own boat. So be ready for that tomorrow. The weather is going to be nicer over there. That's why I'm choosing to get out that way. Otherwise, this is the next day. It's only getting colder, so that seems miserable. Just make sure you are ready to go. We will stop by a Safeway when we get to Buena Vista, so don't anticipate to stop here in town. Bring anything you want to eat on the vans, maybe an extra layer dry clothes for when we drive back. The water temperature is not much warmer than what we have here, so anticipate it will be cold enough that you'll go through the whole chill to warm situation. You'd like to be warm on the drive back, I'm sure. Last little bit is we will do rope, so folks will be in the water. So if you're hoping to not be in it, you're going to. We're going to do a little flip drill exercise as well. Anyone that wants to get extra flip practice, that river is a great one. We don't have to run down back to Golden to do it. So anyone that wants to toss that will have the option to do so. I might even make you do it in case you look like you're trying to dodge it. So, cool. All right, Charles.
Do you know what time? Do you have an idea of when we'll get back?
I'm aiming to get us back by 5. It's about an hour and a half drive over there. So we're looking 3 hours round trip drive time. If we leave at 15, 10, we'll be on the river. Plan on 5 to 6 o'clock because if we can get 5 hours out there, we'll probably be hitting the water right around 11. That's the goal at least. If we can be smooth enough to get it at 11, shuttle set on the water, we can get our 5 hours and get back here around 5 to 6. So kind of anticipate that as your day tomorrow. Bring whatever you want for it, and make sure paying good attention in case you gotta use this knowledge here. So, like I said, if y'all want, you can stack those 2 boats out there, and I'll let them know they're just getting in as well. So, anyone I see later on, I'll see you then. If not, have a good night, y'all. Rest up well. It's gonna be a fun day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. So everybody's going swimming after this? That's cool. Sweet. That's cool. Where's the closest hot springs?
I don't even know.
Indian. Yeah, I've never been there. Is that where the cave is or something? Is it cool?
I haven't been there, but I've heard that it's one of the states. I heard different things about it all.
Okay. All right.
I don't know that, but every time I go up to the door, we were kids.
Yeah. All right, everybody. We're going to help these people. If we can. There's no helping some of these people. You know what I mean? Yeah. All right. You want a hand?
It's just stacking on top of the back.
Now we've got the stadium seating. Cool. This is our little makeshift classroom, everybody. It's got some pretty good stadium seating. Sweet. Cool. Hey, sorry to be in your way. Lots more Girl Scout cookies up here. Eat them. Eat them all. Guys, I think I have to put you back in this corner again. I'm sorry. I'm putting you in the corner. Sorry, trying to hit you in the head. I did. I apologize.
No, that's good. I appreciate it.
It's my first time. Kind of fumbling around in the dark with her. All right, there we go. All right, sweet. All right, cool. We get everybody back? Almost everybody. Who are we missing?
Say your name if you're not here.
Yeah, say your name if you're not here. Raise your hand if you're not here. Raise your hand if you got fucked up. Oh, sorry, that thing's not. That's okay. That's your prerogative. Did everybody eat?
I did.
Did anybody not eat?
you ask?
Did anybody not eat?
Oh, I did.
You want a bar or something?
I'm alright. I have food. I just chose not to.
You got a shitty bar and a good bar.
I'm alright.
You sure? You just chose not to eat.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, hypoglycemia. That's the thing. All right. What is hypoglycemia? Does anybody know?
No goddamn love me, sure.
The blood in your sugar. Yeah, sugar in your blood. Yeah, hypoglycemia, sugar. Good job. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to switch hats because I'm cold. And it's okay to do that. All right, cool. I'll be warm. You know what I mean? It's part of the class. It's literally part of the training right there. Is watching me do that. All right, sweet. So we've got to talk about drowning, lightning, altitude, soft tissue injuries. Drowning, lightning, altitude, soft tissue injuries. And then I think you're done. Then we do CPR. CPR will be pretty fast, and we're going to move through it in an expedited fashion. Then I'll test you guys out, and we'll be done for the day. You'll have all your certifications. I'll do it before I leave here by the end of the day. But I definitely didn't bring this with me at lunch, so I'm going to have to do them after class. You couldn't find it, and I found it right here. So that's definitely my bad. Let me just look at your names on here and see if I can't read one of them. So that says Samuel Walker. Did you write it lefty?
I just have terrible handwriting. I'm working on it actively, but yeah, it's terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to call you out and give you a hard time.
No, I know it's bad.
Are you related to the Haslets?
No.
You look just like the Haslets, just so you know, Matt and John. You look just like them. All right, you're like, that means nothing to me. Yeah, they're cool guys, don't worry.
Don't know what you mean, but alright.
All right, Cooper, your last name is Andrews, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I can read that, cool. All right, yeah, I think we're good. Cool. Well, everybody on the bottom half did a really good job. Everybody on the top half, yeah. Good try. Sweet. So let's talk about, what do you want to talk about? Drowning first or lightning? All this stuff could happen while around here, right? While you're being a professional raft guy, all this stuff could happen to you or to your customers. So, yeah, let's talk about drowning. No problem. We're going to talk about 3 different types of drowning. You guys know what they are? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying here. All right. Active drowning versus like passive drowning situation. All right. Well, I'm going to talk to you about wet drowning. I'm going to talk about dry drowning. And then I'm going to talk to you about parking lot drowning.
Tailgating.
Yes. That's when you try to shotgun, like, I don't know, you try to shotgun like a 40 or a keg, or you try to shotgun a 40 keg, and you just drown. If you do it with a 40, you're going to have soft tissue
It's like
injuries.
Beer Fest, where they have a beer and have some treatments for the out, but it doesn't.
Yeah, that's exactly what parking lot drowning is if you do it before a football game or a concert. taking wickets at the same time. Yeah, parking lot drowning. Look, I know what those are. I know you do. All right, you got to know your audience. So, there's two different things like when we're in the water, right? When we're in the water, when we have a swimmer, and they're all going to have swimmers, you know. If this is the water line, I'll draw two different scenarios. The first one looks like this, and the second one looks like this. You guys see that? This one over here is better than this one, right? Generally speaking, right? I'm a scuba diver. I like to swim too, right? But you get my picture. Air hole above the water, air hole below. Oh, sorry. Lo siento.
I like the faces.
Yeah, happy face, not happy face. Okay. All the problems we're going to talk about happen when this happens. When the air hole goes under the water. All right. So we'll talk about wet drowning first. Wet drowning occurs. This is immersion, by the way, and this is submersion. Immersion and submersion. So if you guys ever have to write an incident report, like for the boss, and you have like 3 or 4 swimmers go in the water, and it was freaking gnarly, trying to get them back in, and they're puking, you know, like gasping water and all that, don't put that in the incident report. Be like, we had a minor immersion incident that was immediately resolved. You know what I mean? That's a good incident report. You know, this is immersion, this is submersion. We're going to talk about what to do with drowning as well, once we identify the 3 types of drowning. So wet drowning, water has entered the lungs, okay? Water on the lungs, you go underwater, you think you're a fish, you breathe in, whatever, water goes into your lungs, it floods your alveoli where the gases get exchanged, and you can't freaking exchange CO2, right, and oxygen, you can't exchange gases because your lungs are flooded. Does that make sense? It's like your basement's totally full of water, so you can't go down there and like type and print shit or whatever. You can't go play video games or whatever analogy you want. Everything is flooded, and you can't exchange gases. That's wet drowning. This one's probably the most important for you guys because dry drowning is probably the highest probability of you guys like having somebody die right in front of you. That's probably one of the biggest things as a raft guide, where you're going to have to watch your client die in front of you. And that sucks, right? It's something we want to avoid. Dry drowning occurs when the person goes in the water, they go under the water, the air hole goes under the water, they take a little gasp of water, right? That natural shock, right? You just take a little gasp of water. Well, your larynx then slams shut in your throat. Your larynx slams shut. It's like a sphincter. It closes up like that with like a little trapdoor sphincter. That prevents air from being able to come in and out, right? It's your body naturally does it. Your body does it in response to a little bit of water coming in the lungs. It shuts off the larynx with a laryngospasm to keep more water from coming in and giving you wet drowning. The problem is when this is occurring, you also can't breathe. Okay, does that make sense? Your larynx is slammed shut because your body's like, oh shoot, water's coming in, right? Sorry, I'm doing well here. Oh flippity flap, right? There's freaking water coming in, and so you've heard worse from instructors. You probably heard whole courses just taught in curse words.
Yep.
You have to kind of figure out what the guy means. Yeah. So the larynx slams shut to keep water from coming in. Now, when that happens, you get free onion rings. So everyone close in on the onion rings and pass me some. Sorry. He says. Just walked in here with a plate of onion rings. Nobody got one. You guys have Girl Scout cookies to trade. Right? So warm you up. Alright, so dry drowning is when somebody goes in the water, they suck a little bit of water, the larynx slams shut, they then can't breathe. So you get them out of the water, you rescue them, and they go unresponsive. And their lips turn blue, and you're like, what's wrong with this one? I just got him out of the water. You know what I mean? What the hell? What's going on here? You go to give a rescue breath with CPR, right? It won't go in. It'll just come right back out. It won't even come past here. And that's how you know. And what you're going to have to do is vigorously massage the larynx down here. Vigorously massage the throat to get that laryngospasm to let off. So the larynx will open so they can then breathe through the trachea again. Does that make sense to you? They basically like choke out. They asphyxiate because their own body is trying to protect them from the water coming in.
The story I told my girlfriend showed me was on water. What did I do behind me?
Yeah.
I was yelling at her for not drinking enough water because she kept on complaining about headaches.
Yeah.
So then I was trying to force feed her water as a joke. And then it went back, her throat closed up. Because, like...
You waterboarded your girlfriend. With consent or without consent? You can do a lot with consent. Yeah.
I jokingly, like, I was like, here, take some more. So she had her head back. And she was laughing as I was doing it.
Yeah.
Poured water and closed up her throat. And that's when I had to do the harness.
That's it. Yeah.
So don't waterboard your girlfriend.
Great point.
Or don't waterboard anybody. It's a good one.
Don't waterboard anybody. There are better ways to get answers out of it. Yeah.
Use properly dating girlfriend.
What happened?
Nothing.
Oh shit, I bet it was good. I missed it.
Yeah, nothing.
Alright, something inappropriate might have been happening. Alright. Tim Roger on that. Alright, that's dry drowning. Parking lot drowning, aka secondary drowning, does not happen at tailgate parties, contrary to popular belief. It happens when you've had that immersion incident. You get a little bit of water that goes in here. It stays in there. You come out, you think you're good. You coughed up a bunch, but you go home and you lie down. And when you lie flat, that water goes in and like washes away some of the mucus lining on your alveoli, can clog them up. You can also get secondary and tertiary like respiratory infections like pneumonia, stuff like that, and that's what gets people. So you could be fine. You could bring somebody out of the water. You know, you can take them out, sit them down in the car. Maybe they lie down in the trunk or in their camper or whatever, and people can die then. And that's just from having a little bit of water that's still in your lungs. So really, anytime somebody's had like a near drowning, they've gone in the water, water's come into the lungs, they should go to the hospital. They should go see a nurse, and they should sit in the hospital and breathe dry air for a while and try to dry out, what's going on in their lungs. Does that make sense? Sweet.
And that dry drowning, when you say you get a massage.
Yep.
Which after that, I guess, I'm never conscious. You do the best thing is start CPR.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to. Yeah, hopefully you can vigorously massage the larynx, relax the laryngeal spasm, the throat opens, they start coughing and puking up water. And then you just go back to treating airway. Yes, ma'am.
So I know in a lot of situations once you pass out, that seems like everything relaxes. So dry drowning, does the larynx still not relax after you pass out?
Right, it's like less than 10% of all drowning is from this, but usually it does relax. Sometimes it doesn't relax. And when it doesn't relax, that's when you get into this problem. Very good job. Yeah, very good job. Yes?
Is there another way, say someone was dry drowning, you got them out of the water, besides going to the ER, is there another way to prevent parking lot drowning?
You don't really know how much is in there. You know what I mean? That's the issue, is you don't know how much is in there, so you don't know. Sorry, I messed this up, so I've just got to like aim these guys back. I'm sure it's terrible for them. You don't know how much water has gone into their system, so it's really tough to like figure out how to get that out or what to do. And so that's why we say if anybody's had that like close call, they're coughing up water, like they've had that proper immersion situation, unintentional immersion, right? And they've sucked water. Technically, they should go to the hospital. They should definitely sign a waiver for your company. But, technically they should go to the hospital. If you're ever gotten on your own or something in the future, they should definitely sign some kind of release or waiver. You should tell them to go to the hospital because that could definitely be a thing. It could even be a thing that night. You know what I mean? That's secondary drowning. So, yeah, really good question. Really tough to know what's in there. So wet drowning, water's on the lungs. Dry drowning is with that laryngeal spasm. You might have to vigorously massage the larynx here to get that to release. If they go unresponsive, it might release on its own. It might. And then parking lot drowning. You know the difference between submersion and immersion now, right? We're good on this? There's a way that we need to respond to these types of incidents. We don't just like jump in, right, like David Hasselhoff and just try to like save the day. Because that creates a scene safety issue, right? Jumping in to the water to rescue somebody creates a scene safety issue for the rescuer. Has anybody ever tried to rescue somebody who's drowning or successfully rescued somebody? Are you comfortable talking about it?
Yeah, I wasn't successful.
I mean, my stories are pretty good. And it was just like a little kid at the pool I used to lifeguard at.
Yeah.
He started struggling, so just kind of jumped in and picked him up.
How did he behave when you were going to rescue him?
He was panicking. He was throwing arms, elbows,
Yeah. And that can absolutely happen. And I heard what you said. I'm sorry that that was the case. It wasn't your fault, right? Yeah. You do what you can. You do your best. That's not your fault. Some situations, there's not a lot we can do, right? So when you save this child, the child's thrashing around, right? Behaving like they're freaking dying, drowning, scared, right? And people are going to be like that. So you have to kind of watch out for those arms coming at you. One technique that I was actually taught is you go out on a riverboard or kickboard and you splash them in the face with water. And when they're doing this, trying to figure out what's going on, you go behind them. You know what I mean? You can carry them out with a side stroke or something like that. But you need to be careful. It does create a scene safety issue for the rescuer. That and they're like in the water. And if we're rafting rapids, you know what I mean? You don't want to put more people in the water. We want less people in the water, right? So the first thing we're going to do, I know that nobody here is from Philly, but yo, are you familiar with that term? He's like, what's up? You know what I mean? How are you doing? So I start with a yo. And if you've never been a raft guide before, those of you who have know, when you have people in the water, they're freaking out and they're looking to you like you're going to save their life. And you are, right? You're going to tell them what to do and it's going to save them. They don't know what to do at the time and they're losing their shit in the water. So what you do is you use your command voice, your big loud command voice, and you say, swimmer, swim to shore. Swimmer, swim to my boat. And they go, whoop, swimmer, I'm the swimmer, I'm in the water, and they realize that. And they look at you and they just do whatever you say. They'll just do it. In most cases, they'll just do it. So just like, take on that command presence. Swimmer, swim to my boat. Oh, okay, that's what you want me to do. Swimmer, swim to shore. Stop drowning. Swim to shore. Oh, fuck, you know, and then they go. So, yo, yell at them first, no matter what. That's the first thing we do. Give them verbal instruction in a big, loud voice, and point positive where you want them to go. Point positive where you want them to go. Okay? Yo. After that, I might try to, like, reach something out to them. Oh, there's somebody right here in the water next to me. Hey, grab this, dummy. All right? Boom, then you pull them in and they're safe. That way I don't have to go in the water. I'm not taking a boat out. I'm not creating a hazard. I don't have to get a helicopter warmed up. Just simply reach something out and pull them in. So the yo and then the reach. Now it splits off and we're going to see who's got the skills and who doesn't right now. We're going to find out who knows their way around the boat or not. Now, there's two things that can happen. Next, we could throw something to them or we could row out to them. When would I want to row and when would I want to throw? Yes, sir.
You want to throw if your feet are planted, and or if you're in a river that's 200 yards wide. But either a super wide river where there's no chance of another getting to shore,
Yeah.
or on like the creek here, you don't want to do it where you're trying to guide the boat, tell the guests have no idea what they're doing, also like bring somebody in.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, have you ever tried to throw a rope from a raft when you're the guide and you put down your little guide stick? What happens to your raft when it's going down the river? You're going to start freaking spinning. And when you're trying to throw a rope and you're spinning, and then you throw it and then you keep spinning, it's just going to tangle everything up. So, additionally, they can cause strainers in the river, like you were alluding to earlier, right, with a river width. They could create strainers in the river as well. So, if I'm on a boat, I really don't want to throw a throwback. You know, I've read some incident reports of just like things going really bad. Like an old lady fell out of the boat. She was in the water. Like 4 or 5 guides. It was a big trip. 4 or 5 guides hit her with a throwback. And so there's like 5 lines in the river that ended up catching up a bunch of other swimmers, catching up rocks, catching up logs, creating strainers through this whole section of the river. So if we're on the boat, on the river, just row over to them. Just row right the heck over to them and be like, get in, what's wrong with you? Just get in the boat. You know, grab them by that PFD on their shoulder straps and just lean back into the boat, right? You know how to do that? Pull them right back in the boat. If you're on shore, that's when you fire out that throw bag. Does anybody have a throw bag here? You still have it?
Yeah.
That's what you've heard of it, right? Yeah, no worries, don't worry about it. Have you guys been trained on throwbacks already? Alright, cool. So you had that class. Throwing through on shore. They teach you something different when you're in the water. Do whatever they teach you. But keep it in the back of your mind that somebody's got to then go out there. If that gets stuck on a rock, somebody's going to have to swing and cut that. You know what I mean? Or you're being a jerk to the other providers on the river, to the other recreators. And, yep, that's all we want to do. All right, so after that, if none of that works, then at the end we want to go. And that's when we would jump in and just go for that save ourselves. So, go, reach, row, throw, go. Does that make sense? And seriously, yell at them, point at them, and tell them where you want them to go. And point where you swimmer, stop drowning, swim to my boat. Swimmer, stop drowning, swim to shore. And they'll do it. And you've got to scout the river like way ahead of them. Right? See where that eddies out or whatever. See where the river gets deep and send them to the smartest place so they can get out and get safe soon. You guys are probably learning, and you already know probably how to read a river, but you're learning that more and more every run. I know that you get that extra experience. All right, does this make sense? I'm drowning?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. Trying to reach something out to them and pull them in. Yell at them. If none of that works, then either throw them a bag or row over to them. None of that works, jump in and go swimming. All right, that's when we go swimming. We do that at the very end. That's the last thing we want to do because it creates sea safety issues. All right, anybody hungry? You okay?
Yeah.
All right, cool. We might still have some. No, those things are fast, right? Bunch of crackheads. No problem. It's fine. They're delicious, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's talk about lightning real quick. I'll draw you a sexy little drawing here. Give me a quick second. No, it's perfect time to hit them.
Hey, so your friends are back. They're cold. They're shivering. They're wet. We got 3 boats on a trailer. I can have them legit, or is it all right if y'all go ahead and take those off the trailer when you bring them in?
Yeah.
Cool. I thought that'd be an answer because otherwise I'm like, damn, I thought we had teamwork down there. There's gonna be days when you get off the water, cold and miserable. You're gonna walk off your 6 o'clock trip, cold, tired. You're gonna walk back here, and that whole trailer's gonna be gone. Usually, when we're hanging out, and we see that last cold, miserable trip. We try to rub each other's backs a little bit. So, paying it forward now, I guarantee it'll come back to you in the season. So, appreciate y'all.
Awesome. Thanks. That's good of you guys. All right, sweet. That'll work. Hold on, let me put a little midget in this Jeep too. All right, sweet. Midgets everywhere. All right. Here's my little drawing for lightning. This is what I'm going to use for lightning. All right. Over here by these wiggly fingers on your left, my right. I have a small stand and uniform-sized trees. Then I have a big-ass tree by itself. Then I have a little rock climbing cave right there with the dude in the little, like, I can just get out of the hail cave. Then I've got some asshole above tree line on the summit. Then I have somebody in a deep Native American ceremony cave over here. Deep, big old Cave of Forgotten Dreams cave. Then I've got a dude in a Jeep. Okay? So that's where my people are right now. I can improvise this. Come on, not my first rodeo. All right, does that work? Can you all see this? Can anyone not see this? All right, sweet. So storms, right? They happen like this. We've got some clouds coming in, right? We've got like a polarization of ions going on. Right, going on in the storm. The storm wants to ground. It's an electrical issue, right? Most storms are moving at like 20 to 25 miles per hour. That's the rate at which most of these storms travel. The 1 mile ahead is most dangerous. So the most dangerous area in a lightning storm is the 1 mile ahead of the storm. 1 mile away from the center of the storm towards the direction in which the storm is progressing, okay? So polarization of ions, most storms are traveling 20, 25 miles an hour. The most dangerous area is about a mile in front of the storm. With that said, lightning can strike on a clear blue sky day over 100 miles from a storm. It's called blue sky lightning. That can absolutely happen too. Don't think about that too much. It'll just scare the hell out of you. You just get zapped by lightning walking around in no rain. All right. So as this is going, there's a way to figure out, like, how far am I maybe from the center of the storm? There's a way to figure it out. Does anybody know how to count the seconds or whatever? Do you know how that works? count between the lightning and the thunder. Which one do I see or hear first? Lightning, because the speed of lightning. She's a genius. Speed of light travels faster than the speed of sound. Correct. So I see the lightning, then I hear the thunder. How many seconds for each mile?
No?
5. 5 seconds is a mile. Yep. 5 seconds is a mile. You're still a genius. Don't worry. All right. So every 5 seconds is 1 mile. 5 seconds equals 1 mile. I'll just put that on the side so you have it. I'm going to point to one of these people and you tell me if they're safe or not. Okay? Swan stand, uniform size trees. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like that one. I think that was pretty safe. That's good. A lot of biomass in the trees. I think that's great. What about the big tall tree all by itself over here? Not safe, especially because these trees have like root structures, right? And they have branches, and the lightning could come and hit this tree. It could run down and hit this branch and jump between the roots and get you right here. It's called step off lightning. Step off.
I didn't know that at all.
Yes, sir. A lot of water, right? In the xylem and phloem or whatever of these trees. So you know what I'm talking about. You can come hit this tree, it could come down, it could hit the branch, it could come between the branch and the roots. Additionally, you could just travel down the trunk of the tree and throw everything out like shrapnel, like splinters, big chunks. My old truck had a big dent in the back from where lightning hit a tree, boom, and it blew into the back of my truck. Yeah, which was pretty wild. Anybody ever been in a bad lightning storm?
Yeah.
Shit's real, right? Anybody want to talk about it? What happened?
I mean, mostly driving. I did it while I was driving.
Yeah. So it looks really cool on that.
Yeah.
It looks badass.
Yeah, it was scary.
Anybody been camping in a bad lightning storm? What happened?
I was actually on top of the Petite Pond in Rocky Mountain National Park. And we
Okay.
started rappelling. And it was 8 double rope length rappels. So 8
It's a
70 meter
serious
rappels.
rap. Yeah.
And it was Rocky Mountain National Park during the summer, so like every day guaranteed thunderstorms. So we were trying to get down real quick. And there's like those 3 main valleys that like people hike through. And as we were rappelling, lightning is striking in the valley just to the north of us. And so we get down, and then we see lightning striking like the pond that we just hiked past. It was fucking terrifying.
All around you.
Yeah.
Scary,
Terrifying.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, scary for sure. Yeah.
I was in a tent camping one time. Lightning storm rolled through, and I didn't see much, but it was basically lightning struck right outside the tent, and so it looked like a bomb went off right outside because the spray of the dirt.
Wow.
And so that was with like my summer camp, and we all hightailed out of there, and I was afraid of thunder for like 10 years after that.
I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's pretty scary. I wonder if there's like a high metal content in the rocks, in the soil or something, or
Yeah, all I knew was it just looked like someone just like threw like a grenade and like just
yeah,
like dirt shrapnel.
crater charge is what it means. But yeah, 10-4. Yes.
I was in a building that got shut down. I was at a water park that we all were in because everyone was yelling. It was like super fast, and then all I remember I was like in 5th grade on a field trip, and then all the people were yelling, "Don't touch the walls!" Someone was touching one of the walls. That was because it was like the garage,
It's a metal building.
and that person got electrocuted.
Really?
But the whole building was shaking, and then there's a huge like black spot on the top.
And he got struck by lightning, and because he was touching that metal, the conduction got him.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I'm sorry that happened to you, especially in 5th grade. That sucks.
I know.
Yeah. And we all have all these terrible things that happen to us, and we run into each other as adults and try to figure all this shit out. Otherwise, yeah. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's awful. Yeah. So usually in a metal cage, you're good. You know, it's like a Faraday cage. So I said that too in my class. They were like, "Why are you saving a vehicle?" Like the tires, and the instructor like really let me have it.
Really? No.
He's like, "You fucking idiot! You would need a junkyard full of tires." You know what I mean? He's like, think about all the insulating atmospheres, you know, above us, you know, trying to stop the lightning. He's like, "You need a junkyard full of tires." I'm like, "Well, why do they have me wear like rubber gloves and boots when I'm working on electricity?" He's like, "That's in your head." He's like, "That's for you to feel safe." And he's like, "On lower voltage, whatever, you know, it can help you. But lightning's pretty high voltage." That's what they told me. I think the tires make me feel better.
That's my physics teacher told me that.
Yeah, that's what like I was taught in school. And so what the doc was saying is that it's the Faraday cage from the Jeep where the charge goes around the metal cage and then is immediately grounded. And that's why the Jeep is good, right? Has anybody ever had their electronics start to go haywire in a bad lightning storm? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Like my radios will start to go off, like the static and squelch will start coming through the radios. You'll have to make like radio adjustments. And batteries die on things.
In Japan, whenever we get typhoons and whatnot, they turn off the whole power for the island.
Wow.
And then when you're out there, like, of course, being in the fucking barracks, all the Marines are partying like animals. So to cut up or find some sort of light, you crack open glow sticks and cut them and throw it on the walls, and that's how you made it through typhoons. That with beer.
Yeah, 100%. You're at Okinawa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got you there. Cool.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it will mess up your electronics. It'll mess your freaking body up, too, right? Humans are really good conductors of electricity. Anybody tell me why? Good. Yeah, we have so much water in us. What did you say? Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, so much water, right? And where's most of that water at in our bodies? Yeah, which runs through what part of our body? That's why we're really good conductors of electricity. Good job. Our vascular system, right? So no on this tree. This is a big no. This is a yes. What about my rock climbing cave where I can come in and just kind of like, crawl in and get out of the rain and the snow and just kind of stay dry? Maybe a little bit warm. Put a tarp over the outside.
I would say no.
Because I'm pitching it so hard. Yeah. Smart. Why no? Why do you think? Correct.
It could always be. It could also come into as like a flash flood if it
okay, sure. So water can come in here and fill this, and that could be bad for us. 100%. Right. Especially if I'm down like a mine shaft or something like that, and those are all over these mountains. You guys know that? Yeah, absolutely. Why else? So it's a little higher up, like we want to be a little bit lower, depending on where that tree line is at, whether this is the tree line or whether this is the tree line. You're right, we do want to move down in elevation. We do want to get lower. One more thing that can happen. Yes, exactly right. Lightning would come down and it would strike the side of the mountain and it would jump this and get you on the inside. If it's a real small little like crevice, don't go in there. Do what you said, go down and find these trees or whatever. Yeah, these little crevices, they can maybe flood, especially if you're down in like a pit shaft mine. Like we find all over, like Arizona, Colorado, California, right? Freaking Spanish Trail, everywhere, right? So that's no good. What about this Jamoke over here on top of the mountain above tree line by himself in the storm? We're right. Yeah, right. Darwin Award. Yeah. This freaking guy. All right, so that's a no. What about Cave of Forgotten Dreams? Have you guys seen that documentary, Cave of Forgotten Dreams? Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Some shit. Yeah, well, I don't know if they're Americans because it's in France. It's in the Ardèche. Well, we can call them that. I'm down with that. They're basically the first Americans ever. What's up?
Is that the last Cal Cave?
I'm not sure if that's what it's called, but it might be. It's in the Ardèche region of France. There's a like a river that goes through there, a big land bridge. And they basically took like all the science that like all the humans had about like when fire and art were created, and it pushed that shit back like 10,000 years. They found a cave with like incredible masterpieces of art, drawn with chalk, like all the animals and just incredible drawings. They had fire, they have all the bones from the cave bears that they would eat. They found like full civilizations in these caves. They were like 10,000 years before they thought humans knew how to light a fire. And they were like, oh, we don't know a flippin' thing. Is pretty much what happened. And Werner Herzog, or whatever his name is, he did a documentary. It's called Cave of Forgotten Dreams. It's pretty trippy, little badass documentary with cool visuals that y'all can check out later, if you want. Big old Native American ceremony cave. Now I'll switch it back to these fine United States, like the Wave Cave or whatever. I'm in this cave. Am I safe? Yeah, I like it too. Way back deep in this cave. Like if this person's 6 feet tall, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 50 feet, 40 or 50 feet back. That's pretty good, right? 30 feet high. That's pretty good. If that's to scale or whatever, I think that's a pretty good cave. Does that make sense to you guys on lightning? Cool. Don't go down in a dry riverbed either. There's dry riverbeds coming off the mountains, the gullies. that people will ski or whatever. The chutes, don't get in those because lightning's going to want to follow those little gullies and chutes down like water. Lightning will run like water, even to the low points. So those dry riverbeds, wadis, whatever, stay out of those too. They're lightning magnets. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cool. What if you're on the river here and you're running a trip and there's a bad lightning storm that kicks up out of nowhere? What do you think you should do? Pull off the river is what you should do in a textbook scenario. Now, what's the nature of the terrain out here? Steep on both sides and nowhere to flip and pull off and get out. And even if you do pull off, there's no like Thunderdome or shelter or whatever to go through. You're just exposed, So what we encourage people to do here with ABA and when you go down to, I know we all want to say like Buena Vista because that's like the freaking Spanish pronunciation for a beautiful view, right? But you know how they pronounce it down there, right? Yeah. Buena Vista, just so you don't sound like you're out of place when you get down there. Because they'll know it's your first time diving. Buena Vista, the town council voted on it twice. We're just BV if you want to avoid it.
That's what everyone calls it.
Salida, right? Which means exit. The exit through the mountain. Salida, they call it Salada down there. So it's Salada and Buena Vista. And it's, you know what I mean? Like ranches and stuff down there. Yeah. All right. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Now you know. When you go down there, you start saying Buena Vista, they're going to know it's your first year guide. All right. Sweet. I know he said it too. I'm not trying to break his balls here. BV, you're safe, right? Especially if you're flirting in the bar, right? You don't want to lose it because of something like that. All right? Good. Okay. Not that any of you do that. That's lightning, right? If lightning happens and you're on the river, you just run. Get your takeout, get everybody on the bus, right? Get people on the vehicle. Vehicles are the safest places. Build a good camp when you're setting up in camp. Take the time to make sure you're not under a bunch of freaking dead branches, right? Or you're not way out in the open with no trees around you. You're not above tree line. Don't make the stupid mistakes that are going to get you killed, right? And proper planning prevents piss, poor performance. You probably heard all those P's before. I know the Marines have heard all those P's before. Just pick where you're going to be before you go to bed, then you don't have to wake up and mess with it. Right? I'm definitely not waking up in the middle of the night in a lightning storm to go get in lightning position with a bunch of people. I'm going to sleep, and be dry. I'll get up in the morning and I'll deal with whatever carnage is there. Lightning position, if you guys are on a multi-day backpacking trip with customers or clients, whatever, or your friends, you would take something rubber, or you would take your Insulite sleeping pad, you put it on the ground, and you kind of crouch down with your feet a little bit apart like this for hours. And so that's why I think lightning position is ridiculous, because nobody can do this, especially if you've had surgeries or whatever, or injuries. So for me, I just take my Insulite pad, I take my pack and I put it on that and I just sit on my pack. And I try to be in a smart area and I just wait for the storm to pass. I just pop up a little shelter, right? And we get through it. But yeah, a bad lightning storm is it's kind of like getting mortared, dog, because the shit comes out of nowhere. There ain't nothing you can do about it while it's happening except kind of get to a safer place and hope for the best. And by the time it's done, if you're good, you're good. So lightning's a lot like get hit with mortars, I think, Not a lot you can do about it when it's happening, and you can just kind of get to a better position. If you have the right equipment, that helps, right? And when it's done, if you're good, you're good. All right. I remember when mortars used to be a big thing. Then you just keep playing poker. After a while, you're just like, you fuckers can't hit us. All right. Does that make sense for lightning? Cool. So we hit drowning and we hit lightning. We have to talk about altitude. We'll do altitude and then we'll do soft tissue stuff and then we're done. We'll have a short little break. I'll get the CPR stuff. Up. We'll teach CPR and then you're really done. We can all go get hammered and naked.
You!
All right, cool. The people in the chat are freaks too, so sorry, don't worry. All right, so altitude, we're going to talk about 3 different illnesses. I've had one of them. My best friend had the other one. He actually had it in, has anybody ever been to serious altitude? 20,000 feet? Maybe more than that? Yeah, where were you?
It's Mount Evans.
Mount Evans.
Mount Evans is not any more than 14,000.
Yeah, it's not.
No.
Immediately provide the reinstruction. Go ahead, get it.
So like high elevation. So well, everything in Colorado. There's no mountain in Colorado that's taller than Pikes Peak.
That's
Pikes Peak is only like 14,000, 1,100 and some change, give or take. I think in that area. But Mount Evans is
right up this road.
yeah, it's not super. It's probably maybe in the 10s or 12s, but maybe 14.
It's just 14, I think.
Is it? Yeah, I've never hiked it, but
It's a low 14.
I know for a fact it's not taller than Pikes Peak.
Is Pikes Peak the tallest in Colorado?
It is.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And what is Blanca like? Is that top 10? Blanca down in the San Luis Valley?
I don't know.
That's a pretty good. I did that one in September last year. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to break your balls. Colorado, 14,000 foot. If we're getting bigger than that, we're in like South America or like Asia, probably, right? Denali, I have no idea.
I think
Denali is
Denali is I think
Is it 20?
Denali is like right around 19 or 20,000.
Okay.
I
I
want to
didn't
say
think it was over 20.
I have a
Pull that Google
device
sheet.
and
I've heard Denali's like right on the cusp before you get to like high altitude.
Yeah.
Like it's like somewhere. I just didn't know the exact number before.
Okay. Yeah, well, I used to know and I'm sorry I don't. You know, very fair question. We'll ask the Google box and see if we can't figure it out right there. These are 3 illnesses. These will occur here in Colorado all the time. This will occur here. I've had it happen, you know, in the ski mountains right down the road here when I used to live on the East Coast, right? Right.
Denali's 20,310.
20,310. So just over 20.
Just
Okay, cool. So that would count. 100% all this could happen at Denali. 100% all this could happen in South America when you're on your Incan trails, right? 100% all this could happen in Tibet when you're looking for good yak cheese or whatever you do when you're hiking around Tibet, right? AMS, does anybody know what that stands for?
Altitude motion sickness.
Well, I'll give you the sickness, and it is related to altitude, but that's the M word, the stuff that grows up at altitude. Moles?
I said moss.
Moss, yeah. Yeah, it's moss sickness. This is when you filter your water through the moss and there's some nastiness in there. It stands for acute mountain sickness. AMS is usually what people call it. And you can even see it here. 100% you can see it here. People fly into Denver from, you know, God knows where, Texas or New Jersey or something. They get in the shuttle, P1 Express, no doubt, right? Drives them up here, drops them off for you. You go out and recreate. Excuse me, just get the devil out. You go out and recreate, and then they start to just feel really bad. They start to feel off. You know, has anybody ever seen that happen, or has that ever happened to anybody? When you come up to altitude, and then immediately you start experiencing illness symptoms? What were your symptoms like? Oh, sorry, then I'll come over here and I'll meet you too.
This is my mom when I was a kid. We visited. I'm from Arizona, but we visited Colorado. We were out
From Tucson.
Yeah, Tucson. And we were out there in some mountain camping, and we went for a walk and we started going up high. And I think my mom like blasted to a wine too. I think that might have. I
Yeah.
think the ambulance said that had something to do with it. But she was okay. She's got like they call it altitude sickness.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's what they call it.
But yeah, they took her down to a lower elevation and gave her oxygen. But
And that's the treatment. Like decrease in elevation, hydrate, eat food, rest, get some oxygen if you can. Exactly right. Equals altitude sickness equals acute mountain sickness. And it's all called the same thing, but acute mountain sickness is AMS. It's also called altitude sickness. And sorry, I said I would go here and then I'll go up here. Yeah, what was your experience like?
something similar. My dad came to visit when I was living in Bowie, so it's still like that. 9,000 some shade.
Yeah.
9,000 shades. And he was boozing on the plane over me. Wasn't hydrated, you know.
Yep.
So he got there. Seems fine at first, by the time he got to know himself, like normally did it.
Yep.
So I shook it off to like a minor hangover, drank a little bit more.
Yeah, drink through it.
Yeah, just drink through it, you know, because he's on vacation. He ended up getting sick. I mean, he started like he got nauseous.
Yep.
Started kind of getting like just real nauseous. I think about it from
Yep.
They ended up calling
Yep.
service.
Yep.
Typical version that came over the game. We just had a chill like this. When we relax, there was no option of coming down there.
Yeah.
Because the whole city.
Yeah.
We just took over the room and took care of him just like we had a food or something.
Hydrated him and fed him and rested him until he felt better. Cool. And he's okay and everything now.
Oh yeah.
All right, cool.
It was like two and a half days of things kind of affected him.
Okay.
And he was like, once he got hydrated, kind of got used to it and shit. He's good.
So it affected him for 2 days.
Yeah, it's about 2 days.
That's a big deal. What was your experience like?
So when I drove here, so I had a little bit of altitude sickness when I came here. But the big one was my girlfriend had a kid did, which required like 4 screws into her leg.
Yep.
And so we changed the altitude, caused all that pain from her surgery to like flare up again.
Yeah.
Just because of and so
Pressure.
yeah, just the change in pressure just caused like an insane amount. Like it was like the amount of pain that she felt once she stepped her leg. Like when she was
I believe that. I believe that.
She did a lot.
Yeah. Right, you're taking this class now.
What's the thing? She's the EMT and she gets hurt so much. I'm like pick up something on
Right. Right. What happened?
Pretty much the only time I've experienced it, I realized that I was like had symptoms when I was mad at my buddy because he was hiking faster than me. I was pretty hungover. We were at like 13,000 feet or something, and I was just frustrated with him. And I imagined myself picking up a rock and bashing his head open with it. So I was like, I'm not.
Ideation.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not okay. Like, you need to turn back. And so we went back to the car. But I was like, that's not normal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what the
So
fuck?
affecting the way you think and how you think and giving you a headache and nausea, right, and vomiting and right, fatigue. These are all signs and symptoms of acute mountain sickness or altitude sickness or AMS. And if you work in the mountains, you're 100% going to see it. You know, if you work on like a ski lift or somebody here's doing ski patrol, right? When you're doing ski patrol, you're 100%.
Oh, it's Vermont.
Oh, it's in Vermont. Okay.
We got a little baby.
Where, like Killington or Stowe or Okemo?
People, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've skied over this place. It's cool.
But hopefully we can come out here 2 years from now, and then I would see.
Hopefully, yeah. All right, cool. I'm sure you got something keeping you in Vermont, right? Girlfriend, maybe.
The lack of us having to pay rent for the parent house.
All right, free place to stay. That'll do it too. All right, that'll do it too. So acute mountain sickness, headache, nausea, dizziness, fatigue, nausea, vomiting. I probably said nausea, but that's how I felt. You know, mine was I just flew right out here from the East Coast, went straight up to Copper Mountain, was skiing with my buddies, and they're like, they've been there for a day. You know, and I came and met them, and we used to do it every year before I moved here. And they were like, "You want to take some warm-up runs? You know, you want to do a cruiser?" I'm like, "You fucking don't talk to me like that. You know, any trail, any mountain." And they're like, "Okay." You know, and they just took me on a burner bump run, and I was like halfway down, like throwing up, dry heaving. Just normally I could, you know, do that, but yeah, it was just a mess. We get on the chairlift, and we were 3, and another random dude joined us. And I'm throwing up off the chairlift, and he's got his GoPro just going, just filming me, right, or videoing me going through that, and I felt horrible. And they realized, like, hey, maybe he got a kick out of that. Good for him, right? That's acute mountain sickness. That's what happened to me. I hydrated, I ate some food, I went down in elevation, everything was cool, right? Especially happens with exertion. Hey, has anybody heard of Hape and Haste before? Hape and Haste. You've heard of it. Okay, cool. Well, do you know anybody who's had it before? What have you heard about it? About Hape or Haste?
I read a book about Everest.
Yeah.
And isn't it high altitude pulmonary embolism?
You're like right
So
there,
close.
pulmonary edema. Yeah, which just means like water or swelling on the lungs.
And
But
cerebral edema.
yeah, right, flip, yeah. Really good job. Those are like the hardest ones in the whole class. And you're like, I don't say much, but when I do, right on point. Yeah, exactly right. High altitude pulmonary edema is the P, and pulmonary, like a pulmonologist, refers to the lungs, versus high altitude cerebral edema, which is the head, right? Cerebellum, cerebral. Really good job. What did you read about in the book? What did it say?
It's just an account of like an expedition they went bad on Everest. It's by John Krakauer. It's called In
Maybe
the
they're
Air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great book.
Yeah, it's a great book. A lot of people read that book. Yeah. I just remember those terms from that.
Yeah, good job. Awesome. It's a really good book. Almost as good as like Hatchet. You know, but on a different level. Did you guys read Hatchet when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Good freaking book, man. That's probably why we're doing this outdoor stuff now. You know, Lost on a Mountain in Maine, anybody? All right. That's hilarious. The sixth graders that I trained at Denver Green School, they were reading that book. Like when we did this class, it was like a survival module. And so like I went through the Cliff's Notes. I'll tell you, as a grown man, I went through the Cliff's Notes and tried to like make the class like the book was to try to get them engaged in it and stuff. It was a good book. Indicator is a real good book for adults. Yeah, I'll give you that. All right. High altitude pulmonary edema. What part of the body do you think it affects? The lungs. Therefore, which system will have the biggest effect on it? Where will the signs and symptoms manifest? Respiratory system. Good job. All right, so you're going to get breathing problems with hate. And this happened to my buddy who, we were in the Marine Corps together. We were combat engineers, but we were machine gunners in our platoon. So machine gunners and little demo guys together. And then he went and became an EMT for like 8 years. Then he became an ER tech. Then he became a trauma nurse at Norfolk Hospital. And now he's a doctor of nursing. He's like the top trauma nurse for all of Norfolk General Hospital. He runs their burn unit. So anybody who gets a bad burn goes to that nurse, you know, and the doctors, but you touch him if you have a bad burn in North Carolina or Virginia. And he's really squared away. Brilliant guy. And like a real hardcore dude, but like at the same time, brilliant. You know, crazy combination of humans. But he was hiking in, I think it was Ecuador, Peru or Ecuador. And he started having really bad breathing problems. He had a pulse oximeter, which is what this little box right here is. Come on, here it is. Yeah. He had a pulse oximeter, which is what this little box is. It goes on your finger, it shoots a laser down, brings the laser back, and it tells you not only what your heart rate is, but it tells you my heart rate is 87, and then below it, it tells you your saturation percentage of oxygen. I'm at 98 right now. That's not too bad. You know what I mean? I used to smoke. What are you going to do, right? I'm at 98 right now. Any smokers in the room?
I did a couple months ago.
You quit a couple months ago.
But I had a cigarette.
Anybody still smoke about a pack a day? You're all healthier than that?
I
You
used
smoke
to
a bag a
smoke that
day? Yeah.
Bags.
Bags, you call it bags? Just smoking a bag a day. All right, here's my kilo. You can try it. Pop your little finger right here. Popped it in there with consent. Started having breathing problems. He put this on and he was like 60-something%.
Oh,
And
shit.
he was like, oh, I've started to have breathing problems. Like, I'm not just being weak right now, right? He said he looks at his phone. He pulled up his phone, and he could see in the reflection of his phone, his lips looked too dark. So he turned the camera on and looked at it. His lips were purple, purplish blue, because he wasn't getting enough oxygen. That's called cyanosis. When part of your body starts to turn blue because you don't, and it might just be cold. Let it go for a minute. Your fingertip just might be cold. It might not be able to read
Here,
it.
there we go.
There you go. What's this at?
95.
95?
Yeah.
All right, that's not too bad. So your heart rate's on there. You guys can pass that
What
around,
can I do?
okay?
Yeah, sure.
You started hearing crackling breath sounds. Crackling breath sounds are indicative of water or blood on the lungs. And edema here, the edema, E-D-E-M-A, just means like swelling because there's water on that area. The changes in pressure at that altitude are pushing water across cellular membranes to areas where they're not supposed to be, and that's squeezing down and putting pressure on the lungs. Lips might turn blue, respirations go down, breathing problems go up. All right, the C stands for what in HACE? Cerebral, good. So what part of the body is it going to affect?
The brain.
Good. The brain, it's saying to the membrane. Head problems. That's not bad for writing upside down. Head problems are going to go up. Like the worst headache you've ever had in your life. The U.S. Army field manual, related to emergency medicine talks about hate. And it says it happens all the time to young, healthy men in their 20s and women in their 20s. All the time. If they go from sea level or they go up to altitude and they exert themselves heavily, like freaking digging fighting positions or learning how to ski playing football up at Bridgeport or whatever training you guys did, right? But This happens all the time to young, healthy people. All right, otherwise healthy people. This happens a lot. It happens to my buddy who's in great shape. Right, he really knows his body well. So this can absolutely happen. If this happens, it can kill you fast. It can kill you real fast. And so you gotta get down. Gotta get down. As quickly and safely as possible, you have to get down in elevation. I don't care if you have to rent a doggone truck, right? If you have to pay somebody a bribe, if you need to get on an airplane, whatever, that might not be the best idea. But you need to descend immediately. Like the quote is, as quickly and safely as possible. You need to descend rapidly. If you start having breathing problems, blue lips, crackling breath sounds, low word dyspnea where you can't get a lot of words out in one breath, but you have to breathe in the middle of a sentence, right? You need to take your ass down in elevation. You need to do it fast or it's going to kill you, especially with these two, because you're putting pressure on the brain here, you're putting pressure on the lungs here. Does that make sense? So Vapor Haste, get down fast. Yep.
I was watching a climbing movie. I think it was with Bill Paxton, I'm not sure, but I think he had haste because he started going crazy and trying to kill one of the people.
Oh,
so,
shoot.
Is that happening in haste, your actual brain?
So, don't know about that, but so there's a documentary on Netflix, 14 Weeks, and
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it was the dude that pretty much climbs all the fucking mountains. He encounters a climber on another peak, and they had severe haste, and he was like, "Oh fuck, I gotta get not only my crew down, but this guy down with no oxygen whatsoever left," and he was just. And they got him down, but as soon as they got him down, the bird was landing and then taking him to another spot.
Immediately.
Mm.
Yeah, so that pressure on your brain, to answer your question, yes, can make you do all kinds of crazy shit. It's just like when you have a head injury. There's bruising on the inside of the skull, but on the outside of the brain. And that bruising creates a pressurized environment that's squeezing down on the brain until the brain pops out of the foramen magnum, or until that pressure gets relieved, right? So when that happens, it makes people behave in a way that's called a dickhead, disoriented, irritable, combative, and confused. And trying to kill their buddy falls right into the classic dickhead signs and symptoms. And that's what you get with haste as well, because there's pressure on the brain. That rising intracranial pressure is squeezing on your little electrical circuits up there, right? Your synapses, making you behave in a weird way. I don't think scientists understand what's going on in the brain.
Well, I've asked my roommate, he's a neuroscience.
Come on.
Yeah.
They don't know. What do they know? The smartest people in the world, right? Whatever, who are hired by kings to train the king's children, the princes and the princesses, Sir Isaac Newton or whatever, right? The earth used to be flat. I don't know what all you guys believe, right? But the earth used to be flat, and the earth used to be in the center of the universe, and you used to be able to sail off the edge of the earth, right? And that's what the smartest, the most powerful people in the world paid the smartest people in the world to train their children. And now we're those fucking idiots. Yeah. So I wonder what we think and know now in science that in 500 years we're going to be those flipping idiots. With brain science, yeah, we know a lot, right? We're starting to learn a lot about the different lobes and what happens with injuries, but just in the last few years, they were oh yeah, you can completely rewire and retrain your brain. You can rebuild synapses. And so it's if you just figured out that we could do that, what else would we not know? I don't know. Nice. That's what these have to do with it. Yes, sir. Exactly right. The pressure. The pressure on your cells is pushing water across membranes to places it's not supposed to be. That association of water molecules together creates a bolus, right? An embolism, essentially. A big chunk of something that pushes down, a mass that pushes down on the brain.
I don't know if this has anything to do with it. I think it's just science problem. I don't know about it's just still doing.
Yeah. Right.
And I jumped. I don't know. I kind of tried to stop. It was low already. It was
That's low.
I was up on the way to altitude before depression. Still depression.
Yeah. Sure.
jump out, flying your hands go, and as soon as I pop my shoe, literally everything, it's kind of cheap, it's kind of cool. It's just like, you just saw like immediate pain, and just like the black light.
Yeah.
And then literally I was just like, just get there, just get over it. So like, you know, doing the just the right thing, just burning altitude. But I had to do something fresh. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, so you've got these sinus cavities all around your eyeballs, right? And when the pressure rapidly changed when you got caught on your shoe or whatever, and when you're decreasing in elevation, I would guess that rapidly shifted all that stuff around, which squeezed on your eyeballs, which made you see that flash of light, right? Which made it feel like all this pressure. That's what people will say about this. The worst headache you've ever had is how you diagnose it. So very similar, right? You've got all this fluid and mucus and stuff in these cavities that are supposed to be cleared out when you're rapidly changing in pressure, especially with that jerking stop motion, that rapid deceleration. I would imagine that's what shook everything into your freaking eyeballs. You know, and squeezed on them. Thank you. How were you on that?
I didn't check myself.
Okay. A lot of times if women have like painted nails, you can't do it.
She's low.
You're low?
She's 89.
Did you try a different finger? Because you're also a woman, and I'm not saying that to be rude in any way or insulting, but sometimes women, very frequently in fact, women will have chronic vasoconstriction.
Raynaud's.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that.
Raynaud's or Raynaud's syndrome. Yep, exactly right. And so it happens with a lot of women. And we've been out in the cold, so you have what's called vasoconstriction in your fingertips. So you just like smoke a lot?
Never
Yeah, right. You're a rough guy.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm at 99
Now you're at 99. Okay, we just have to try a different figure. Yeah. Good. All right, I want to know what you are. So this is hip, haste, and AMS. Does this make sense to you guys? Basically, if you're in the backcountry, you're at serious altitude, you need to read up on this more. You need to take more classes. But the down and dirty version for the one-day classes, if you have horrible trouble breathing, right, and you're at altitude, you need to descend immediately. If you have a horrible headache and you're up at altitude, you need to descend immediately. Okay? Make sense?
Yep.
Cool on this? Any questions or anything?
Actually, I have
Yeah, please. Good.
If you get like an oxygen container
Yeah.
when you're up in elevation, does that help with the problem, or
Yes.
is it kind of like a temporary solution?
It helps, but it's temporary. You got to get down because you've got all this fluid on your brain. It's the fluid, which is the edema, the extra fluid, the swelling, that's causing the problem. Now, will sucking oxygen out of one of those tourist cans help you in the meantime? 100%. 100%. I actually have one of those in my medical kit, and I use it. I've used it a lot because it's really the only treatment for seizures and strokes and heart attacks other than CPR for heart attacks. But it's like the only treatment, and aspirin we can give them. But it's like the only treatment for seizures, strokes, tape, asthma, oxygen in one of those little bottles, you know, you get at the gas station or whatever. All right, tell me signs and symptoms of acute mountain sickness and we'll move on. Headache, nausea. What else? Confusion. Good. Fatigue. All right, great job, everybody. Awesome. All right, we are going to talk about head injuries and seizures real quick. Then we'll do CPR or soft tissue, and then we're going to be done. I'm going to sneak that one in on you because it's worth hearing about. We'll do it fast. All right. So here's my brain essentially. Right. Here's my eyeball looking this way. That's my neck. I told you before we've got like these membrane layers around the brain. So there's a big fat layer here called the dura mater, and that kind of protects us. Then we have, I know I probably have like other colored pens, and that's how I should do this. But I'll just do this real quick for you. Then you have another layer here called the arachnoid, and this arachnoid layer comes all the way down through your spinal cord. Okay? And then you have another layer, it's called the pia mater, or the soft matter. It runs right through here. Okay? And this arachnoid layer right here is really your moneymaker. This is what carries the CSF, and it carries it down into your brain so your brain can get sugar. That's like the purpose of this, is to carry sugar down into your brain. Does that make sense? And to carry sugar through your spinal cord. That's what CSF is, and this is where it lives. It lives in your brain and in your spinal cord. You've got these three membrane layers right here that sit on top of your brain. when your head gets freaking hit, or when you stop in a car accident and you slam into the windshield, or when you're skiing or riding, snowboarding, and you hit that branch, right, or that rock, whatever it is, if you hit right here, this is called the COUP injury. Sorry, I'm writing upside down, so if it looks stupid, trying. This is called the coup injury right here. And what happens is there's like little bruising right here. These 3 membrane layers start to bleed, micro bleeds, and that makes a little bruise right here. But in physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Good job, everybody.
This is the high altitude cerebral.
No.
No, this is just head injuries in general.
Okay.
It's going to create something very similar. Very similar. So I was just using that as the transition from heads to heads.
Okay.
Sorry for not clarifying that. Yep. So the brain slams forward and it creates the coup injury here. But then the brain is going to slash backwards and it's going to create an even bigger injury in the back, right? An even bigger bruise in the back. And that's called the counter coup injury. Coup in French just means a blow, like a coup d'etat is a blow to the state, right? Like a takeover of the government, a coup d'etat. So this bigger bruise then starts to squeeze in on the brain. The brain starts to get smaller because of all this pressure, squeezing in on the brain, squeezing in on the brain, squeezing in on the brain, squeezing in on the brain. All that pressure. That's what creates a freaking headache. Okay? That's what creates the pain. That's what creates problems with your vision. That's what creates like people vomiting over and over again when they have a head injury. They can't get rid of this pressure. It's crushing their brain. Their body doesn't know what to do, so they pretty much lose their shit. And people behave in all manner of ridiculous ways when they get their head hit. We call them dickheads, right? I told you what that meant before. Did anybody remember? Disoriented? Close, incoherent. I say irritable. But yeah, they're pretty incoherent. That's good, Luke. Disoriented, irritable, confused, and combative. Good. Disoriented, irritable, combative, and confused. So dickheads. All right. Disoriented, irritable, combative, and confused.
Is that where, like, whenever they have such pressure in their brain, when they go to the hospital, they have to cut out a piece of the
Yes, sir.
skull and release the
Drill that shit out. Yeah, take that D-ball. You know what I mean? 1/4-inch drill.
Yes, one of them got hit by a car and he had to get a huge piece of his skull taken out.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, to relieve that pressure. That's called the trepanation.
Yes, sir.
There are a lot of like mummified bodies found throughout South America from like way back in the day, like tens of thousands of years ago, that have perfect circular holes drilled in the skull. And I wonder if that's what they were trying to do or what they were trying to do. Nobody knows. There's no record keeping associated with it. But like that stuff's been found. And I wonder if people were trying to do that or what, you know, or something we'll never know about maybe. But, yeah. And so maybe it's that, maybe it's related to religion, right? I know. To switch it out. Switch that part out. It's a 10,000 mile part for some of us. All right, so I'm sorry that happened here. What does have to happen is they do have to drill into the skull to relieve this pressure. So it's not something that we'll ever do in the field. So that's why I was telling you, if you have a head, neck, or spine injury, you've got to immobilize them, right? You've got to take them to the hospital or get the hospital to come to them as quickly as possible. Head injuries, those are helicopters. That's absolutely okay. Head injuries are helicopters for sure. Femurs, helicopters. Thoracic cavity, your chest or your abdomen, those are helicopters. When I got my bell rung, I was in what we're going to call a rapid deceleration accident. I mean, I was an upgunner, you know, on a Humvee. I was behind a machine gun and I had a steel turret around me. And the vehicle rapidly came to a stop. That's all I'm going to say about the incident. When that happened, my head slammed into the side of the metal, you know, the 1/4-inch steel, whatever, the 1/2-inch steel that was around me. Boom. And I was awake, but I was knocked the flip out. You know what I mean? I fell back down in that turret. They thought I got shot. You know what I mean? And so they've got their hands all up in my gear, and I'm trying to figure out what they're doing. And I don't know what's going on. And I just had this wide-eyed look on my face, and they're like, "Are you good? Are you good?" And I'm telling myself that I'm saying, "Yeah, everything's fine. Shut the F up, right? Go ahead and engage. Do what you're supposed to do." But they said I didn't say a word. I just looked at them like that, and they were just like, "Oh, flip." You know what I mean? We're gonna have to deal with this guy now. So that's what I was like with a head injury. You know what I mean? I ended up passing out, and I woke up in an aid station in a town called Alkheim. I woke up in a freaking medical facility. But it hit me over here, right? Boom. But I still had bad headaches back here, because that's when that brain sloshed back. You know what I mean? That's where it sloshes back. Kind of hit me in the frontal lobe, so it affects like my behavior, my social appropriateness, you know, more than other things. Some people get hit on the side, and it messes with their language abilities. You know what I mean? Or their hearing. You get hit in the back of your head, it can mess with your vision, right? But you get hit in the front of the head or kind of to the side, it's going to affect your behavior, your social stuff. So that's why I'm kind of a weirdo. You know, one of the reasons why I'm a weirdo. You got to give my family some credit too, right? So that's what a dickhead is. That's a coup and the counter coup injury. That's how traumatic brain injuries or concussions happen. So this is a TBI. Does anybody else here? Have you ever had a TBI?
Well, I know from my own experience, just like I was doing paintball, playing paintball, and there was some mud on the ground that I didn't realize was there. I had slipped and smacked the back of my head with a cement block.
Where do we store our paddles? Right around the corner?
There should be a bucket right out there. You're right.
Oh, I guess bucket right here, miss. Thank you. Yeah.
But one of the things that was so one of the things that happened though is I got a huge adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
So I felt fine. Like I didn't realize what was going on at the time, but I kept on playing. But afterwards, vision started getting like messed up.
Yep.
Nausea. Like one of the worst headaches I've ever had.
Yep.
And I had to be taken, like, I was literally being driven back from the event, and they had to stop and get, like, an ambulance to send me to the hospital. And it almost got to the point where they had to, like, drill
it?
Yeah.
Trepanate.
And, but they didn't have to. Somehow it just, like, brain stopped swelling, and I recovered, and, yeah, it was wild. It was really
close. Glad you're okay.
Yeah, thank you. But that's one of the things I wasn't sure that was covered in the dickhead.
Yeah.
Was if somebody does get that, like just as like, oh, that didn't really even hurt, I'm fine, like that type of thing. But later on, yeah.
So when we're in shock, we might not feel pain, right? That's like a medical condition. That's not like a, oh my God, I'm shocked by this. That's like, I'm in freaking shock.
Yeah.
And that's like vasoconstriction in the extremities, elevated heart rate, elevated respiratory rate, and compensated shock. All drops with decomp. But yeah, when you're in shock, like you often don't feel any pain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I talked to a guy with his femur sticking out, with his bone sticking out of his leg. And he was just like cool. So he was in shock for sure. Another guy who I worked with just saw a woman with bilateral femur fractures after a car accident. He thought she was dead. And he was carrying a body bag up to the door of her truck. And the firemen were cutting her out with the jaws of life. And he comes up to the window and she goes, "Oh, hello." And he said his blood ran cold, you know. He showed me the goosebumps on his arm, but he was telling the story. She goes, "We're going to make a cake." And he was just like, "Yeah, yes, ma'am. Okay, what kind of cake is it going to be?" And he's like going to get his femur traction splints, you know, but totally in shock. So I think you were in shock a little bit.
Definitely a little bit, for sure.
I think that's what was going on.
Yeah, but a lot of what you were talking about with like just the head trauma and the attacks, like just that rang true with me. So.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Anybody else have a head injury that you comfortable talking about?
I just
come
have
here.
a question about assessing head injuries.
Yes.
Because I know now, especially like if you need to play football or rugby or anything like that, like I saw any hit to the head as, oh fuck, I'm not gonna be able to play. When you have an incident where there's a concussion, I feel like, especially for people that I know and the groups I've been in, like concussions are hidden a lot. How do you assess whether somebody like actually has a concussion, has a concussion and is trying to hide it versus like, and obviously if it.
Good question.
Like, because I feel like my first reaction whenever I get my head is like, oh, that's not a concussion. I definitely don't have one.
I'm good. I can play coach, right? I can fight.
Sports, they maybe take like a baseline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just in general, like if we're in a rafting, if we're rafting, I see some dude, like we hit a bump and he just flies back and hits his head on a rock.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, I'm fine. How do you really like?
Be like, the hell you are. We're going to sit down over here and talk about it, buddy.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll bet you think you're fine. We're going to sit right over here and talk about it. I'd Eddie out, or whatever. And I'd get him on the side of the boat or on the shore. And I'd be like, all right. And I would need to know this information first before I start asking the questions. But I would immediately ask him 3 questions. The first question is, you tell me your name there, big dog? Hey, I'm John. What's your name? And I would hear what he says, and I'd ask his wife or his kids if he's telling me, is he right? Okay, good. Who are you? The next question I would ask is, where are you right now? Can you tell me where you are? Third question I would ask is, what time is it? Can you tell me about what time it is? Those are the 3 questions we always ask first. Can you tell me what happened? That would be next. But like, who are you? Where are you? And what time is it? And I want to see how well their brain is working to answer those questions, right? When I came on that biker on the side of the road the other day up in Leadville, I inspected his bike helmet after I did the physical exam on him, and I cleaned his little abrasions, on his knees, and I had his arms slung up, and I had his hand all wrapped up in a t-shirt with the ace bandage, just to provide padding to his broken hand. I went through these questions, right? Eventually we would do like a coma scale, GSW on the guy, or GCS on the guy, excuse me. Where was I? On the guy, but you learn that in a different class. Who are you? Where are you? What time is it? What happened? Okay? Now, maybe say 3 things to him. 3 nouns or adjectives or whatever. Say 3 words to him. Have it repeated back. Okay? Then give him like 4 numbers and have him repeat it in the opposite order. Things like that. And you're just testing his cognitive ability. Now, if anybody has any signs or symptoms for a head injury, like any bruising, a bloody nose, right, black eye, tooth coming out, and if the teeth come out, you can just pop them back in until they click. Pop it right back in, okay? If the tooth pops out, pop it right back in. Really, I promise. If you can't get it back in, put it in the finger of a glove with the patient's own saliva in there. Save it that way. You can also use milk. But you can just pop that sucker right back in if the tooth pops out.
Will the root grow back?
Yeah, it depends on where it's broken and how. If you get like a big chunk of it with the root in it that comes out, you can pop that back up. And it'll click into place, literally. Right in the middle. If you chip a tooth, that's a different story, right? Yeah. So when you get into the oral stuff, like they have different names for all the different types of fractures to teeth, and like, are they slanted? Is it straight up? Is it below the gum? Is it above the gum? Does it include the root? All that stuff. So for us, if the whole thing comes out, pop it all back in. If it's chipped, it's chipped. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks a lot. Who are you? Where are you? What time is it? I'm also looking at the helmet. On this guy's bike helmet, I inspected it, and it was cracked. And that's when I started asking him more questions. So I was like, hey, what's your name? And he's like, Roberto. I'm like, all right, good to go, Roberto. We're speaking in Spanish and English the whole time, right? I'm like, ¿Dónde está ahorita, right? Where are you right now? And he's like, I'm at the lake. And I was like, yeah, buddy, give you a little more information. What lake? And I could see him think about it. He's like, Turquoise Lake. And I'm like, good, correct. Yeah, good. About what time is it? And he's laying there in the dark, and he's like, I don't know. He's like, I had lunch. I went for a ride. I don't know. It's dark. And so I see his brain wheels starting to turn. And I'm like, he's not totally fucked, right? But he's slow. So, like, yeah, there's probably a little bit of, a head injury going on here. Even though he's talking to me, he seems fine. He was slow on some of the answers. And he didn't know what happened. He was like, I think it's evening, I think it's around 8 o'clock. And I was like, yes, that's pretty good. So when the paramedics got there and I was handing off my patient, I was like, he's a sloppy A&O times 4. Like, he knows where he is, he knows who he is, who he is, where he is, and what time it is. But he kind of had to struggle with some of it. So it's like, he's a little sloppy. You're gonna want to check him again. No marks on his face or head at all, but the bike helmet was cracked. And he had never cracked or scuffed the helmet before, he stated. And so for me, that's enough. That's enough. You can go get his CAT scans. Get passed off to them at least. Does that help answer your question? Yeah. You're doing like a cognitive assessment on the individual over time. And like redo it every few minutes on them, I would say. Cool, awesome. Does this make sense? Are we good here? Yeah. All right, sweet. Let's just talk about seizures real quick. Has anybody ever seen a seizure and had to respond to that? Is anybody comfortable talking about it? All right, what happened?
At school last semester, right, this semester this dude was walking down the floor below me, and then he just fell on the floor. And so then I went down there. He wasn't moving. I called 911. I went and got a clinical RA, but he didn't come up. And so we just called in and did what we were kind of off things to do.
Yeah.
We just came there and watched what happened. We didn't see it happen. We just heard him fall.
Yeah.
So we couldn't like be totally hopeful. But
What did they tell you to do while you were waiting for the
we just
EMTs?
said like, don't mess with his head and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like this one guy who's with me. He's like, I'm gonna eat him to do. I'm gonna move around. And they're like, no, don't do that. Don't push his head. Like, keep it close.
Yep. So that's basically what we want to do. There were a couple little things we could do. Did you watch in season?
Yeah, it's just like having his feet down and
How did that appear?
like kicking and just convulsing.
All the muscles kind of moving, right, in an irregular, spasmodic way. Yeah, it's bad. Seizures are bad.
They're scared.
They're really scary. You're right. Really scary. It's like your computer, your software is trying to reset. That's what's going on with the seizure, and it is really scary. What was your experience like?
Are there like, well, questions first?
Yeah.
Are there like different types of seizures?
Yes.
So my uncle, he has seizures a lot, but he's like fully awake and he's like standing up, like it's just like shaking, he can't talk.
Yeah. Does it seem like he's just kind of spaced down and then he kind of comes back into it?
Yeah.
That's called an absence seizure or a petit mal seizure. Petit, est-ce qu'il y a quelques personnes ici qui parlent français? Hein? Vous pouvez parler français avec moi? Cigarette? No? Ha ha ha. So in French, petit means little. Mal, malady, means bad. So petit mal seizure is a little bad seizure, also known as an absent seizure. It looks like somebody's just staring off into space. They might seize in while other people seize out. Yes, there are different types of seizures. There's also what's called a walking seizure or a marching seizure, where you start at time, chronic twitching and pausing like here, and then it goes to the arm, and then it comes across the chest, and then it's the whole body, marching seizure. There's also a grand, big mal, big bad seizure, which is what you witnessed when the individual's whole body is shaking, their legs are kicking, or the muscles are spasming. That's called a grand mal seizure. And there's one of the weirdest emergencies in the wilderness I ever came across. I was snowshoeing, right? And I come on this guy and laying out in front of his tent with blood everywhere. Blood freaking everywhere. And I'm like, oh, flip, right? Like this guy's bleeding and he's gone into hypovolemic shock and he's passed out. Like this is bad, bad, bad. Where am I going to get more units of blood? I'm going to have to freaking IO this guy, right? Like put it in my bone and then shove it into him, right? To give him blood. What am I going to do? I'm like, oh shoot, this sucks. I go over there, I assess the whole patient. I can't find blood anywhere. I'm reaching up in his shirt, reaching, down his pant leg, everything. I can't find any blood. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I didn't check his airway well enough. I opened his mouth again, and he bit the tip of his tongue off. Had a seizure. Bit the tip of his tongue off, spit the blood everywhere, and then was just unresponsive. And that was hell, trying to figure out what went wrong with this guy. What caused him to bleed everywhere? What hole did the blood come out of? I just saw him breathing right away. I skipped A. I'm like, all right, I'm good with the A because he's breathing. And that's why I didn't see he had bitten the tip of his tongue off when he was having a seizure. And so that was another mistake that I made, a long time ago. To keep that in mind. You come on a snowfield covered in blood with an unresponsive guy, check his tongue. That got me. When somebody's having a seizure, it's a hypoxia issue. They can't get enough oxygen into their brain and their muscles. So to show you what that's like right now, what a seizure feels like, I want you all to have a quick seizure with me. So on the count of 3, I want you to just flex every muscle in your body at the same time. Sounds tough, but I want you to do it. Think about it now. Your quads, your glutes, your abs, your pecs, your biceps, your shoulders. Every muscle in your body, I want you to flex on the count of 3. All right? 1, 2, 3. Come on, even your legs, even your arms. Come on, even your abs. Come on, get your shoulder muscles. Everything. All right. Can you breathe when you're doing that? You can't breathe when you're seizing. So it's a hypoxia issue. Most seizures last about a minute and a half, the shaken part, a minute and a half or less. I came on another situation in New York. I used to work for a security firm, kind of all over the place. I had about 800 security officers and 100 locations. And I was sneaking up on one location, in the middle of the night, checking on this guy, making sure he's doing a good job. And he's not like at his post at the building where there's billions of dollars of assets in the building. He's not there. And so I'm like, this Mr. Flipper, right? He snuck off post. He's sleeping. I just had to sit down and watch a video of like one of our officers buying a white powdery substance from someone and inhaling it off of the desk, and then like renting a prostitute and doing that on the desk too. So like we lost that contract, so I was pissed off. I'm out in the middle of the night hunting everybody, trying to find who the good and the bad people are. This guy's not in his post, so I've got to break into the building, and I'll just teach you quickly how to. Sorry, I'm going to teach you anyway. I don't care. The live stream's on. Teach you quickly how to break into any building with a magnet lock. Like those big glass doors with the magnet locks. Very easy to break into. You just take a file folder, like a folder. You put a bunch of pieces of paper in it. You push it through the crack in the door and you hit it. So it goes up in the air and paper flies everywhere. And that hits the IR sensor on the exit side. When people walk up to the door and unlock. So that hits the IR sensor. Just open the door and walk in. I'm looking for this guy. I can't find him. I'm looking. I go behind the security desk, and he's having a full grand mal seizure, just like the guy you saw. Full seizure. And I tried to hold him at first. I didn't have a lot of medical training, just the military stuff. I tried to hold him, and he seized out of my hands. And he kept whacking his head against a chair back there. So I just took the chair and tossed it over the desk. And I used my body to kind of protect his head from hitting the corner of the desk, And that's all you do. You don't try to put anything in their mouth. You don't put a bite stick. You don't try to put your finger in there. You don't try to hold them down unless they're on a cliff or on a bed. And then you hold them down so they don't seize off and hurt themselves more, right? And you just put in any furniture, move the furniture out of the way, etc. Does that make sense? You just let them seize. Once they've seized, you put them in the recovery position. And that was like when I did that log roll with you, essentially just like leaving you in that rolled over position by yourself. That way the vomit can come down and they're okay. This guy, it took him like 20 minutes, 15 minutes after the seizure to be able to have a conversation with me. And it's called the post-ictal state, when they're like after the seizure and before they're normal, like this. And I don't know if you talked to the guy after he seized, if he was real groggy or he might have been drooling. No clue where he was. So that's called the post-ictal state. They have no idea what's going on. They're totally out of it. Post-ictal state. And it can take a little while for them to come back to ANO times 3 or ANO times 4, whatever you've been taught, alert and oriented. So the issue with this guy is he didn't take his medication. I was like, what the hell is wrong with you, right? And he's like, oh, well, I didn't take my medication. And I was like, your medication for what? And he's like, epilepsy. I'm like, you have epilepsy? How did you get this job? And he's like, I lied. And I was like, fair enough. You've done a great job for the last, couple years, but this is why, right? This is why we have these rules in place. And I was like, why didn't you take your medication? And he's like, you guys jacked up my payroll for like the last 2 weeks. I haven't been able to get my meds. I knew this was going to happen though, and I called my girlfriend. She should be here any minute with my meds. And I go, what do you mean? And he goes, I knew it was going to happen. I could feel it coming on. And so that's called an aura. And that happens to people with seizures. They know often that it's going to happen. It could be a taste, a smell, or a color. One girl would tell me she could taste hydrogen peroxide. Some guy would say he would see like colors. And a third guy said it felt like he was going into a fuzzy cartoon land before he would seize. So we would.
She would report herself. She would just be sitting somewhere. She said she started putting kind of like fuzzy inside.
Yeah.
Real anxious and real. So she just started working. She was like, actually, she showed me the video. Because like, actually, found out. Okay, I think it's coming on. It's already maybe and you just see like slowly, kind of like you said, like the arm place.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, she's just seizing.
Marching seizure, yeah.
I've never seen it like live, and she showed me. Just in case this happens.
Then you know. Yeah, that's good though. That's good to try to explain that, to people who are close to you. That's good.
You also have dogs with consent seizures.
Yes, sir.
Which is pretty cool.
Seizure dogs.
Yeah.
Tell us. Yeah.
They'll if they're trained, they'll
they'll know when it's coming, and they'll either like lay down or do a certain thing.
They'll crawl under the head of the owner so their head doesn't hit the ground, or they'll crawl on top of them if they're on a bed.
Yeah.
The dogs will hold the owner down. Very cool. Seizure dogs are awesome. Yep. Seizures can be caused by a lot of things. Too much drugs, not enough drugs. Too much alcohol, not enough alcohol. Head injuries. Japanese anime cartoons, right? Bright flashy lights and weird music. Seriously, man. There was a cyber weapon called a seizure bomb that was created and used between nation states. You know what I mean? Find an analyst who has autism or whatever who's susceptible to this stuff. Send that analyst freaking emails with attachments or whatever to websites, man, in the middle websites. Those have bright flashy lights and sounds on them that can induce seizures on people. So seizure bombs for the thing. Electronic weapons, whatever. That's a thing. I think that's the big stuff. Head injuries can cause them as well. Epilepsy, underlying medical issues, medications crossing, drugs crossing in your system can cause it. Lack of electrolytes could cause it as well. When I had a buddy who, again, a guy I served with in the Marine Corps, but man, he just got bad cancer, melanoma. You know what I mean? He died from that last year. But before he died, we were down there providing his medical care, taking care of him. We were just like rotating out, taking care of him. And he had a bad seizure on us one day because we couldn't get any like electrolytes in him. We couldn't get to take electrolytes in. That's what caused him to seize. So you got to get that electrolyte beverage powder when you're working out and really exerting yourself. You know what I mean? At the end of life, that's one thing, but it can happen to any of us if you don't keep your salts up. All right, makes sense? Cool. All right, that's seizures. I think that's about it. We just need to talk about soft tissue injuries. I think we've done with first aid. At least you get to leave and warm up. Go get some freaking fireball in you or whatever you're planning this for. All right. Soft tissue injuries. So to do this part of the class, I want to fuck some stuff up real quick, if that's okay with you guys. And let's see, what do we want to actually mess up? I'm thinking that a water bottle will suffice. I'm going to take this water bottle, and I'm just going to go ahead and, I'm going to empty this one out. You hit this up hacky sack? This one's not even broken in. You hack this sack? Who knows how to hack it? Brand new.
Yeah, you can break it in.
Cool. Now it's broken in. That's my hacky sacking skill set right there. I might be able to bring you back to life. I can't kick that thing 3 times. You know what I mean? I know what I can and can't do. So I definitely can't do that. All right, I'm going to use this water bottle and this knife right here. Does that trigger or offend anybody? Is that okay? Cool. I'm going to show you. Well, you better spray your shit away there, sailor, because this is how it's going to be. I'm sorry. I can put it away. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's what you do with it. It's how you use it, right? And how big it is. You got to get to the arteries. Yeah. All right. I'm going to show you a wound or an injury on this. Imagine that this is our skin, this is our body, right? And I'm just going to show you the different types of soft tissue injuries. Then I'll show you how to treat them after that, and then you'll be done. Okay? So the first one is this. What's that injury called? Ouch, yeah, bruise. Caused by blunt force trauma. Did you say bruise? Contusion. Good job. What's another word for a bruise or a contusion?
Protuberous.
A what?
Protuberous.
I don't know. I've never heard that one. I'll give it to you. Sure.
It sounds right.
Freaking protuberous. Blunt force trauma causes these. Very good. Starts with an H. It is soft tissue damage.
Hemorrhage.
On the inside, it's a hemorrhage causing a hematoma. Good. Hematoma or a bruise or a contusion. I'll take all of those. Good job. Anybody here ride a motorcycle or a dirt bike? Yeah. What's this injury called?
It's a laceration.
Now, hold on. When you fall off the bike and you're like,
That's just cheese grating your skin on
cheese
the road.
grating. Good. AKA road rash. AKA. Now, it starts with an A, the medical word for that injury. Abrasion. Who said it? Good job. Exactly right. An abrasion. Okay. So for abrasions, they suck because they're really hard to clean. I mean, they are really, really hard to clean. And sometimes you've got to get tweezers to pick out all the little bits of rock and dirt. And it's all got to come out or you're going to have an infection. Infection sucks because it kills you. Okay? Infection can kill you in like, you can go septic in like 8 hours. The rate of fecundity, you think you guys have a lot of sex. Let me tell you right now, number of bacteria, number of bacteria, time. This is 24 hours. This is like 250 trillion plus trillion. That's what the rate of fecundity looks like, the sex and the reproduction rate of bacteria. I don't think they have very good sex. They just split apart. So do we, right? So, number of bacteria over time, you get like 250 trillion. They double every 30 minutes in your body. So in 8 hours, your blood can be poisoned with the infection. You can go into septic shock in as little as 8 hours, and that can kill you. All right, that's what sucks about infection. The abrasions are hard to clean out. For me, what I do with abrasions is, I use like a washcloth and I just scrub it. It's okay to cause pain to clean a wound. I'll also take some of this gauze and I'll soak it in like an iodine solution water or like soapy water. But I'll squeeze like a few drops of iodine in a bottle like this. I'll soak the gauze and then I'll wrap the whole abrasion area in this gauze that's been soaked in iodine, which will clean the wound. So like while they're hanging out, having a beer, telling their wow, this sucks story, while they're sitting there bitching and moaning, it's cleaning, right? It's passively cleaning the wound. So after I actively clean the wound, I passively clean the wound with some gauze that's been dipped in iodine solution or soapy water to keep it clean, preferably that iodine solution, 1 to 2%. All right, good. I know you said laceration before, so I'll give you that one right now. The laceration looks like that, like a cut right here. It's called a lac in the business, you know. When you get in the business, you can call that a lac. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, you got to clean all the shit out. You have to pick every little bit of everything out. It's going to hurt. Right. Yeah, we want to really, really clean it well. If it's causing them a lot of pain, then you like wrap it and pass them off to another provider. You know what I mean? If you like can't get the stuff out, the skids all the way over it, and it's just pass them off to another provider. And do it with that wrap on there. You know what I mean? Good. All right. What sucks about lacerations? Bleeding. Right, because they could go down and they could cut a what? Artery. Good. Well, who can tell me the difference between an artery and a vein? Artery's going away from my heart and it's carrying the blood under pressure. You got a 50-50 shot. Thanks for being brave enough to try. Right? Artery carries it away from the heart. It's under pressure. It's brighter red. It'll splurt out when you have arterial bleeding versus the draining or oozing of venous bleeding. Lacerations suck because, you can bleed out. Absolutely, okay? That's a laceration. What about this one? As a Marine, this is one of my favorite. I'm going to do this to my cell phone. All right. Now, it's not quite a puncture wound. It's the first half of a two-step wound that becomes a puncture wound. You said it.
A protuberous.
A protuberous. It's penetrating trauma, aka a protuberous. It's not a protuberous. That's not even a word. I'm pretty sure that's not. Sounds like some shit from Harry Potter. Right. Yeah, it sounds like a freaking Harry Potter wand command. All right. What's this injury called? Stab wound or an impaled object. Looking around the room. Not you, Hazlitt. You're good. You play guitar too? Both the Hazlitt brothers play guitar. Yeah. All right. Always had to compete with those guys. Impaled object. Okay. Take it out or leave it in?
Leave it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, now we're talking. It depends. What does it depend on? Because there's somebody in the room. There's at least one person in the room who has an impaled object right now.
Twist it.
Stick it in and twist it, pull it out, and lick it. That's what we do with our bayonets.
Well, if it's in an artery or vein, I probably wouldn't want to pull it out if it's not bleeding too much.
Good. If it's in your artery, probably don't pull it out.
Oh, earrings.
Earrings count. A nose ring counts as impaled objects. Yes, good job. So there are some that we can remove, right? I'll point to a part of my body. How about this? I'll point to a part of my body, and you tell me if I can remove an impaled object from there or not. All right?
No.
I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't. Inside of the leg here?
No.
No. What about my foot?
Yes.
Yeah. What about my hand?
Yes.
Yeah. What about like up here on the inside? Arteries run on the inside. Cool. What about my abdomen? Having my buddy Kyle, man, we were at summer camp, and he was always better with the girls than I was. Hey, this is what happens in those freaking, wanted to take Peggy to the freaking dance, and he made the move, I hadn't cut. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't cut it. I didn't cut him. I cut some fools, but not him. Kyle, he was running to go talk to these girls to get us some dates for the dance, and he tripped and fell on a root, and a stick went into his abdomen. And he was laying there with a stick in his abdomen, and yeah, that was a mess to watch, right? To watch him get wheeled to a helicopter with a stick still in it, donut bandaged into his abdomen was a mess. We're all sitting there drinking bug juice, watching this happen. Mess. Kyle's fine now. Don't worry. He's doing real well. So impaled object, it depends on where it's impaled. Okay. What about my cheek?
Yeah.
What about my cheek? Yeah, right. Cheeks are good. Nose, ears, nose rings and earrings are the whole point. What about a fish hook? Somewhere. Can we remove that, right? So it depends on the nature of the object and where it is on the person. If it's in one of those primary survey chunk check spots, maybe don't pull that stuff out. Maybe leave that stuff right in there. You know what I mean? That stuff right there. All right, what about, thank you. See? No money in that swear jar. All right, what about that in and out? Take a stance, keep that elbow tight, right? Because once you come out here, you lose your knife, right? So, for the Marines, keep that elbow tight. Break them. Put that the slash thing on us. Bulldogging was my favorite, right? Just pushing on their forehead and aggressively running there to hit over their arteries, right? Bulldogging was probably my favorite knife move. All the, we're taught these maneuvers. There are names to them and such. Bulldogging was my absolute favorite. Yep. Just go full tard and just rush at the person, thumping them in the forehead while you're cutting their jugular and carotids. Good. But that's not for this class. Puncture wound. A laceration is especially dangerous because it could cause arterial bleeding. And a puncture wound is especially dangerous. Why? It's deep. And all of the surface area of the knife goes into the flesh. Where with the laceration, it's just part of the knife, right? Part of the knife versus the whole thing, right? All that surface area comes in here. All right? All that surface area, and therefore all that bacteria is going in there when the whole thing goes in. So higher chance of infection leading to sepsis, right, and death. All right, cool. When I was doing my clinicals, I watched a little boy come in, and he had a 3-sided wound. Let me see if I can do it on this. He had a 3-sided wound that looked just like this. Anybody ever had a wound like this? Maybe you reach into a trash can and you catch a soup lid or something? Anybody know what these are called?
Flappers.
It is called a flapper. Yeah, it is called a flapper or a flap avulsion. Any 3-sided wound is an avulsion, but yeah, it's a flapper. So what do I do? Should I rip this off and eat it? No? Yeah, good job, nurse. Clean under it, right? Neosporin, whatever. Put this back down, bandage over the top of it. Good. All right. What if this goes a step farther? What if we're chopping wood? I'm down here with my axe or my K-bar or whatever. I'm not paying attention, my e-tool, right? And I bring that down, and maybe part of it, my finger comes off. Right? What do I do then? Correct pressure and elevation. Yeah, I get it. I thought I had a little something in here that we could use for that.
Store the finger.
Store the finger. I like that. Keep talking. You're teaching the class. You keep talking. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go to a hospital.
Go to a hospital. I like that. Good. I knew I had one somewhere, so I just had to dig for it a little bit. This was the last ABA class. Somebody fucked around, so keep it up. Yeah. Yeah. So say my hand comes off, whatever part of my body comes off. The whole hand might be tough to work on. If it's just a little finger or something, that's a little bit easier to work on. So I'll tell you what. Can you hold this for me, Nurse? All right, cool. So the finger came off. What happened? Supposed to be the pinky. Yeah, chopping wood like this with his pinky out. You're not supposed to have your pinky out when you're drinking or when you're chopping wood, right? You can see some of the muscles coming out as well. Oh no. All right, so what we do if that happens is we're going to go ahead and we're going to grab an occlusive dressing. A great occlusive dressing for a finger that's been chopped off is a glove. All right, and what we want to do is we want to come down in here. We want to take some gauze. We want to get the gauze wet, right? Moist gauze. Get the gauze all nice and moist, right? Get this nice and moist, whatever. I cover up the whole finger in this moist gauze after I've controlled the bleeding on my hand, right? I'm going to stop my body from bleeding. Then I'm going to pick up this little nub, cover it in moist gauze. That's going to go down here in a Ziploc bag or in a dry bag or in a glove or some waterproof barrier. And it's going to get tied up like that. Then we're going to take that and we're going to put that in here. And in here, I'm going to put, if I can get it, ice and water. Or just cold water, not ice. If I just put ice, it's going to freeze the water in the cells of the finger, inducing frostbite. I don't want frostbite. I want to slow down the metabolism in that finger so I can still try to reattach it when we get to the hospital. They say we have up to 8 hours on some of these body parts, so that's not bad. This goes in here. This gets sealed up. I write the name of the person, the time, right, on here, and then this goes like with the patient to the hospital. I've definitely run a rescue where I got a phone call on my drive home, and it was like, so what hospital did your patient go to? I was like, why? And he's like, I sort of have his finger in my backpack, you know? It was a training, you know what I mean? So I was like, I'll meet you at this exit, and I got my finger back. But if it was a real situation, make sure that the finger, the part goes with the person. Oh, I'm being helpful. Let me carry it out. Oh, and then law enforcement's here or whatever. We're like, hey, here's his finger. Make sure that happens, okay? So it goes barrier and then occlusive barrier here. This is where the ice water goes. We want to slow down the snow in the water, whatever. We want to slow down the metabolism on the finger. But we don't want to just put it in water because think about when you sit in the hot springs or in the bathtub too long, what your hands start to look like, okay? All right, so we don't want that to happen. Good. Does that make sense? Yeah. We're doing well so far? All right, so that was lacerations, puncture wounds, impaled objects, abrasions, bruises, amputations. I think that's all of them. I think that's all the ones I can think of. Two other soft tissue injuries that we should talk about are burns and blisters. Anybody here ever had a bad blister?
Hell yeah.
Everybody, right?
Hell yeah.
I bet you have. You ever watched a Marine like walk his whole foot off? Get the sole of his foot peeled off? You've seen that, right? Tell them what it looks like. That's some shit. If you've never seen it, watch it on the
describe it as if you ever skinned a grape. Take all the skin off of a grape. That's what the bottom of your feet looks like.
Why don't they include that in the list?
That's about right.
Because it fucking hurts.
That's about right. Yeah, that's absolutely about right. That's what it looks like. It feels like. I've seen people just have the whole bottom of their foot literally just peeled off. Peeled off the whole bottom of somebody's foot and like held it up for him to look at. And they were like, look at your foot. You know? Look how fucked up that is, Marine. You know, the guy's looking there and he's looking at his feet and he knows like that's it for him, right? In this training. He gets to go like sit in a truck for the rest of this hike. you know, and get belittled, I'm sure, the whole time because that's good training, right? But yeah, you can go watch that online, like just peeling like calluses like that thick off of your whole foot, such that it looks like you're holding up a Dr. Scholl's insert. Nastiness. If we do get blisters, I like to pop them. I like to sterilize that, you know, whatever, my knife, whatever it is, safety pin, sterilize it, boil it, burn it, wipe it with alcohol pad, and then I like to lance the blister, drain it out, and what I do is I take moleskin. Is anybody here not familiar with moleskin? All right, I'm going to see if I can find it here. I know I had some with me for the last class, and I may have just misplaced it. If I did, I apologize to you. But moleskin is essentially very sticky adhesive on one side, and it's like felt on the other. So it's felt on one side, and it's adhesive on the other side. I thought I had it right in here with the rest of the soft tissue stuff. I'm sorry that I don't have it right now. I apologize. But I don't think I have it with me. Moleskin, it's adhesive, really sticky on the back, and like fuzzy, soft felt on the top. And it's like that thick. So what I do is I cut it into strips with a knife or scissors that are literally this big. Maybe even smaller, maybe that big. And I cut me a bunch of them that are this size. A bunch of strips of moleskin that are that big. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a chimney around my blister. I'm going to build a box around my blister. So if this is where my blister is, I take my second one and put it here. Okay? I take my third one and I put it right here. I take my fourth one and I put it right here, the fourth strip. Does that make sense to you? Then I take the next 4 strips and I put them right on top. Then I take the next 4 strips and I put them right on top. And then the next 4 and then the next 4. And I'm building up a chimney, like a cinder block chimney, around the blizzard. Or the blizzard. I like Dairy Queen, sorry. Around the blister. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Then I fill this full of triple antibiotic ointment, Neosporin, whatever you've got. I fill it. Then I simply put a Band-Aid over this part, right? That way I'm not putting adhesive on this and ripping, you know, the dead skin out, but it's still able to stick on my foot. If you don't have a Band-Aid, you can make one. You can make one with tape just by putting the tape like this. I don't know who I can take tape. There you go. I'm sure it's over here. But if you take one piece of tape, which is like sticky side, the palm is sticky, facing this way, and you take another piece of tape that's sticky and you put it like this, then this part will still be sticky, but the middle won't be. Does that make sense to you? So you can like defeat the adhesive, make a Band-Aid. That's what I put over the back. I've done this elk hunting, and I carried an elk out in the backcountry in maybe 5 trips with a bad blister, you know, because I had to buy new boots or whatever. The waterproofing was messed up. I didn't break them. Then I got the wrong boots. You know, I wanted those Solomon 4D Gore-Tex Forces boots. They're like sneakers. Yeah, they've got that. These were the taller ones. The mid ones have those, right? But these were the taller ones that were rated for jumping, right? They didn't have any hooks. They had the full loops all the way up. And they're like sneakers. The Solomon Forces, pretty good boots. I like these Ogos a lot too, but I really wore those boots a lot. I had to replace them before the hunt. All I could get were the regular Solomon 4D Gore-Tex boots, and man, they'd ripped my foot up bad, my ankle really bad. My fault for not having the right gear and for not breaking it in, but I humped the whole elk out of the backcountry, like with those blisters, and had no pain. So this is really, really effective, this chimney. I recommend that you do it. All right, does that make sense? Cool. With burns, 1st, 2nd, 3rd degree burns, you know, we want to have cold, wet bandages at all times. Cold, wet bandages, use the gauze, get it cold and wet, put it on the burn. You've got to suck the heat out of the burn for the first 15 minutes. And that's stopping the cooking process from happening, and it's fixing the pain problem, because your brain can only say like pain, 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 or it can say cold, cold, cold. So you trick your brain, your nervous system, your neurogenic communications pathway. You trick it by putting the cold on then it can't feel the pain. Does that make sense? All right, sweet. So 3 types of burns: first, second, and third degree burns. Second degree burns have the blisters, just like second degree frostbite. Third degree burns, it's going to appear black and charred. Often, these are some of the worst injuries that any human can have. They might not feel the pain because it might have burned through their nerve endings, but black and charred are third degree burns. When it comes to determining how much of a person has been burned, you can use what's called the rule of palm, P-A-L-M, and every 1 palm is about 1% of the body. And they also break up the body into the rule of 9s. Maybe you had to learn this or whatever, but like 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. So every arm is like 9%, 4.5 and 4.5. The front of your chest is like 9%. Same with your back, and they break down the body. That way you can say it. If you want, you can just use the rule of palm, and it tells the EMTs, paramedics, like how much burn gel to bring in. If I need sterile sheets to wrap around somebody because the majority of their body's burned, right? Whatever the case may be. Rule of palm. Does that make sense? All right, sweet. Burns suck.
Hell yeah, they do.
Yeah.
We do like a multi-day.
Yep.
Is it possible to get a bad enough sunburn?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. When you see it blistering and peeling, people call it sun poisoning, right? That's like second degree sunburns. You can absolutely get second degree solar burns, which go on to cause blisters. Absolutely. Yeah, treat them similar. Get them out of the sun. Just get them out of the sun. I don't like to pop the burn blisters. I like that healing to take place, right? That fluid exchange to take place. So I don't pop the burn blisters. Aloe for the sunburns, I think, is great, right? Loose, non-restrictive, long sleeve clothing, right? To get them out of that, and then just like managing the person for comfort, hydrating the hell out of them. They're gonna be really dehydrated. I would imagine really uncomfortable. Anybody ever had bad sunburns? You know what it's like.
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, you had bad sunburn?
My ankles were literally so swollen, like I had long ankles.
Oh, excuse me. How did that happen? Did you have shorts or pants on and you were boating? No shoes? And nothing else got burned but your ankles?
Oh no, my whole body got burned, but my legs swole up. Like I was burned all over my legs. It was swollen.
Well, that fluid went down like that. Yeah. I'm sorry that happened. It looks like you bounced back pretty good.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't too bad, but it was pretty rough.
But it was pretty uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, I couldn't sleep the first night.
Did you just feel really hot and uncomfortable all over?
Sweating, and it was just like sandpaper all over my legs and my body.
That sounds terrible. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So preventive measures, right, in the sun. There are probably some adult beverages, involved in these situations. We learned these lessons. Just a couple adult beverages, and I pass out on the beach for 3 days. Yeah, I have my Thailand story like that, 10-4. All right, that's it for any other comments on burns. All right, sweet. The one thing I didn't teach you is right here.
EpiPens.
Yeah, an allergic reaction, exactly right. We should just talk about that real quick. If something bites or stings us, or if we absorb or inhale something, right, toxin, that we're allergic to, it's called an antigen, right? A foreign invading protein gets into our body. Those are called antigens. And our body's got like little killers running around in it all the time. Little hoplite soldiers just like looking for a fight all the time. Little devil dogs running around, trying to fight things all the time. And that's what they call Marines, right? Should we tell them why? They don't rate. You don't rate shit. Freaking two-full hoodoo. All right, so if you get a foreign invading protein that comes into your body one way or another, these little hoplite soldiers that run around, they're called, histamines. And they'll go and kill whatever's coming to your body. They'll just go and kill it for you, right? In someone's system, does anybody here have allergies to anything, any bad allergic reaction? What are you allergic to? Bees.
Yeah.
Do you have an EpiPen here?
It's in my car.
All right, good. So you all should know where it is. Good. And what are you allergic to?
Also bees.
Bees. It's right in your PFD. Do you have one or two, or how many you got?
I have one in my PFD.
Okay. All right, cool. So we might be making adjustments to your EpiPens. I'm glad that you ladies have your EpiPens. It's really important. But In the backcountry, that's only going to take you out of neurogenic shock for like 15 minutes. Anaphylaxis is a type of neurogenic shock. So that foreign invading protein comes in, say that bee stings us, right? How does it appear at first, locally? If a bee, whatever, comes and stings us, how does it appear? Red little dot, right? Itchy, whatever, painful, red little dot. That's called a local reaction. Every allergic reaction starts out as a local reaction. Then it progresses to system, ick, systemic. Then it progresses to anaphylactic, A-N-A-P-H-Y-L-A-X-I-S, anaphylaxis, or anaphylactic shock, but anaphylaxis. If you need a trick on how to spell anaphylaxis for when you become a nurse, you just put Anna, everybody knows A, and everybody knows laxis, L-A. So write Anna and laxis, and then write PhD, because you need a fucking PhD to spell it, and then just remember that that's a lie. Yes, because it's really hard, and then for me it's easy. PhD, why? Because it's so hard to spell. So that's how I remember how to spell anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis, PhD, why? All right. You probably just know how to spell it. Okay. That's also a good technique, is just know how to spell the word as a medical professional. All right. So the local reaction is what we're talking about. That's that red little dot, that itchy, painful, swollen red little dot. All right. If that progresses, it goes to a systemic reaction. I had a dog. I had a boxer for 13 years, and great dog, right? Smart and loyal dog. Took commands in like 4 languages. I was backcountry in Arizona with this dog, like 2 water caches back with my buddy who's also a wilderness EMT and Marine. And my dog gets stung right here by a bee, right? And so at first he's just sort of like doing this. And boxers have those big jowls, those flaps, right? And so he starts in no time. He's rubbing out his face and he's sneezing and his eyes are watering. That was it becoming a systemic reaction. Systemic reaction is when it gets into your system and your body starts to try to flush it out with like watery eyes, sneezing, vomiting, coughing, any of that stuff, drooling, right? All that stuff is in response to a systemic allergic reaction, and it's your body trying to flush this stuff out. Does that make sense to you guys? Cool. So the systemic reaction, your body's trying to flush. This is when you want to treat these emergencies in the field at the systemic point. All right. The way you treat it is with Benadryl. Okay, with Benadryl. Please don't give epi if you're in the backcountry until you have to, because you only get 1 shot, and if you blow your load too soon, you're gonna watch your friend die on the carry-out. Okay, I'll explain why. So the soldiers, right, they go out to kill the foreign invading protein. They're called histamines, right? And somebody who has an allergy, right, when the system is a little bit different, they have that allergy to whatever the antigen is, and it can get worse and worse with each progressive exposure, right? When they have that allergy, there's a massive over-release of histamines. I mean a massive over-release of histamines. The body just loses its shit and sends out way too many, like 20 battalions when you need 1. Okay? So all these soldiers have gone out, you're like, now we're talking regiments. There aren't that many battalions. I know, sorry. So, got to keep it cool for my Marines right here, because they will call me on it. Every right to call me on it. Systemic reaction, there's a massive over-release of histamines. This causes the blood pipes to get huge to allow all the histamines in the tanks and the trucks and everything to run with them. The blood pipes get huge. All the histamines are flying through the body to fight the systemic reaction. And when those blood pipes get big, it squeezes off your air pipes. Right? That happens on a micro level in your lungs and on a macro level up here. So it literally squeezes off your air pipes to make your blood pipes huge, to send too many histamines to the site of the issue. So it's a histamine problem. Allergic reactions are a histamine problem. Therefore, the treatment, the solution for allergic reactions is antihistamines. Really good. Antihistamines like Benadryl. All right, and what I want to do is, so every one of my EpiPens has Benadryl taped to it. When I have real EpiPens and I have people who are with me who have that, I'm taping them all the flipping way up the top, all the way up. Benadryl taped all the way up my EpiPen. As soon as somebody goes systemic, I pop out 2 of these, crush it up, I put it under their tongue, and I squirt some water down there. And they take it under their tongue and absorb it right into their bloodstream. That way they don't swallow it, have it go through the stomach, to the intestine, to the liver, right? And then out of the liver right into the bloodstream. I don't even mess with the liver. I'm skipping all that shit. Crush it up, put it under the tongue, water. That's what I did to my dog. I held his little face open and I gave him, 50 milligrams, double child dose. I figured he weighed, 75 pounds. Give him a double child dose. You can give a double adult dose, 100 milligrams. You can do that a few times. So give the Benadryl right away once you realize somebody's going systemic. And that'll keep them from going anaphylactic in the vast majority of cases. If it doesn't keep them from going anaphylactic, we'll recognize the signs and symptoms of anaphylaxis and we'll deliver epinephrine. Okay? The signs and symptoms of anaphylaxis. Have you ever gone anaphylactic?
I'm almost there.
Almost. So maybe the next B stage, you'll have that privilege.
Not quite there, but I have to use my epigen twice.
And in the front country, we say use it up here.
Yeah.
Right away. Because you can just go to the hospital.
I'm in Seattle, so.
Just go to the hospital and you get this right. Yeah, go to a doctor and you're covered.
Yeah.
In the back country, don't you hit somebody with this until you've got to. And when I say you've got to, I mean they can't count to 6 in one breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. No. All right? Think about how many words you could get out in one breath. In fact, watch. So if you start to count the words, and if I look around the room and just start talking, I can talk about raft guides, I can talk playing guitar, I can talk about these power lines up here, the mountains, I can talk about the rafts, we can talk about the different PFDs and wetsuits, we can talk about dry suits, we can talk about colleges and universities, we can talk about frat parties, bro. We can talk about an ADA. How many words was that? Yeah, more than 50. So like you can't say 5 or 6 of them in one breath. Whack. All right. Signs and symptoms of anaphylaxis: tingling lips, blue lips, losing control of the bladder or bowels, right? Upset stomach, nausea, headache, right? All these things when they can't breathe. When all these things are happening together, oh, hey, good to go. We have the exposure. Therefore, it's an allergic reaction. Therefore, we're going to hit you with the EpiPen, okay? And the way we do that, never put your thumb on the top like this. Like in Pulp Fiction or whatever. Don't do that. I've literally watched a healthcare provider do it on this end. And he hit it, and that needle went through his damn thumb and started squirting medication around the room. And he was just like, we're going to need another dose of epinephrine in room 6. Then that guy got off the phone. He walked away. I was in the hospital. He walked away. I never saw him again. The whole time I worked in that hospital, that dude just left, But he shot that thing through his thumb, and it went all around the room. Big needle. The needle's about 2 inches, and it's spring-loaded here. This is a trainer. Spring-loaded behind the business end, which is always painted orange. Okay, the business end is always orange. So we hold it with our thumb on the side, so you don't make the same mistake that guy made. The only safety on it is this blue safety here in the back. And it looks like if you have a little brother or if you have kids at home, like what they would put in an outlet, like an outlet safety is all this looks like. And that's it for your safety. This is my safety, sir. Right? All right, so we have our thumb flat on the side. We remove the blue safety. You go for the meaty portion of the thigh. Butt cheek works right behind the seam. Make sure it doesn't go into a wallet. So palpate. Just feel where they're going to pull it. Push it in until it clicks. Hold it for a quick count of 10. You really only need it for like 3 or 4 seconds, but count to 10. Boom, pull it out. And then this is going to come out. This is spring loaded, right? So this is going to come out. The needle's going to be sticking out about that far because it's 2 inches. So it's about that far. It's going to still be sticking out. What would you do with this after you've delivered epinephrine and there's a needle out and you're on a raft, in the backcountry? What do you think you should do with this thing?
Go to the river.
Chuck it in the damn river and go. That's what you do with rattlesnake heads because they'll keep biting you. Flip it at the next group.
Yeah.
You have to secure it. Right. So either try to bend it over on a rock and shove it in an Nalgene bottle or a water bottle or duct tape that whole thing up or do something to secure that needle. They fit in a Nalgene really well, the patient's Nalgene. All right. Has anybody never seen or held or touched an EpiPen before? Come on. See if you can't give it to yourself.
It's a trainer, right?
It's a trainer. Yep, and read it. Read those words on there so you can confirm. But yeah, it's a trainer.
A bit of nuance with talking, you know.
Yeah. Yep. What's up?
So all our guests were wet suits. This can get through that.
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Do it and then right the butt.
Yep. Push, push, push. There you go. Push it till you hear the click. Then you hold it for the count of 10, and then you remove it. Good. You just have to shove that back in there. It came out when you flipped it a little bit. I can do it. You just have to pinch this out. Good. Anybody else never touched their helmet? Okay. Cool. Don't forget the safety there, General.
And it's gonna be
All right, you did both at once. Now push it down till it clicks. Yeah, there you go. That got it. So it did click with the first push. That's the Benadryl we have on there. Yep. How I did it? Yeah, just take it right to the side, and I would have them go all the way up if I really did have a patient out here. So we just remove the blue safety. You go into any muscle. There's stories in the medical journal of EMTs responding to a little girl who was stung by the bee all over her face. Her face swelled up. She lost her airway. So they gave her a child dose in the tongue. They saved her life. They gave her a dose of that bee in the tongue. So it can go into any muscle. Yes.
I was about to ask you, like, they do in the metro area, like, if they have, let's say they might have implants in that region, so you can go anywhere on the thigh or anything like that. Like, if they're not silicone implants,
Yeah.
just hit, like, anywhere else.
Yeah, if they got like the Brazilian butt lift.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you. Yes. You can go in the meaty portion of the thigh. That'll work just fine. And that's a thing, right? Brazilian butt lifts are a thing. So fair enough. Fair enough. Probably not likely, but a thing. Absolutely possible.
We're close to Denver. That's the only reason I asked.
It's very possible. Yep. You see that big booty on that raft, you're already going to be aware. Okay? That booty is on the raft. You're already going to know. You will have already discussed it with all the other guys. You're going to know if you think it's real or not. You brought the ladies in for, color commentary on that. Yeah. All right. That's how we use epinephrine. Again, save the epi until you really, really have to fire that out. Okay, otherwise, what's the treatment for allergic reaction?
Benadryl.
Antihistamines, Benadryl, really good job. That's it. Yeah, EpiPen's going to take them out of neurogenic shock for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and that shit wears off. And then it's like, what's your plan? Right? You got a 2-hour carry out or a 1-day carry out, all right, or a 10-mile river trip. Don't use that epi until you have to use that epi. Get that Benadryl in your system fast. And I always carry Benadryl with me. I always carry medical gloves, bleed stop, and Benadryl with me like wherever I go. Always. Always. I think it's really good stuff to have. And when we're talking about controlling bleeding, right, that's one thing that we should just talk about, and then we're done here, I think. The best way to control bleeding, you guys know, right, is what? Direct pressure. Good job. Direct pressure, and if I can, what else do I want to do with that pressure? Yeah, elevate is where I was going to go with that. Direct pressure and elevation, and I mean hard direct pressure, right? So I'm going to put that over here. That's direct pressure. If direct pressure doesn't work, I can step it up a little bit and I can improvise. I can take that manual pressure and I can replace it with mechanical pressure. So pressure bandage would be another one. So I put the gauze on the wound or whatever my bandage is that I'm going to use. I drop this like a dummy, but hey, if this was a real world situation, I absolutely might do that. I'd have to figure out how to then get this around. Right, and I want the pressure bandage tight, tight, tight. I want to try to tie directly on top of the wound. If I use something like this cravat, this triangle bandage, whatever, I'm coming around and then I'm coming up and I'm tying right on top of the wound, as you'll remember, right, to put that pressure right down on top of the wound. This is just a pressure bandage right here. I'm replacing the mechanical pressure, I'm replacing manual pressure with mechanical pressure, all right? There's one thing that you can do. I don't know if anybody else teaches this. I teach this. When you've got your pressure bandage on like this, let's say it's not quite tight enough. It's not quite controlling the bleeding. Yep. Yeah, go ahead and insert a little windlass stick, whatever. Give it a little crank or two. And then we'll make it a little bit tighter. You can maybe tuck this in, whatever. Once you get it farther down, you can probably pull it better from this side. Boom. You can do a couple of twists, almost like a tourniquet. I call it an improved pressure bandage, just to tighten that down a little bit. Does that make sense to you guys? All right, cool. So that's just like a little windlass, improved pressure bandage right there. All right, I'm going to put that right here. So direct pressure is first, then the pressure bandage, then the improved pressure bandage. I'll just kind of put that stick over there. It's like the next step. After that, I'm going to encourage you guys to use this little magic powder. It's called hemostatic agent. Hemostatic agent, blood stopping agent. DARPA, like the military scientists, have found that it's has a 0% mortality rate. It's 100% effective when it's used appropriately. Okay? And the way that you appropriately use this is you shake it all down to one side. This is for a bad bleed, like an arterial bleed. And you just pinch off the top, and then you pour this into the wound, and it's going to look like flour, like baking flour. You pour it and pack it into the wound with your finger while you're stuffing gauze into the wound. So you would open up the roller gauze, you would have a bunch of gauze, and you would be packing the gauze into the wound. Packing the gauze into the wound while you pour, pack, pour, pack, pour, pack. Okay, we're packing the wound. Okay, yep.
Doesn't matter if you have to pour first.
Not really. I like to get a nice chunky bolus of this stuff in there if I can. If it's bleeding aggressively, it bleeds it out of the way. So a lot of times you got to get it started by poking a little bit of gauze into the person. And that starts to absorb some of the bleeding. Then you can really get that powder in and around the gauze. And essentially, we're trying to create an impregnated powder, or an impregnated gauze with the powder. All right, they sell gauze that's already made with this powder in it. They also sell big pressure bandages that are already made with the powder in it. I just teach you guys this way because if you can do it this way, you can do it anywhere. Okay? Hemostatic agent. Bleed stop is sold at Walmart. It's like $5 for 2 of them. It'll stop an arterial bleed in a minute. You've got to have this stuff. If you don't have this stuff, yeah, get it. Correct. That's the right way to say it. If you're mountain biking, right, you can just have this in your pocket. Very easy to come out and address an arterial bleed. Like, what if there's an arterial bleed right here? You can't put a tourniquet up here, right? High enough. You can't put a tourniquet, but you can bleed from an artery here. Oh, you can just pour some magic powder in and then it's fixed. Get the magic powder and use it, right, and train on it. And try to get the gauze that's impregnated with the powder. Quick Clot is a good company that does this. Celox, C-E-L-O-X, is another great company, and Walmart sells it as well in a little camping aisle. So there's no reason not to have one of these. I've used this before. I've used hemostatic agent a couple times, but I've used this on myself, and it works mighty fine. Sterile, safe to leave in the wound. The old stuff, I don't know when you guys were in, but I deployed in 05, and the stuff they gave me then created a chemical burn in your arm.
The stuff that they have now.
Yeah, old school Marine right here. You know what's up? Like they would just create a chemical burn and just burn the wound shut. You used to have to wipe away the excess blood and pour it on there. What happened was the corpsmen, the rescuers, the other Marines, boom, say there's an IED, so a vehicle's down, the convoy stopped. The corpsmen would go over, right, get the Marine. They'd go to pour this powder in, high wind condition. Well, now this goes in the medic's eyes. So the medic's got, burns, chemical burns in his eyes. He can't see. The Marine's down and bleeding out. Boom, secondary and tertiary attacks. So this is the new stuff. It doesn't burn at all. It just gets slightly warm in the wound, but it doesn't burn at all. It's made from a highly porous rock called zeolite that they mine outside of Death Valley. And also shellfish parts sometimes. So if somebody has a shellfish allergy, yeah, we'd want to know that. We'd want to carry a different hemostatic agent. But if it's a random person in the field and it's like, are you going to bleed out or are you going to have an allergic reaction? We're going to stop the bleeding.
Give you an allergic reaction.
Yeah, you're going to have an allergic reaction. Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, use a Benadryl. That's why you have the Benadryl. Good job. Yeah. So yeah, this stuff won't burn you anymore, and it's safe to use, and I encourage y'all to have it. It's probably the most effective little thing besides some triple antibiotic ointment that they've come out with in the last centuries, right? Does that make sense? So here's the hemostatic agent next. If the hemostatic agent is ineffective, we're going to go ahead and we're going to use a tourniquet all these tourniquets are sized to easily fit over a leg, right? Just gonna jump up here. So they'll easily fit over a leg, boom, or an arm, right? If they fit over a leg, they're gonna fit over an arm. This comes down and cinches tight. I want to be a little higher above this joint. If there's a wound near a joint, I want to go a hand above the joint. I always want to be a hand above the wound. And I could definitely put a tourniquet here low on my leg if I wanted to, right? But let's just say I'm coming a hand above the joint. Let's say there's a bad wound right here on the tibial plateau or something. Just come down, boom, you cinch it right here. Then you grab this side. Whoa, I'm gonna bust my ass. Once I get this Velcroed in place, then we've got to turn our little wingless rod. So,
This is the tourniquet?
yeah, I'm dead by now, by the way. Let me pull this thing off, these little trainers. Sorry, I have new trainers here. Then we're going to twist this wingless tensioning rod down till it gets tight, tight, tight. If the blood hasn't stopped, it's not tight enough
Keep
yet.
fucking twisting.
Keep fucking twisting, correct. Yeah, keep twisting until the faucet turns off. Once the faucet turns off, you secure this windlass in place. This has a little Velcro. You can write the time right here. I'm sure you guys were trained like I was. You're going to write T on their forehead and then the time, so we know how long it's been on there. That's standard training. And what I got in my training was if you don't have a pen, just go dip your finger in their blood and just write it right on their forehead. And if you've got to use a tourniquet, there's going to be plenty of blood available. Don't worry. And that's how you know that you need to use a tourniquet. Your body's going to be saying, oh my God, that's too much blood. That's too much blood. What the heck? Oh my God, what's going on? That is way too much blood. What is going on? That's what your body's going to say. Too much. Too much. Too much.
I got one more.
Come on.
If you already have one tourniquet on and your patient is still bleeding a lot, you are 100% okay if you have another tourniquet to put that other tourniquet on.
Oh yeah.
Just put it like 2 to 3 inches above that first tourniquet. Don't remove that first one that you already have on. Just put it above 2 to 3 inches. Or you can use like a strap line like this. Same concept. You get it tight as shit. Let's say I already have a tourniquet right here. You can get it tight. And then if somebody else is applying this or like a lady's blown the fuck off, your femoral artery is right here. You put a knee straight in that femoral artery. It's going to be uncomfortable as shit. But it'll come out. Then for any straps like this or any good enough strap like this, you want to try and find one with like at least 1 inch thick. Good. The thicker the better. Good. But all you would do is get your tourniquet in, tight down as much as you want, and then you can take something off or you can tie this up and under. And then all you can do is just take something like a stick, fucking paddle, anything you want, and just start cranking on this, and it'll cut off all the circulation.
Correct. Squeeze that strap into the muscle, which then squeezes down into the artery, squeezes the artery against the bone, completely cutting off all circulation. Perfect job. Perfect. I want you guys to try these. So try it on yourself or on your neighbor. Once you get it secure, pass it to somebody. I want to see everybody work a tourniquet, and then we're about there. There's some jumper cables in the rain. There's a good place for them. Hooked up to a metal chair. I saw that. Never mind. I've seen that before.
I guess I was doing that too.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. That was in one of Saddam's ammo supply points. We thought it was one of like a bunker. We went down there and he was torturing motherfuckers down there. There was a bed rack, like a metal bed rack. Then there's like car batteries. Then the jumper cables connected to them with like sticks. Some people in there. It was really bad dudes. Yeah, real bad dudes. Yes, I helped you. Good exit. Very nice exit. There's a way to improvise a tourniquet, and you would simply take any bandage, any bandana, just like you were showing us, right? With the cam strap. You could do it with anything at all. And you're just going to tie a square knot to make a loop. Now, I get you could do it overhand or whatever. I like a square knot. Left over right, right over left. Square knot. And I know it's the arm, I'm gonna roll it a couple of times before I put it on. You know what I mean? And I just give a little voice of some sort. Boom, and then you just get to cranking. Just like you were saying, just get to freaking cranking. And if the blood is still running out down my hands, crank more. If the blood is running out, crank more until you get it in position. And then use 550 cord or use your hat strap or use an ace bandage then to hold it in place. Whatever you've got to do to hold it in place. These are if I do it on my leg, right? What I'm showing people, but not very realistic if it's an arm injury. Just want to show you can do it. All right? Boom, then tie this sucker in place. All right, so it doesn't go and unravel. Make sense? All right, so you can improvise a tourniquet if you have to. All right? What would you use if you had to improvise a tourniquet and you were in this room right now with what we have here right now? Don't say the tourniquets. No, good. What else could you use? Good. A line. Rope. Good.
Extension cord.
Yeah, extension cord.
Yeah.
Good.
Jumper cables.
Jumper cables. Really good. Now you're thinking outside the box. No, very good. I didn't hear what you said. Cut up a piece of a shirt. Very good. Yes, sir. Very good. What was that? Shoestring. So, I would never want to use like piano wire on the tourniquet. Why? I'm gonna cut through, right? Maybe the same thing with shoestring. I might want them a little thicker.
How, if you like see the injury happen,
Yeah.
how long do you have to get that tourniquet on before they do that?
Depends on the injury. If we're talking about a femoral artery, yeah, 1 to 2 minutes, 1.5 to 3 minutes. The other arteries, you have a couple more minutes. But as soon as your brain starts saying the F word, and you're saying, oh my God, this is way too much blood. Oh my, way too much. You lost way too much. What are you doing? Why are you bleeding everywhere? Once your brain starts doing that, your brain will start to do that. I assure you, just grab that tourniquet. It should be on the very top of your pack. Top and ready to go. If I'm in an area where I think I'm going to get shot and I'm going to bleed, I'll take my tourniquet and I'll have it like this. It'll already be sized up and everything. I'll rip off the edge of this and I'll fold it back like this. So I can easily grab it and open it. I put it just like that. And then I put a rubber band around the center, right here. And I put the rubber band on my gear. And I've got it like right up here somewhere. Because I can grab it and snap that rubber band off. But I can run around and it can bounce and that rubber band on a slip knot will just hold it. But when I need it, I can just snap that sucker off. It's like on my vest. Like on me. I got another one in my back.
So I was hearing also like the blood squirting out. That's kind of a good sign that you hit an artery, right?
Yes, if the blood's squirting, if it's bright red, it means that you hit an artery.
And then let's say you know you hit an artery, it's tourniquet, then quick clot.
Yeah, so for this level, tourniquet. Right away. For this level. You take those like 8-day classes with me, I'll teach you how to put the tourniquet on, clean the wound, get the quick clot in, cover and dress the wound, and slowly remove the tourniquet over time.
But for now, call tourniquet, call.
Yep. Good, yep. And put that tourniquet on a hand above the wound. If you hit a joint, go above the joint, a hand above the joint, and tight. And once that thing goes on there, it don't come off. Doesn't come off till they're in the hospital. Okay? Good question. Did everybody try this? Does everybody feel comfortable with this? Did anybody not try it? You know how to do it?
No, I don't.
Somebody teach her real quick. Did you do this?
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, teach her real quick, and then we'll let her go. We'll never bother you again. Good.
Put it on, put the hand above the joint at least.
Good job. Yeah.
And then wrap it around tight. And then if you have one of these handy things, you just spin it until it's tight enough to squeeze the artery against the bone.
And how do you secure it? Perfect job. Perfect teaching job. Rip that white Velcro thing off. Yeah, pull that thing off. And tuck it down in that hole. Yeah, there you go. Now tuck it in the hole and cover it. Good job. That's exactly how you do it. Perfect.
Alright.
And then you write the time. All right, and the time should be written on their forehead as well. There should be a big T on their forehead and a Sharpie marker or blood or whatever. And as soon as they go into the hospital, they're like, oh shit, team tourniquet, where's the tourniquet at? What was the time? Crap, that was like 4 hours ago, surgery. You know, let's go. Now you know how to use a tourniquet. All right, cool. Thank you for teaching it. Great job. You feel comfortable with this? You? Cool. All right, what do you want to learn about that I didn't teach you yet? I'm going to kill like 5 more minutes with you guys, then I'm going to review when we be done. But what did you want to learn? CPR is going to be next. Yep. We'll do a quick break before CPR. You know, you go fire around the belt or whatever you need to do. What did you want to learn about that I didn't teach you about? What do you have random medical backcountry questions about? Yes, sir. Oh.
Like mass casualty triage.
Yeah.
Situations.
Yep.
Like, is there like an order of operations when you identify like?
Yeah. How dead are they?
Yeah. Basically, like, let's just say let's say an avalanche goes. 4 people are caught in the avalanche. 2 have broken arms. 1's bleeding out, and 1 is unresponsive or unknown. Obviously, like, I would hope not to be in that situation.
Yep.
But like, what would you do? Like,
yeah. Which one am I near? Are they all lined up? Are they all already out of the pits?
They're just all lined up in front of you.
The bleed.
Yeah.
Because it's an ABC issue. The broken arms are a D issue. ABCD, and the unresponsive person is dead. Sorry. Depending on how many people I have, how close I am to them, I try to get a pulse on that guy, right? Airway, right? Where am I at with this guy? But if it's, hey, he's deceased and it's CPR for him, fuck him. Who's still alive who I can save, right? Oh, the guy with the bleed. If I don't stop the bleed, he dies in the field. The guys with the broken arms, I have hours before they start to die with broken arms. You know what I mean? And you die from broken bones because when your tissue's getting broken down, it releases a protein called myoglobin. That myoglobin goes into your kidneys, shuts your kidneys down, and go into renal failure and die from like bad broken legs and stuff. I would really encourage you to watch a film, like in your own time, whatever. It's online. It's called A Dozen More Terms. More Terms.
That's a bad one.
It's one of the best videos, films I've ever seen in my life. It's about some like top level backcountry skiers from University of Montana, and like they're the poster boys for the University of Montana ski team, and they're engineers, and they all go on a backcountry Europe trip, and an Abbey kicks, and right, you see what happens. One of them dies right away. The other one gets like 14 puncture wounds. His tibia or his fibula is sticking 4 inches out of his snow pants. His fibula. Then he goes around and gets 14 more puncture wounds trying to find his dead buddy. He rewrites his foot 180 degrees, you know, and then tries to find his buddy. And the guy who lives, they did a really bad leg splint on him. He's up in that yurt, and they can't get a helicopter in to get him, and they can't get a doctor into him. So it's the next day. They put him in a sleeping bag. He's been bleeding into the sleeping bag. You know, he's in shock. He's going into renal failure. Doug Chabot, the avalanche coordinator for Gallatin, skis up there to figure out what the hell's going on for the Forest Service to do the accident report. A doctor skins in with him. They get up there and they're like, oh shit, like nobody's done a rescue. This is the situation. This kid's about to die. And that's what was going on. The myoglobin from the destroyed leg tissue was getting into his bloodstream. That was going into his kidneys, threatening to shut his kidneys down. But A Dozen More Terms. It is worth watching if you're a backcountry recreator. It's like 40 minutes, 30-minute video. Totally worth it. Yep.
What's it on?
It's on
YouTube. Yeah.
it's probably on YouTube. And some video too.
Okay.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, this past December I saw like a horrible degloving thing go on in the backcountry. What do you do in that sort of situation? Just treat it like it's like an abrasion?
Treat it like an avulsion.
Okay.
Yeah, try to clean everything out and put skin back.
Okay.
And if you can't put skin back, then you're going to have to treat it like an abrasion, just like you said, like the open wounds like that. And I would soak that gauze in iodine, 1 to 2% iodine solution, soak with water, and I would wrap that whole freaking thing. Then I would put stuff on their hands to keep them warm, you know, if it was winter or whatever.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned colder weather. Yeah, and try to get them out. Do I smell like an everything bagel being toasted, or what do I smell?
Burnt toast?
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Your caviar and your wine, your chilled champagne, lemon juice. All right, cool. Any other questions on first aid? You guys have been awesome. Sweet, we're done. We're done with that. Let's take a short break and then we'll come back. We'll do CPR. All right, CPR probably got an hour. And then we're done for the day, okay? So, all right, let's come back at like 4:50. That's 8 minutes. Is that cool? I'm gonna go get some stuff in my truck for this, and I'll come clean all this up, and we'll get it. I'm gonna get some stuff in my truck. I'll get it back.
I think we're supposed to do that after. Supposed to refresh this TV.
Okay, actually, you might have to do a little that way.
Oh, I think my water. Yo, it looks like that's just the thwarts that are blown up. So maybe we can move the top one off and then deflate the thwarts.
And the bottom too. Wait, the bottom.
Yeah.
You gonna deflate this one? Or no?
This one probably shouldn't have to because I'm off.
He says on about 5 steps. Yeah.
This one should hopefully deflate all the way. I don't know if the sides are completely open though.
Oh, maybe that's
I don't know. They're open.
We're not blowing up. We're not gonna deflate, yeah. No, I agree with you, man. Absolutely. The more knowledge we can get, the better.
Ideally, for one more.
Well, we'll have to get one of the air ones.
Yeah, it depends on the tourniquets or what. Those tourniquets will work. Yeah, these will over. You want one called cat or soft? Yeah. Cat or soft is good ones. It's not a stone. Quiet. You know what you're saying.
Maybe not.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5, and then we'll have 4 left, right? And then we just got 1. So I'm gonna take a video
Alright, how we doing? You guys are all over the place back here, huh? Sorry about that. There's still some of you in here. That's great. Thank you guys for being in the class. You guys need a question? You guys have any questions? Come on, y'all, hit me up. I'll answer your questions right now. Why is it so slanted? Yeah, I know. What's up, everybody? What's up, Amanda? Can you also sear a wound closed by using gunpowder and lighting it? Yeah, sure you can. There's the Revenant, yeah, with Leo. But man, there's some other ways to do it first. We're gonna want to try some other things. You know what I mean? Oh, do you guys not have a bunch of trolls in here today? They didn't come in. They don't like to mess with the first aid class. Yeah, they're not smart enough.
How many subscribers do you have on YouTube?
Like 7,000 or 8,000, 7,300, something like that.
Very nice.
Yeah, they're awesome people. They're real cool people. What's up, everybody? Great job. Hey, I love you too. 10-4. Sorry I had to do 2 videos today, guys. Show you the creek again. You want me to go in the rain, Mary, and show you the creek? Come on. Don't you know it's raining out there? You want me to go out in the rain for you? I'll do it, Mary, because I love you. I never met you, but I love you. Show us the creek again. All right, good. Sorry. I just disconnected it a little bit. I'll show you the creek real fast, and then we got to teach class. I'm already late. All right, I hope you guys enjoy it. You know that as soon as I make a mistake like this, it's probably going to jack up our chat. You don't want to know what they're doing under that tree over there. Can you see them? Probably some shenanigans. Pretty nice, right, guys? Pretty nice place to work, if you ask me. It's a cool little bridge right here. And this goes all the way up to their back deck, which is where we were doing training before it started to rain. And, you know, then it just kind of rained us out. We had to go inside. You're like, what kind of survival teacher are you? You can't even be in the rain. I know. I hope you're satisfied. And do you guys see these cables right here? That's for their zip line. They run zip lines from that tower over there that you can kind of see to the right of the tree. And they run that zip line all the way down. Which is pretty fun, I guess, if you're into it. All right, it's almost time to start class again. We're going to do CPR. So if you guys need to refresh your CPR certifications or your skills, now is the time to do it. You can see all the random little like truck and car seats over here where they hang out. All these fun little spots to hang out by the river here when they get off of work. If you guys are having a good time, do me a favor and smash the like button. I've loved having you in class with me. Thank you so much for coming. Share and subscribe, right? I know that the mods are really good about reminding everybody, and just really appreciate you guys being in the class. Thanks. One more hour, everybody, and then we're on out of here. And I'll try to do like a live later or whatever and talk to you guys. I know it's been a little while since I've talked to everybody. You know, we had that convoy the other day, and then we jumped straight into class today. So I'll try to like be able to debrief with you guys a little bit later. Try not to get sick. I'm going to spin you a couple times. There you go.
I've heard they're very aggressive about their teaching style.
Yeah, I don't know about this year. I know last year there were some people who needed a little bit more like motivation, or they wanted to see if like people could like handle it almost. Yeah, I know my friend when she was doing her tattoo apprenticeship, like she was like really gentle and soft and stuff. And she got her apprenticeship at like a scatter shop pretty much. Like meeting people, bikers, shit like that. Like it was tattooing. It wasn't like tattoo artists. They were tattooers. You know, and so they just beat her down, you know. Now she's tough as nails and kicks ass, but yeah.
fucking cold.
But
I was tempted to do it, but I'm trying to soup, so that's
Good. You don't eat this stuff. It's crap. You don't put it in
No,
your
no, I
mouth.
already had like half a sleep.
Good. Nice. Good.
Yeah,
I love you, Mario.
I'm like, what are you doing right now? Really showing.
Goddamn, how many bucks they stop to load? 5? We should just dump this, empty this fucking boat whenever we have to, and then bring this fight in.
You guys remember that photo of Europe?
Yeah, no, I was saying like that's the thing we're just gonna grab it.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah,
When we're done.
I wanted to have this as like a table for people to
As far as I know, you got me CPR on the floor, not like a boat.
All right, good.
You're damn right. Oh no, really?
It was like the problem was it was like another problem. It wasn't a multi-day, and they weren't doing it. Was like a single day, so they just had to paddle down 6 miles, and both of them just got their kayaks. They didn't actually have kayaks, they just safety kayaks.
Oh no.
They just got their kayaks, and then they would do CPR on the side, all the boats.
I've heard of stuff like that happening.
the dude died
Tough.
in
It's
November
mighty
last
tough to
year.
do that CPR on a boat.
Yeah, he was in a heart attack. I don't know,
How
I
many
didn't
one of
say,
these?
had a heart attack, couldn't swim or anything.
All we do is take
Yeah.
the back half of the head, flip it around, and put it on the front half of the head. Right? And that leaves like the skull. And then we take these two, and we put them in these two holes right here. The two little holes go in the little holes. That's exactly right. And that's the way that they do it.
That's how I should phrase it.
I just don't want to I'm a CPR doctor.
Yeah.
Really love each other.
And they have a little
I'm
bit of
sorry, even that
alcohol.
hurt smells.
That was a good burp right there.
Greg, you just walked right through it.
Walk right through the burp.
That's right.
Bring out
He says bring out your head. He's going for that. That's not hard.
I think I'm so
Oh, yeah.
Twist. Awesome. Thank you for your help. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it'll do it.
Airway's being circulation.
I don't know, maybe. I think it's Barnaby's. I noticed that I had all my shit stolen on the rural site that I have. I had some locked up in the storage facilities. I mean, they ripped everything apart and stole everything. They robbed me.
It wasn't like that. Hitched the truck to the door.
Yeah. Yeah, use an angle grinder, you know, to cut stuff off. Use a saw to cut into
Like
stuff.
real personal.
Like somebody really told me, fuck you. And I've never had a problem out there. I'm excited to know there's some cartel stuff. Like I know they jack people, but like I kind of had the relationships where I thought it was going to be cool. So I don't know if it was some other stuff that I've been doing where I pissed somebody off or what. I pissed somebody off and somebody sent me a real loud message, you know. So I've been replacing CPR and first aid stuff. And I mean, all my hypothermia gear, you know, like all my litters. Everything got jacked. So I should have secured it better. But what does that mean? Like, I need an electric fence to secure it better,
It's
you
like,
know?
security's like security's in the it's like security's a deterrent. It's not like
Correct. Yeah, those cameras are like a little bit of a deterrent, and they'll tell you what happened. Yeah, but they're not going to stop what's happening, right? That's what
anyone
that's
who's
what rifles are
anyone
for.
who really is determined.
And that's it. That's it. Yeah. So I got to think about what I'm going to do on that property.
Where's it?
Down in southern Colorado, in San Francisco.
Oh, get the property and then dig a hole 30 feet away. And that's where you put all your stuff.
That's a good idea for hearing it. It's not a bad idea. I'm thinking I need better fencing.
Yeah.
You know, and then I think I'm going to do an inner layer of electric fence. You know, like on a code with my phone. You know what I mean? And I'm going to put that in a steel box so they can't like shoot it.
I mean, they have all those, they have all that RFID like matcher stuff now, though, right? Where it's like where you, if you
I
walk
can
by,
hack that shit with my flipper device.
you can't just like so if somebody scans in and you scan what they scan
Yeah.
in, then flip it and use that.
Yeah, you can also just like go in here and suck the, you know? Yeah. Yeah, off your phone. They make these little things, these little Tamaguchi things, but it's called a flipper. And it's like a tool for whatever, for people who like to play with technology. And it'll open anything, man. Yeah, you put that thing on anything. You open hospital doors and yeah, anything. From what I hear, sniffing Wi-Fi network, like you can do about anything with those things. All right, let's grab a seat real quick. We're gonna talk our way through some of this stuff. Then we're gonna do our way through some of this stuff. Like I told you guys, I am in the process of replacing some of my equipment. I'm sorry about that. It's like the hardest hit I've ever had, you know, because like I wasn't even there to do something with them. I had everything I owned stolen off of a rural site here a few weeks ago. And so I'm slowly replacing everything while I work through insurance frustrations. Thanks, man. Thanks, me too. Try to be good to people, you know. All this first aid stuff, you don't win them all. You know what I mean? So, all right, let me see where this is going to be. Yeah, sometimes the world's shitty. All right, everybody, are you ready? It's about time. Get ready. Let's do this. You can't just like go buy this. There's the other problem. You've got to try to get it online. And there are only like a few companies who make it, and they're like $1,000 for what you see here. And they sold like 16 of them, and then my AED, like everything. All my fishing stuff. I mean, like freaking pictures of my nieces, my little girls, like smashed and stuff. Somebody sent me a serious message, whoever it was. I don't hear it. No. They sent me a message. I bought a ghillie suit. We'll talk about it later. You got your plan. I got mine. I'm just kidding. I don't wish violence on anybody.
But you did buy a pretty long ago.
Yeah, first focal point. Yeah. It's an FFP skill. I have other tools, you know what I mean, to address these situations. Yeah, that camera's running, so I won't talk about it too much. But I'm sure some things are going through your mind that could be done that I thought of immediately too. You know, take some tips from the VC or whatever. It's a food check, everything. Yeah, everything. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things you can use. Yep. God. Somebody go get me some like freaking bird flu or something. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna talk about CPR today. What's up, bro? Sorry we're in your way, man. We took over your boathouse.
I'm just going to my office. Are you guys still here? Still getting after it?
We're almost done.
All right.
We're almost done. They're doing great. I know you guys are totally sick of this. Thanks for being here. We'll get you through. You won't have to do this for like 2 years. You know, so it'll be all right. Okay. What's up?
Nothing.
Are you like, woo? Yeah, fuck yeah.
Woo, yeah. Totally.
Fuck this guy. All right, cool. So we're going to talk about CPR today. We're going to talk about when to do CPR. We're going to talk about when not to do CPR. We're going to talk about how to do CPR. We're going to talk about like what leads you to have to do that shit. So the difference between a chest pain and heart attack, the difference between those, how to respond to each one. And then we'll actually do the CPR skills. We're going to go and grab PFDs. We're going to need more room, frankly. We don't really have any room in here. So we're going to have to like stack that boat when we're done.
Just drag this out there.
So we'll do the class part. Then when we go to the practical application, we'll haul the boat out. We'll do it in here. What we can do is go grab PFDs. I've done this before where we take one PFD and then you put another one around it and button it up. And then we'll practice our compressions on that. And I'll test you out on these 6. I'll test 6 at a time and just rotate you guys through. So you'll be done, probably in about an hour. You'll be done with everything. All right? Sound good? You guys just ask me any questions you have anytime you have it. I'll be a little bit more serious with CPR because it's like an end of life thing. We only do CPR on dead people, right? So like a person is deceased right in front of you. And you're faced with the choice of like, am I going to try to resuscitate this person or not? And that's a serious thing, right? And that's happened to a lot of people in our families too, right? When they've come to be deceased, somebody's probably done CPR on them in many cases, depending on how and where and when that happened. So I try to be a little bit more professional with the CPR. What we're going to talk about first is the difference between chest pain and a heart attack. So this is about what your heart looks like, okay? And you've got 4 quadrants to your heart. The top are called atrium, and atria, right, is the plural, but atrium is each left and right atrium. The bottom ones are called ventricles. And all the blood comes into your heart right here. It all comes down from your jugular veins and up from your legs into this big vein on the right side of your chest. Right on the right side of your chest. And this is called the vena, V-E-N-A, cava, C-A-V-A. And this is where all the used up blood, all the deoxygenated blood comes up and it dumps in. All of this comes down from your brain and it dumps into the top right of your heart. That's where all the deoxygenated blood comes in. That's like the entrance ramp to the factory for it to get more blood. From here it pops straight down, right? It comes straight down to the right ventricle. And this whole side of the heart over here is deoxygenated. No oxygen at all in the blood on the right side of your heart. I don't know, maybe you don't give a fuck. But it's interesting. It's random, right? From here it goes to the lungs, right? It goes to the lungs right here. And no, you're good to go. And it gets the oxygen in the lungs. From there, it comes back up to the top left. From there to the bottom left. And from there, it shoots out the aorta and gives your whole body all the blood. The aorta is actually from the bottom left part of your heart. It squirts all the blood, the oxygenated blood throughout the body. So this whole side over here has O2, and this whole side over here has no O2 on that side. Does that make sense? All right, cool. This giant vein on the right side of your body, biggest vein in your body, it's called the vena cava. V-E-N-A-C-A-V-A, right? And all your blood comes back up through that vena cava and into your heart. From wherever it is in your body, from your toe and from your ear. It all comes back into this big vein. It all pulls in there and then dumps into the heart, okay? When we're looking at this heart, we have these 2 descending coronary arteries down here. And the job of these arteries are to bring blood to the different parts of the heart so it can function as a pump. Lub-dub, 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 lub-dub. And that lub-dub is each section. Remember the sections of the heart. When this one's open, this one's closed. All right? When this one's closed, this one's open. And it just sucks it in from the vena cava, squirts it down. Sucks it in, squirts it down. Sucks it in, squirts it down. That's this guy's whole job, though, right atrium. Suck it in, squirt it down. Suck it in, squirt it down. This guy's job is suck it in, squirt it to the lungs. Suck it in, squirt it to the lungs. Suck it in, squirt it to the lungs. This guy's job is suck it in from the lungs, squirt it down here. Suck it in, squirt it down. Suck it in, squirt it down. This guy's job is suck it in, pump it out. Suck it in, pump it out. Suck it in, pump it out. So each section of the heart has a different job, and that's all it does. Does that make sense? So the heart is an organ that functions as a pump. We're good on that, right? In order for the heart to function as a pump, it needs what every muscle in your body needs. Sugar and oxygen that gets transported in blood. So it needs sugar and oxygen so it can stay alive. There we go. So it can function as a pump. Right? The oxygen and the sugar gets to the heart down through these descending coronary arteries. They wrap all the way around the heart and they feed the heart with blood, with nutrients, so the heart can be healthy, right? And can continue to pump blood around your body. Are you with me on all that? All right, that's like one of the most important things to grasp. The heart functions as a pump. It pumps blood all over the body. But in order to function as a pump, that motherfucker's got to get juiced up with oxygen and sugar. You got me? If I don't fill up my truck, it's not going to go anywhere. All right? All the engines in the world. And I got a turbo diesel engine in there. But it's not going to run if I don't put some diesel in there. All right? And the blood is the diesel in this case. Right? So that's how it gets in. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take you on the Magic School Bus right into here. Okay? You remember the Magic School Bus?
Yeah.
So you're with me on this, right? Get on that freaking Magic School Raft, and we're all going to raft into this part of the descending coronary artery right here. And this is what that tube looks like, okay? Right here. This is what the tube looks like, and they're the branches out here that I've drawn, right? That go wherever, and they come down here, but this is this. All right? Capiche? I capiche? Cool. Over time, all of us have this going on in our bodies. Over time, we get these buildups of lipids, calcium, and cholesterol in our arteries. Every one of us. Even the people watching at home, right? Everybody here, I don't care how young and healthy you are, it's happening to you. It's happened to everybody in your family before you've ever been alive, and it'll happen to everybody after you die that comes along. This buildup here of calcium, lipids, and cholesterol prevents blood from running smoothly through this artery. Does that make sense? It has to go around the obstruction. The obstruction is caused by our genetics, by our physiology, and by lifestyle choices. So those of us, right, who want to eat McDonald's every day and never exercise, whatever, we all work outside. We're all healthy people, right? We all get out and move around. But the people who don't, this builds up a lot faster right here. This is going to build up a lot faster. So this partial occlusion causes the blood to go, sorry if you can't see that. It has to go around the occlusion. When this happens, right here, this exact moment in your physiology, this is called chest pain. That's how it happens. That's what the pain is. In like an older person, right, when they're hiking or they're going for a run or they're biking and they start to feel chest pain and they've got to stop moving. That's chest pain. That's also called an angina or angina pectoris. Pain in the chest is all that means. Angina pectoris. And that's caused by the blood having to jump around this partial occlusion right there. Okay? So when somebody's like, when do people often feel this chest pain? What are they doing when they feel this chest pain? These older folks. Exercising or working out. So what is their heart rate? Is it high or low? High. So it often hurts when the heart rate is high. And that's because there's a huge demand for sugar and oxygen when the heart's going fast. If you can slow their heart rate down, you're slowing down and lowering the demand for sugar and oxygen. So what you need to do is rest these people. Rest these patients. If they have chest pain, you need to just rest them. All right? The difference is with a heart attack, we're still right here, all right? Magic School Bus. Now, if this has gone on for a long time, right? Maybe there have been multiple instances of chest pain. You know, I won't even do it fully. I'll do it almost all the way. I'll do it to like right here. When it becomes like really bad and the blood really has to work to get around and it's very, very painful, the doctor might start to prescribe like a daily aspirin regimen. Have you heard of that? Like a daily bare aspirin. And all the aspirin does is like when this is happening in your body's going to send platelets and be like, oh, okay, bro, you're trying to clot this. Well, let me send you some platelets and we'll clot this. We'll block it. No problem. Well, we don't want that, right? So the aspirin just clears out those platelets, the formulation of platelets, and allows blood to continue to try to get by. Nope. Yeah, exactly. That tries to break it up. Yeah. Drugs like that try to break it up. And cholesterol drugs. Additionally, they can just scrape your arteries. Like shove a wire up there and just scrape that crap.
slides in.
It's a stent.
And it can fill up the stent to open up this artery even wider so the blood can get around it. Yeah, but as this stuff builds up, it's medication and surgery that fix it, all right? Medication and surgery. And when I'm talking about bare aspirin, I have some right here if I can get at it, right? I know you guys know what aspirin looks like, but this is what I'm talking about. Bare aspirin, 325 milligrams. If you have that baby aspirin, it's going to be like 84 milligrams or something weird, or 81 milligrams. So it'll equal like 1 milligram less. But you give them 4 of the baby aspirin, crush them up right in the mouth. This stuff will save lives. I've given it to people having heart attacks, and it's like kept them good until they get to the hospital. It's helped a little bit. So having aspirin on you, that's definitely a good over-the-counter medication that we can give to our patients. That's why we try to save this. Thank you. If they start to have a heart attack, or even if they have chest pain, just pop an aspirin in their mouth. Hey, are you allergic to aspirin? Great. Open your mouth and pop that thing in there, okay? So this is the full, this is the partial. The platelets are what the aspirin clears out, okay? My right foot fell asleep, which is terrible right now. Like I'm about to cry. Okay, aspirin clears platelets. And now let's say I'll take you right into here now on the Magic School Bus, right into here. All right, so this one is here. This is going to be down here. Let's say that there's been a full occlusion, a full blockage, all right? Lipids, calcium, cholesterol, full blockage, okay? This is happening right up here. When this happens, the blood comes in, it hits the blockage, it turns around and goes back. You with me? Can you guys see this? What do you think is going to happen on this side of the blockage?
It's going to collapse.
Good. It's going to collapse and there's no blood, so therefore all the tissue around here, what's going to happen? It's all going to die. So what I mean by that is everything downstream of this blockage is done. Therefore, all the muscle on the outside of the heart right here, in the heart, is done. All right? So the heart begins to not be able to function as a pump anymore because it can't function and live as a muscle anymore because it's not getting enough sugar and oxygen. Does that make sense to you? All right, cool. So this full blockage is called a heart attack. The technical term is an AMI, or the Widowmaker, or the big one, is what they call it. And that stands for acute, and I'll break the word down for you in a minute, myocardial infarction. So acute simply means specific to, myo means muscle, cardial means of the heart, and then infarction means death of the tissue. So specific to the muscle of the heart, death of the tissue, because blood can't flow past these occlusions and everything around it dies. Does that make sense? It's kind of like higher level physiology. I just took you inside the heart. And then inside the heart artery. Are you cool with that? Yeah?
Not with the heart attack, but
Yeah, that sucks, right? We're not cool with that, but you understand it. All right? That's called an AMI, or the Widowmaker, the big one, or bad heart attack. That's what kills people. We're talking about coronary artery disease, right? CAD. And these are those coronary arteries that come out like this. Coronary artery disease is the #1 killer of Americans, right? This is like what kills Americans. And we have lots of access to really good food and like really good internet, you know what I mean? And a lot of us don't get out a lot. You all do because you work out here freaking outside. So you're healthy, active people, and that's good. But folks we might know at home, or folks in our family who are a little bit more sedentary, who don't get out as much, or maybe are smoking a lot, or maybe not making the best food-based dietary decisions. This is what's going on in their bodies. It's going on in all of our bodies, but it's like really going on in their bodies. And there's not a lot that you can do about it except surgery and a bunch of pills. And I don't know how well the pills work, you know. I'm more of an essential oils guy myself. But seriously, man, a lot of stuff you get out of nature will just patch you right up, you know. Not pushing all that right in this first aid class, but we can do a separate class on that. So this AMI is when we get a full blockage in here, blood can't go to the heart shuts down. It's called cardiogenic shock. When the heart just stops ticking and shuts down, that's when and where people die. Boom, they're standing there and then they're dead next to you in 2 minutes. This is what's happened. All right, 2 or 5 minutes. This is what's happened. When they just drop, grab their arm and drop, whatever. This is what's going on. The reason they might grab their arm, if this is the heart, you know, this is the aorta. It comes down and runs blood down my spine, but then it runs blood down my arms, and then it runs blood up my neck, right? Like that's the path of blood from here to here, comes up, goes around the heart. It actually feeds itself first. So it comes down and gives itself blood and everything first for the arteries. Then it button hooks around the heart, then it comes up with the carotids, and it splits off into 2 arms and the brachial arteries there. And that's why people have that left arm pain a lot for men, right? Because that blockage is going to occur up here somewhere, it's going to occur down here somewhere, whatever it is, it's going to affect this side. For women, often they'll feel back pain when they're having a heart attack. Men, left arm a lot, women refer pain to the back a lot of times. All right, does this all make sense to you guys so far? You cool on all this? All right, sweet. So, coronary artery disease is what causes this. Yeah, there's some genetic stuff associated with it. And, you know, my family, this is in my family for sure. This is probably what's going to kill me. A broken heart, one way or another, is probably what's going to kill me. You know what I mean? Right, too many of those letters. I'm talking like healthy, active people, Marines, you know, attorneys, whatever, people who run marathons in my family, all dying young from this. My great-great-great-grandfather shot a big deer, right, and was loading this big deer on his horse, had a heart attack and died. You know, and I think that'd be the best way to go. You know, 'cause you'd be all happy, successful, your hunt was over, you know, you're going to go feed your family, you're going back with a giant deer, boom, your buddies are there, they can put you on the horse, you know, take you back. It'd be better than, like, you know, fighting a great white, for example. You know, although there's something to be said for Mortal Kombat. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. Better than burning, right? So coronary artery disease is what kills the majority of Americans. It's a subset of cardiovascular disease. This is like what kills Americans. So be heads up about that. I'm not trying to break your balls or ovaries about lifestyle choices, especially when we're working at guide camp and stuff like that. So I get you're going to have fun and everything. But just keep in mind throughout the course of your life, if you need to go, just go right through, man.
I'm sorry, is Goose here?
Did he just walk in or out?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Goose, it sounds like booze, but it's Goose. Does he still have that horse trailer?
I don't know about the horse.
I think he had a
He's
horse
lived
trailer.
on a minivan.
Yeah. Sorry to drop out.
No, no worries. Yeah, no worries at all.
What's up, son?
Yeah, he's been around for some of the classes, Goose. I thought he was the guy who had the horse trailer converted to like a living quarters.
No,
Like
dude,
a
that was
camper.
Derek last year.
It was Derek, the
Yeah.
blue horse trailer.
Oh no.
I think it was Goose. He plays a lot of video games.
Oh,
Don't
I
fuck
know.
with me.
Tyler?
Tyler maybe.
Yeah.
Tyler maybe. All right, I might have messed that one up. It's possible. All right, sorry. So that's what's going on in your heart. When we do CPR, all we're doing is squeezing a deoxygenated heart between the sternum and the spine. We're just squeezing the heart between the sternum and the spine. And all we're doing is we're pushing that blood with a little bit of oxygen in it from the heart to the lungs to the heart to the brain. To the heart, to the lungs, to the heart, to the brain, to the heart, to the lungs, to the heart, to the brain. Over and over again. That's all we're doing with CPR. We're just trying to keep a little bit of oxygenated blood in these critical organs. That's all we're doing. Heart to the lungs, to the heart, to the brain, to the heart, to the lungs, to the heart, to the brain, right? This side's deoxygenated, this side's oxygenated. That's why those breaths for CPR are important. We're still teaching that we do the breaths. We're teaching 30 compressions and 2 breaths. When you breathe in, that's like what, 21% oxygen in the atmosphere? 23% oxygen in the atmosphere. When you breathe out, there's like 18% oxygen in your exhale. So like there's still a lot of oxygen in your exhale. And it still helps to get some of that O2 into the person. All right. So there were a couple of times when we would never, ever, ever do CPR. You know, we do it when there's no pulse, no breathing. That's when we do CPR on a deceased individual. And there are two types of death. There's clinical death and biological death. Clinical death is when the heart stops. Biological death is when your brain activity cuts off. Those are separate times. And you watch the human body go through some weird changes during that time, some of which looks like breathing. Even though the person is dead, it's called agonal breathing, and that can be really tough to watch. Two types of death. So clinical and biological death, and CPR just keeps them between clinical and biological death, essentially. That's all we're doing. You're only doing it on dead people. Don't be afraid to try it. To be honest, you don't have a very good chance with CPR unless it's somebody in our group who was drowning or lightning. Drowning or lightning, we've got a great shot. Especially on a young, healthy heart, you keep freaking pumping, you've got a great chance with drowning or lightning. With older folks, assisted arrest, just because of the nature of the buildup, right, in those arteries, if you don't have an AED close by, we don't have great chances at all. Unless you're there like the first 5 minutes with an AED, we don't have a very good chance at all. So just keep that in mind when you go to do CPR. But do your best. Yes.
Have they made portable AEDs yet in that country?
Yes. Well, they make them for bikers, right? Like every American cycling association, whatever, coach has to have an AED now when they're taking people out. And the company I used to work for, like, wrote their training for all those coaches. So yeah, they have small ones. You might get like 2 or 3 shocks out of them. Good luck recharging them. Yeah, $1,000 maybe. Several hundred to several $1,000 depending on how and where you can get it. Government auctions are one way. I understand that no ABA outpost has one, but you guys don't have one anywhere. I know on the Arkansas River, they've stashed them all along the river. The Colorado River Outfitters Association came together with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and they stashed AEDs and backboards with game cameras, but all along the Arkansas River. So when you're down there on the Ark tomorrow or whatever, you're probably going to see them randomly along the way, and that's why they're there. The Arkansas River Outfitters Association, the different companies that work there, and the different first responders all came together and said, this is a freaking problem. We need to solve this problem. All right, let's all pitch in some money, and they solved the problem that way.
You said it doesn't have any AEDs, period?
Correct. That's my understanding. That's been the case for several years, and it's still the case at all the other outposts as of today. This outpost might have one now that I just don't know about. I'm pretty sure we don't have one. If you do have one, it will just talk to you. It'll tell you exactly what to do, and I'll walk you through that in just a moment, just like those EpiPens now. All right. Coronary artery disease, oxygen, we're blowing the 2 breaths in. Times when we would not do CPR, no matter what, never do CPR with hypothermia. There are elevated potassium levels around the heart when somebody's going into serious hypothermia. It's putting off elevated potassium levels around the heart. Any rough handling could put the heart into VFib, which is ventricular fibrillation, which is a lethal rhythm that kills people. So that's something we don't want, right? Any rough handling at all could cause that. So if we're carrying somebody out, you have to be so careful not to run them into shit. You know what I mean? Not to bump them into trees or vehicles or whatever. You got to be real gentle with severely hypothermic patients. All right? There's another thing called dependent lividity. And dependent lividity is when a person has been deceased for a period of time, the blood will start to leach out of their capillaries, their arterioles, and their venules. And that blood will collect and pool at the down gravity side of the person. So it'll appear purple and bruised on the down gravity side of the person, and it'll appear very pale on the top part of the person. And that's just from your blood coming out of your arteries and veins, kind of sitting in those open areas in your soft tissue. And that's the discoloration that occurs there, like bruising. All right, above them will be very pale. This is called dependent lividity. Dependent lividity. Hypothermia, no CPR. Injuries, incompatible with life. No CPR. Like if you're doing the chest compressions here, well, you got to go way over there to do the breaths. decapitation, don't do CPR, right? It's not going to help. If there's like a massive crush injury with a vehicle or something, and the person can't, right? Don't worry about doing CPR. So there's certain times, certain injuries. Somebody got shot in the face, right? And their head turned into a pink mist. You don't need to do CPR on a pink mist in the memory, right? So dependent lividity, hypothermia, injuries incompatible with life, and rigor mortis. Does anybody know what rigor mortis is? Yeah, but the body's real stiff, right? As it's starting to break down after death. The body will be real stiff. And whatever position somebody dies in is often the position that they become very stiff in. For example, I went on a call for a woman who had fallen over her ottoman, her footstool, and she had kind of died there. And by the time we got there, that's just how she was stuck, in that position. So rigor mortis, it's set in. That happens, a little bit after death.
This is dependent with
Lividity, yeah.
dependent lividity. That is their dead.
Yeah, they're dead. They've been dead a long time. All their vasculature is broken down, and decaying, and the blood's come out of that vasculature. It's just pooling the down gravity part of the person. Nasty.
Can you save someone from hypothermia without a pulse? Like if someone dies,
Yes.
Is that the AED?
No. We won't know that they're dead if they have hypothermia. Because I might put my fingers on your neck if you have bad hypothermia, and I just won't be able to feel it because the heart's barely beating, like a couple times a minute. We won't be able to feel it or be aware. So what we say with hypothermia is they're not dead until they're warm and dead. You put them in that hypothermia wrap that I showed you. You gently transport them to the hospital. You let them go to work. Does that make sense? Unless you see that this stuff is present, but they're going to appear very pale anyway if they have hypothermia.
The hypothermia is the only one on that list where you have a shot.
Yes. Yes, correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Of saving your patient. Correct. Yes, sir. And yeah, that takes some time to happen, depending on lividity and rigor mortis. All right. That's when we would never do CPR. When do we do CPR? Like, what could cause the heart to just stop? Freedom! Or whatever he yelled. Choking can cause the heart to stop. Good. Electrocution. Good. Can cause the heart to stop. By the way. What else? Drowning. Very good. Very good job. Yes, can cause the heart to stop. What else? Drowning, lightning, or drowning execution.
Anxiety, like fear, stress.
Yeah, like an acute stress reaction. It probably could. You could probably scare someone to death. Medically, what would that be called? Like inducing a heart attack, maybe? Like what would be the physiological thing that killed somebody? You could scare somebody over a cliff, right? Or you could scare them onto something that causes the death. But just to stop the heart, what would that be called? I don't know. With just some kind of fear and emotion, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, I bet every three-letter agency in the world would like to weaponize that. How do I scare the F out of somebody so that they've just come to die? Now, I know that anxiety can cause the shape of your heart to change. Your heart can literally shift and twist and change if you have a very high level of emotional distress in your life. And it'll absolutely kill you earlier with your arteries getting blocked up, right? And trouble with your heart pumping. So I hear that in my life. You know what I mean? That's something I have to be aware of. But I've never heard of it just stopping the heart. I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm not saying it couldn't. You really scare the life out of somebody, but I haven't seen that a lot. I'm looking for one more. Trauma. Awesome job. That's right. So trauma, electricity, drowning. What was the other one you said? Choking. Good. Awesome. Because we stop the airway. Once the air is stopped, then the heart stops. Very good. All right. Those are all things that can stop the heart right away. If we do find that the heart is stopped, we'll become aware of that. By just like palpating for a pulse, we go to feel the carotid artery on the neck. Oh shoot, there's no pulse. Oh shoot, there's no breathing. That's when we're going to want to start CPR. All right, CPR is going to be 30 compressions and 2 breaths. I'm going to teach you CPR for an infant, a child, and an adult. Today, you're going to learn about all that. We want to activate the emergency response network system as soon as possible. So, like, if you're here, I'd be like, yo, go call 911 right now. Like, hey, go try to find an AED down there. at the freaking EMT, right? The EMS hooch, whatever they call it, right here, the dispatch station, the base there for the EMTs, right down the road, right? Firemen and EMTs right down the road. So I would run my ass down there, try to get an AED, and I would run my ass back, okay? That's what we're going to do CPR. So the first thing that we want to do is activate the emergency response network, right? Hey, go call 911 and come back. Go get an AED and come back. And that's after we've done that. Oh, shit. Hey, are you okay? Come on. Crap. Are you okay? Right. I'm trying to do a painful stimulus to see if they wake up a little bit. I'm checking for a carotid pulse. I'm checking for breathing. I'm looking at that diaphragm, the chest rise and fall. If no pulse, no breathing, activate the emergency response network, and then begin your chest compressions. And the way that we do chest compressions is we find our guideline or whatever, our landmark, we'll call it. We find our landmark for CPR. It's the nipples, right? The nipple line. So we just find the nipple line. I put the heel of my hand as in conducting a heel palm strike right between the nipple line. I like to hold my other hand like this. And then I'm high up on my knees over the patient. High on my knees. I'm making a triangle with lockdown elbows. You want to lock your elbows out. And you're going to use your core to deliver really good chest compressions, compressing the chest approximately 2 inches for an adult, a third of the chest depth. You've got to compress that chest a third of the chest depth. And when we do that, you're going to hear crunching and cracking. You're going to hear it early. And that's fine. That's good. Okay? The way that the ribs come in, the ribs connect in the spine, and then they come up here and they fit into little cartilage fingers on your sternum, your chest bone, your breastbone right here. There's little cartilage fingers, and the ribs just hook into the cartilage. When you do that first, boom, good compression, that cartilage snaps away. And those ribs curve around where the lung is. They don't often puncture the lung like happened to you, right? Who was it? You, sorry. Yeah, my bad. Right? They don't often puncture the lung, but they'll curve around it. Okay? And that's normal and appropriate. When I'm talking to Dr. Hubble, who like runs solo and wrote a bunch of the backcountry medicine books, he gave me my first CPR, he gave me my EMT CPR lecture. And he goes, I've done CPR more than 1,000 times. First thing I'm going to do is grab the patient, pull him off the gurney, put him on the floor. Can't do CPR in bed. Got to be on a hard surface. Then I'm going to break all the ribs with my first compression. Then I'm going to keep the heart going like a basketball with one hand while I give direction with my other hand. He goes, that's pretty much CPR. And I was like, okay, let's talk about what we talked about before. That was pretty much the lesson. So now we are going to hear those ribs break away at the cartilage. High up on my knees, locking out my arms, full compressions. And then I'm allowing the chest to completely come back up so that heart can fill back up with blood, squirt it out, fill it up, squirt it. It's got to fill up. If it doesn't fill up and you just keep squeezing it, it's like using a bag valve mask. I think I have a BDM up here. Yeah. It's like using a BDM like this, ineffectively. So instead of compression, refill, compression, refill, if this is the heart, right? It's like doing this. You get my point? We got to let the heart refill with blood every time. All right? It's like your recoil. Every time. That heart's got to refill, okay? We're going to do 30 of these compressions. And it can be tiresome sometimes. I'll tell you in a minute. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. At this point, I conduct a head tilt chin lift. That's all it looks like right there. Can you guys see this head moving? Whoop, head tilt chin lift. Head tilt chin lift. Head tilt chin lift, okay? All together. And we're going to give 2 breaths. The first breath gets delivered in approximately 1 second. Your full tidal volume. So. All right, again. And I do 5 cycles of that. 30 and 2, 30 and 2, 30 and 2, 30 and 2, 30 and 2. Then I reassess the patient if I don't see some kind of output before then. Does that make sense? So we're gonna do 5 cycles, 30 and 2. I'm high on my knees, right? I've got my triangle right here, really strong triangle with my arms. My elbows are locked out. And I'm doing approximately 2 compressions per second. Now, some people like the song Staying Alive. I like another one, Bites the Dust. Doom, 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 right? But Staying Alive is good too. The Bee Gees are fun to listen to. We can play whatever you want. Whoever has it on their phone, we just pull it up, we'll play it when we practice. That's what CPR looks like on an adult. Does that make sense? Cool. On a child, I would just, like a school-age child, a teenager, whatever, I would just use one hand, like this. That's all you need to keep it going. One hand.
You see want to break away that cartilage?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll do it with one hand. You do too, and you're going to cause more damage. Yep. You can also use a supporting finger method, but I like just the base of the palm right there. I can really get down on my arm like that. So that's what I like to do. That's how we do it for an adult and for a school-age child. All right, for an infant, separate from a school-age child, these little blue weirdos are different, right? And we can either use, we're going to use the thumb method, where we have the child on the ground, again, right between the nipple line, 30 compressions. When we go to give the breaths for an infant, only use the breath in your mouth. That's it. Because if you go into that baby, it'll pop their lungs and bruise their lungs. So just baby breaths.
You keep that distance?
No, I get right on there. Get right on there. You'll cover their nose and mouth, and it'll be snotty and nasty with babies. That's why we want to always have a mask, right? So with those CPR masks, which are really well placed, obviously, right now for us for the training. With our CPR masks, I know I have some in this bag right here, but I thought I had one more that was out. Sorry, everybody. Well, whatever that one is, there we go. Cool. You I had one of these. There's another one in a small little bag somewhere. It'll turn up, after we need it. No doubt. So these CPR masks, right? They'll just pop right out. For the baby, for the adult, you put the V on the top, right? This little V part right here goes over the nose. For an adult. For an infant, you flip the whole thing upside down and you cover their whole face. Right? Flip the whole mask upside down, cover the baby's face. That's one type of mask that we can use. Another type of mask that we can use looks like this. It's just a CPR pocket mask. You'll all get one of these before the end of the class. You can put it on your keychain or whatever. But these CPR face shields open up, and they have a tuberculosis barrier. They do have a barrier that you guys can use, right? So boom, that goes on the patient. If you're using the thumb method, you reach your hands around the baby. You're right between the nipples. 30 compressions. Baby breaths for the baby. All right, 30 and 2. 30 and 2 for the adults. 30 and 2 for the infants. 30 and 2 for the school-age children. Okay? The only exception is if I've got 2 rescuers on a school-age child, like a high schooler or a middle schooler, we would do 15 and 2 and switch off, just to keep more breaths in the system, keep the pressure up in their little system. All right? So 30 and 2 is all you have to remember. If you remember one thing, it's 30 and 2, 30 and 2, 30 and 2, 30 and 2, 30 compressions, 2 breaths. Okay? You've seen some of the different CPR face shields that we can use, whether it's just the mask like this or whether it's a full-on face shield. Either way, it hooks behind their ears or hooks behind their head. This stays on the patient. Leave it on the patient while you're working. If you have 2 people together, one person can be holding the head while the other person's doing compressions, and then they can just go down for breaths. All right? When you need to switch out, it's totally okay to be like, hey, I need to switch out right now. I'm getting tired. Come switch me out. Itching with my wool hat. Hey, switch me out. It's also okay to be like, hey, do you know CPR? And if they're like, no. Yeah, come here. I'm about to teach you. And you can just teach them how to do the compressions or how to do the breaths so they can support you while you're there. We say you try to go with CPR for like 30 minutes. You go as long as you can. If you've gone 30 minutes, you're not getting any output, you're not getting any response, There's not a lot that we can do at that time, right? And we just want to be as respectful as possible for the deceased person, you know, at that time. You can't have family members there. There could be members of the public there. And so you just want to keep in mind how you're going to deal with that situation in the most respectful way possible, right? Somebody's family member at the end of the day. So we want to be just as respectful as possible for that individual. They're probably going to have their shirt off, right? So it's a tough way to go down and out, you know? If there is an AED, if an AED does come, and I'm sorry that I don't still have a trainer, I've got another one ordered. I'm sorry that I don't have it here. Sorry that we still get motherfucking shot with that shit. That's what I mean, excuse me. It has 2 pads in it. And there are child pads and adult pads. And they come in little foil packs. And on the AED, there's only one place to plug stuff in. There's only one receiving hole, you know? There's only one opening where stuff can go in. And that's where the electrodes on the pads go. The pad placement is right here and right here on the side. We zap across the heart. So up here on the right pec and then down here on the left side, okay, is where the 2 pads are going to go. And it's going to zap across the heart. You can hit a kid with adult pads. You can hit an adult with kid pads. The AED knows. Once we get the AED on, just slap it on. As soon as you're going, you're doing CPR, just slap it on. The AED is going to say, get off the patient. Analyze it. Analyze it. Do not touch the patient. So it's analyzing the patient's heart rhythm. Keep your hands off. If you're touching the patient, you can help give off a rhythm, right? So don't touch the patient. And it's either going to tell you, shock advised, or continue CPR. The AED will tell you what to do. If it's shock advised, the only button on the AED that looks like a lightning bolt will start flashing orange. I'm clear, you're clear, we're all clear. That's it. All right, there's only one hole in it. That's where the pads go. The pad placement is here and here. It's going to tell you exactly what to do, whether you shock or don't shock. It'll say analyzing heart rhythm. Shock advised. Stand by, and it'll charge up. And it'll say deliver shock now. And it'll be a lightning bolt flashing. Just press that button.
In the last class,
yeah, so if this person has like nipple rings that go to the chain and they go all the way down or whatever, that's got to get ripped out. If somebody has a big necklace on, that's got to get taken off. If Flavor Flav is your patient with that clock, that's right, with both clocks, they both have to go. Yeah, exactly right. If someone's wearing a bra with metal wire in that bra, that's got to go. All right, so any metal over here that's going to throw my charge has got to go. So all that comes out, nipple rings get pulled, whatever, that stuff comes out, pads go here and here, shock goes across the heart. Okay? Does that make sense to you? Great question. So any metal or any jewelry, that's got to come off. I know a woman who got struck by lightning, she had a necklace on, she still has a burn mark here, still to this day. The dad has a line from right here all the way on his foot. He was unloading motorcycles. Yeah, cool. All right, that's CPR on adults, children, and infants. Does that make sense? 30 and 2. All right, we're high up on the chest. We're compressing all the way down and letting it refill completely. Approximately 2 per second. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And that's high quality CPR. Good high quality CPR right in the center. If your patient starts moving one way or the other, maybe you're over here too much. You're over here. Got to be right in the middle of the nipple line. That's our landmark. And I know you're like, hey, my 3-year-old niece and my 98-year-old grandmother have different nipple lines. I get that. You put people on their back, stuff kind of evens out. If it doesn't, imagine where they were, right? If we're going right in the center of the sternum. If you can feel the xiphoid process down here, with just a couple of fingers above the xiphoid process, which is that little bone that comes down to the bottom of your sternum. So 2 fingers up on that, right in the middle of the chest, right here. That's our landmark for CPR. This is where your heart is, right? It's right in the center and just a little off to the side. It's not way over here where we're seeing the plates of allegiance. It's right here in the middle, barely off to the side. And when we do CPR, I'm just squeezing that heart between the sternum, the breastbone, and the spine. I'm just squeezing the heart between the sternum and the spine. All right, does that make sense to you? Mm-hmm. Cool, all right, we'll practice that in just a minute. Let's just talk about choking real fast, because that's part of this. For choking, for an adult, who was it that did abdominal thrust? You did. Come on up and teach it.
So we were choking. She didn't give the universal sign for choking for a while, but then she did, and I was like, oh shit, she's actually choking. So then I got here, kind of bent over a little bit, felt where the sternum was, put my hand like that, and then kind of went up.
Oh,
and,
okay.
yeah, a little lower, so I went up, and then
Oh,
like there. And
good.
then it made her puke, so.
Good job. Really good job. Remember that diaphragm muscle right here that we put our hand on when we're checking breathing? The diaphragm? That's your target. So when you come up behind the person, put your finger in their belly button. That's your landmark now. Was the nipples the first time? It's the belly button the second time. Put your finger in that belly button, roll that flat fist up, and you're going to be right on the diaphragm. Right there on the diaphragm. That flat fist, just like you said, and it's ending up. It is a violent freaking maneuver. And you do this violent maneuver over until it works or until they die. Literally. Over until they go unresponsive or until they cough it out. And if they go unresponsive, you immediately begin CPR. Don't even wait. Just do CPR. Try to push this up and out whenever the obstruction is. Does that make sense? All right, cool. So universal sign for choking is really important to go over. Like this.
She smacked me in the arm, and I was like, oh, like, it must have just gone down the wrong path.
Yeah.
But
she probably had a laryngospasm.
yeah, that's
what happened.
Which I did. This would have been better for that.
Yeah.
But I think that just like caused the diaphragm to just shoot that open or whatever.
Yeah, I would say she 90% had a laryngospasm.
Yeah, because afterwards I was googling like, can you choke on water? Like,
Yeah.
And I guess you could. So.
Right. That's why we don't waterboard our girlfriends. Exactly right. You know, I mean, you can get into some kinky shit. Just make sure you sign a waiver because some of that's going to come back to you. All right. And I'm not sure what the Geneva Convention on Dating says. You know what I mean? It looks like a separate clause for kinky stuff. I don't know. You guys can Google it for us at home. All right, sweet. So choking is called abdominal thrust. If somebody, I've been in a restaurant, right, and you've heard somebody coughing, like, and you're like, they're choking. Well, they're not. Not yet. You know what I mean? They're starting to choke. But they can still pass air. If you can scream, if you can cry, if you can whine or complain, you can breathe. You can pass air. So when they're like, I'm choking, it's like, no, you're not. You know, you pat them on the back. Get it out. Swallow it. Spit it out. I don't care. Spit it out. Pat them on the back real hard. Once they say this, and their eyes do that, then they're choking. When no sound at all comes out, then you got a choker. Right? You might have that high-pitched stridor or something stuck and the air's barely coming out. Sounds like wheezing, but it's on the way out, right? That's when you got to do abdominal thrust. I've been in a restaurant with like groups of EMT firefighters, like, you know, going through training and stuff. And somebody will start to choke. And they'll all just look at each other and be like, not yet, not yet. Yep, wait for it. And then you hear like thud, and they're like, fuck. You know, and you'll see a couple of them get up and go, whatever, who's up this time? Right? But when you can't talk anymore, that's when you're choking. That's the universal sign for choking. What I want you to do when you do this Heimlich maneuver, these abdominal thrusts, I want you to step behind the person and put your leg between their two legs from behind. Right? Step in behind them, put your leg between their two legs. Reach around, grab that belly button, roll your fist up. Then you're going in and up, in and up, in and up. If they pass out and go unresponsive, they're going to hit your leg, and they'll slide down your leg like a ramp. And you can control their head and very carefully take them to the ground. Does that make sense? You want to try to protect the head like we talked about earlier. All right? If a baby, if it's a child, a school-age child, yeah, you just go on the side and do it like this with the child standing. What was this?
No, I was saying the baby I've seen where they like either hold it upside down and smack the shit out of his back, or
Did that to me too. Freaking cruel people, but it worked. You saw the penny? Mine was a figment.
Hell yeah. This is the getting ready to.
I got you.
It's called Pinata.
I was like, where are you gonna put what? What was this? Yeah. Just, you know, never mind. I'll just clean that up real fast. For an infant, you want to make that peace sign over the baby's mouth. You don't want to hold the baby like this because the obstruction won't ever come out. But a peace sign, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, back blows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 5 chest thrusts. And that's 2 fingers right between the nipple line. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over and over again until it works. It's called back blows and chest thrusts. Alright, does that make sense to you? And this shit works. I mean, this shit works fast on babies.
That's what I was about to do with like the chest concussions. My girlfriend watched me fall. I was like, might as well just try it.
Slap her on the back. That would have worked. Yep, it probably would have worked. Great job. So that's choking on an infant, choking for adults, choking for children, CPR on adults, CPR on child, CPR on infants. Does this make sense to you?
Yes.
How many compressions?
32.
How many breaths? Good, 2. How many cycles of that do I do
5.
before I stop and reassess? All right, sweet. For a baby, what's the maneuver for choking?
Peace sign.
Peace sign, flip a baby.
Back.
How many back blows?
5.
Good. How many chest thrusts?
5.
5 and 5. Good job. Okay, cool. How do I get chest pain to go away?
Rest.
Good. Good. Aspirin and rest. Good. What's the difference between chest pain and a heart attack? Fully blocked versus partial blockage. Good. Good. What's the difference with CPR face shield for an infant?
Upside down.
Good job. Flip it upside down. Good. What if I don't have a CPR mask in the backcountry? How can I improvise that, or what can I potentially do?
Block bag.
Yeah, bag. Like a fist above their mouth. I know that's not a very good barrier, but something, right?
If you know them, like if you know them and like you know they probably don't have anything, can you just
Sure. Whatever you're comfortable with. Yeah, just limit the tongue work. You know? Sorry? Yeah, shirt might work to help block some of the spit and the vomit if that comes out. You know, you want to make sure you can blow in there and then maybe have something. So depending on how much it slows it down, maybe all your shirts and things, you improvise masks when COVID kicked off or whatever, bandanas and things, maybe the same stuff. So yeah, it could work. You just want to make sure you can get enough O2 in there. You know, we're basically trying to improvise right up there, and that's real tough to do. Mask or filter would probably work pretty well. All right. We talked about how this stuff kills people. Give me an instance when I would not do CPR. Hypothermia. Good. Rigor mortis.
when they're split in half?
Yeah. Injury is incompatible with life. Good. Dependent lividity. Good job. Good job. Really good job. Dependent lividity. Awesome. Let's talk about just one last thing, and then we'll do our practice, and then we'll do our test. If you're on a raft, a whitewater raft, and somebody needs CPR, can you do it in the raft?
No.
No. You need a hard surface. So what would you do? Yeah, what would you do? I like Eddie out.
You keep Eddie out, but if things got really bad, you might be able to improvise some of the paddles.
How can you do it? The paddles behind him?
I'd say if you put because it needs to be on the chest, so you probably put at least the head of the paddles there while you're doing compressions.
Okay.
Strap them together.
I see what you're saying with the paddles.
If you need it, that's like if you're on multi-day.
Multi-day trip, you got to get out. You're doing CPR en route. Fishing platforms work really well. You could get a stand-up paddle board. You could be like, hey, I need your paddle board for CPR. Come over here right now. And they'll come over. Flip a kayak over. Good job. And that would work. You could shove a cooler lid up under somebody, right? Or you could eddy out, just like you said, and find harder ground. I think those are all really good options. The fishing platform, if you see another raft go by, is a good one. It's already sturdy. It's already right there in the front of the boat. You're just going to commandeer their vehicles. Yeah, cooler lids and things like that. That definitely works. Flip that refrigerator over if you've got a refrigerator with you, right? You know what I mean? You need a hard surface behind these people. Hard surface. And maybe that's a Pelican case, or I don't know what you have. But whatever's a hard surface, you put that right behind the person. You know, put their back up on that, and then you can press down into that shit. Does that make sense? Anybody have any questions related to CPR? Or choking? Alright. Don't do that J sweep with choking that some of you may have learned back in the day. Long fingernails can cut up the back of the throat, and so we don't want that.
People reach in your phone and grab it?
Yeah, they reach in with freaking chopsticks, or they reach in like this and grab it.
Yeah, I've always seen that with like use when it's like having like snow. If snow gets walking there, I've always seen sheets like go that way. But
if you can see an obstruction.
Yeah.
Just reach in and pick it out with chopsticks. And you're good to go. Okay. Cool, good on this? Alright, sweet. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things for us to practice with. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 people. So I want like 10 people or 11 people to go and grab 2 PFDs. And I want the other people to help me pull this boat out of here and grab these, and we'll do a few minutes of practice. After we do a few minutes of practice, we'll start testing the people out. You! Then you're done.
Wait till move it.
Yep.
Ready? Oh no, hold up. Let's be on 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I was working afterwards.
I'm listening to you. That's crazy. I bet it freaked you out. I bet it freaked you out real good. Woke you up and freaked you out. All right, cool. So let's have some people go grab some PFDs. We have 2 PFDs, put them together, put them around the other.
Hell yeah.
I got some practice here. You guys can start to practice on these guys once you feel good. Practice on the infant, practice on the adult, right? Once you guys feel good, let me know. And I'll start bringing people in. You know, guys. Get you done. And if you want to play some super cool music, feel free to play some super cool music, right? Whatever you want to do. Good job. I see some good infant CPR getting done over here. Good. The thumb enveloping method. And what do I do with the breaths for the infants?
Baby breath.
Baby breaths for the baby babies. Good. Nice. Now we're partying.
Do we do 5 cents for the infant too?
Yeah. Yep. And you don't have to do all 5 now. Just like get your practice so you feel comfortable. Then when you guys are ready, we'll start to test everybody out. Good. 2 per second. Good. Good deep compressions. Sorry, man. That's what I was trying to. You might want to flip that PFD over. Just trying to make that easier. You might have to clip 2 together or flip it over and clip them together. And that's how it works pretty well usually. Good job, everybody.
Anybody need to go for practice?
Oh crap, where's that charger at?
Does anybody need more practice?
Everybody's feeling pretty good? This charger might be dead, guys. I might lose you here in a few minutes. If I do, thank you so much for joining the class. Thank you for coming here today. Thanks for being part of this. At least some of these people stayed awake the whole time. I think some of them learned a couple of things. No, she's out. She's asleep. All right. Cool. We're almost ready. We're going to finish up our CPR right here. And we're going to be done for the day. Really appreciate you guys sharing and subscribing. Smash that like button if you're having fun. Thank you guys for being here. Good job.
Devin, make sure you keep your hand on the diaphragm.
So you guys feel good with this? Alright, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna grab the roster. And I'll do 6 of you at a time. I know that everybody probably wants to like just cycle through, so I'll get you through as fast as I can. I'm just gonna take your name off if you come through. Who knows where that pen ends up? Everybody have an idea on that one? You got it? Alright, maybe we'll be done. We'll get you guys right out here. We'll take a few minutes out. So we're gonna be the first 4 people to test on the adults. Cool. Come on over, grab an adult. Let's hear about the adult. Thank you. Awesome. Cool. That's a square away, man. Thank you very much for everybody interested. Yeah, that's why I wanted to just pull out that. All right, 10-4. Tell me your names, please. And I'll check you off. Jackson, yeah, Adam. Sean. All right, cool. Sean and Jackson. Addison. I found. Jackson, I found. Sean, I found. I got you, Luke. I didn't know your last name, though. I didn't know which Luke you were.
Oh, which one did you?
I didn't check either Luke. Luke signed this. I see Luke Rankin.
Yeah.
Here's Luke Thompson. Here is number 3. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, and then who's doing the infant? I have 2 infants over there. All right, tell me your name again.
If there's an infant available.
Joel. Got you. And Joel?
Yeah.
Awesome, Joel. Sweet. All right, so just go ahead and begin whenever you want. Show me the whole process. Like, how do you start the CPR process? What do you do? Yeah. Right. Check for a pulse. Try to wake them up. Tell me what to do. What should I do? All right. Good. Tell somebody to call 911. Tell somebody call 911. Come back. Good. Yeah, go ahead then. Good job. Okay, practice. Good. Awesome job. And good. 2 good breaths. And you don't have to touch your mouth to the mannequin or anything like that. Just simulate your breaths. Good.
Swap and spit with mannequins.
That's nice. That's nice. They don't say no.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not quite consent. Yeah.
I went to a thrift store up in Frisco and they had a freaking giant ass hot looking mannequin arm. And I ran inside. I was like, "How much for the mannequin arm?" She's like, "We're not for sale." I was like, "I'll give you 20 for 5." I was like, "Okay." I came back with a bunch of mannequin arms. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And nobody knew about it for the longest time except for me and my buddy Hudson. And so one time in front of our friend's house, when she went to sleep, Barry put a mannequin arm, was like reaching out of the ground and stuff.
If you were emphasizing to do like that,
Good, little baby breath. Good. All right, you guys are good on the infants. Let's get some more people on the infants. Cool. Just tell me your name so I can find it here.
Oh, right?
Got you, Michael, right? Got you, Ross. No breath. Yeah, 2 on the adult last seconds. Yeah. 5 is gone. Good, great job. Awesome CPR.
Yeah, it's like where it's like slightly more.
Alright, good. Little baby breaths. Good job.
if you stay in there for a while.
You guys are done. Good job. Yeah, what you got back now? I thought you got 6. You guys are all good. Awesome work. Alright, so you're gonna get 2 check marks by name. One for the baby, one for the adult. Alright? So everybody's gonna do it on baby, everybody's gonna do it on adult. You did the baby. Yeah. Hold on before you do that, guys. I apologize. Cool. And just tell me your name so I can check you off real quick, please. All right, I got you, Cooper. Ross, I had you. All right, Ross, I got you. All right, Sarah. Yes, I believe you. Yes, you are right. Peter. All right, please begin. What do you do before you start? What do you tell them? Yeah. Check a pulse. Good. See if they're awake. Check a pulse. Try to wake them up. Then yell at me to go do something. All right, good, good. All right, good. Now go to work. Right away. Go on the foot or on the arm. Try to pick them up. You check the pulse right here on the yeah, show me the breath, too. Come around. Okay, all right, no problem. Accident sack, right? Good. Keep those elbows locked down. Keep your core. Good job, everybody. 2 compressions per second. Letting the heart completely recoil. Good job. Completed refill again. Good job. Big breaths on the head tilt chin lift. Full tidal volume in approximately a second. Good job. Good. Keep those elbows locked down. Good job, everybody. Good job on the baby press. Little baby press. All right, you do good. Right, some more people on ambulance. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Yeah, you're good to go.
All right, 5 times through.
Good job, everybody. Just switch it over when you're done. All right, good job on the baby breaths.
Hey, you're all right. Wake up. You're not waking up. Call the police. Oh, I didn't tell you what you're doing.
Good job. There you go. Good job.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep, you're good to go.
You want to go for it?
Yeah. What do you do? Start me off, guys.
Hey, you all right?
Yeah, good.
What about you?
Yeah, tell me your name. Sorry, I'm dumb.
Yeah, Devin.
I got you, Devin. Sorry, Devin. Good job, everybody. Come on, hit me with your names, everybody.
Mike, all right?
Mike, you're checked off. Sorry. Tell me your names one more time. Okay, Hannah, I apologize.
You're good, right?
Great, yeah, I got you. Good. All right, thank you. Please begin. I apologize for coming.
Hey, you all right?
You all right? Please slide one more here.
So they're not 911. Hey, you all right? Come please. Come back.
Come back. Good job keeping your elbows locked out. 2 compressions per minute using your core. Good job. You guys are done. No, you keep going. Sorry, the baby can go down. So you guys have to do 5. All right, let's go to work. Yeah, thank you. Good job. Good, yeah, I'm calling that one more right now. Good job keeping those elbows locked down. 2 compressions per minute, all the way down, or per second, 2 per second. Good job, everybody. Good job. Yeah, I have CPR mask for you. You're in here, that one. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the call. I'll get under the boats. Don't you have message for me? Yeah.
Well, after you.
Who still needs to do the baby? Who needs to cycle through on the infant? Anybody? We'll go right now. Let's just get more people on. Good job. Good job. All right, cool. Come on. Yep, we're gonna actually go. Good job locking your elbows out and pushing your core, everybody. Nice tight core. Tight elbows. Good job. I know. Yeah, it's straight up an 80s workout video. Good job. I just want to see your breath. Good. Yeah, just about good.
Good.
Alright.
Thank you.
Good job. Yeah, you're done. You'll have your cards probably in the morning. I'll drop them off this afternoon. I'll just write them up after this. And if anybody's in here, I'll leave them here. If not, I'll come first thing in the morning and give them to them. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah, thank you.
Is this a new song?
And so you can tell by the way that you start walking. That's right.
I'm gonna get moved.
Go right ahead. Yeah, good dog. Go call 911 good dog. Yes, sir.
Yeah, nice seeing
Good
you.
work with you again, Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said don't put fire there or put fire there.
Rice.
Enjoy scrapping both boys.
Rice. He's got his, what was he doing? Yeah. So he's the one who did the best. He did the lead. I saw him check marks by his name.
You're gonna get those bumps in, right?
Yeah.
So there's 3 fucking people left. That's none. It's alright. Oh, you don't have Give it a second. There's like 3 people fucking still testing out, man.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
Bring him back.
I know. Live, damn you! Really good CPR. We're aiming on a good one. Really good lockdown elbows. Really good head tilt chin lift. Good breaths. Full tidal volume in 1 second. Approximately 2 compressions per second. Perfect. This is what we're talking about. Come on. It's my jam. I don't know about that. All right, everybody. Hey, you're good to go. You're good to go. You did a great job.
Yeah, we did it.
Really well done. Thank you all so much for being here for the class. Awesome to see a brother Marine in the class, man, holding it down. And I have your ink stick for you, sir. Thank you for letting me borrow it. Cool. All right, everybody on the stream, if you guys are still on here. Oh, wow. Yeah, I can't believe all you guys sat through this thing. All right, good job. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you guys doing the class with me. The guides are bringing the boats back in. We use the boat barn here. You can see all the guides, how well they're working together as a team. You know, even their leadership is out here helping drag boats, you know, motivated leaders right here. So super excited to see all this. Thank you guys for coming to the training with me. If you can, hit the thumbs up button, right? If you can, just let me know that you enjoyed the training. And looking forward to seeing any of your comments. If you have questions, just hit me with comments here through the page. Really great job, everybody, coming out today, participating in the class. I'm Just thrilled to be able to work with you guys again and with these guys here. Really awesome guides. Good job. Yeah, you saw it right there. He's cool. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out. We're going to end it right there. I'm just going to say a quick goodbye to you guys. Thank you so much for coming out to the class. I know we had 2 videos, but I'm going to pack up all my stuff and get out of their way so they don't get too upset with me. See if we can get 3 more likes. I will put us over that number. Cool. 2 more. You guys did it. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I'll see you in a few days for another class, and I'll do another couple of live streams between now and then for you guys. So thank you so much for coming out. Really appreciate you participating.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
And this is what teamwork looks like. All right, one more, everybody. Yeah, really appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much, visionaries, for watching the class, for coming out here and checking it out. These guys are all going to go down to the pool and swim. We were just talking about that earlier, so I'm going to try to get out of their hair here. It'll take me about 10 minutes to pack everything up real quick, so I'm going to get that done, and I'll get out of their way. Thank you. Awesome job. Thanks. All right, bye, everybody. Have a great day. Thanks for coming to the class.
We'll be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow.